Yo, what's up, everyone? Welcome back to another show, call-in show specifically. As you guys can tell the title, we're back with the co-hosts. So this is a show for the people where they can call in. Haters and supporters are both welcomed. So if you want to clash verbally, go ahead. If you want to just support, that as well.
Come on.
Yeah, either way, you're welcome to come in. We've had haters come in before. It's been quite a good time, and we've had supporters as well, and that's been a good time as well. So think the instructions are below. You can see right there how to call in. Just join the Discord, and from there you can just call in, and we'll answer your question, or talk about any topic you desire. So, or if you're a hater, you can come in and maybe argue against one of our takes or something like that.
Yeah, all the vibes are welcome. There's nothing, obviously inappropriate that cannot be happening. So,
Yeah. So raise your hand. If you're in here, just raise your hand. That's how I know you want to call in, and we'll let you in. But until someone calls in, there's a few topics that people wanted to be discussed by us. So someone asked, first question that was pre-live stream. Someone asked, why does Sasuke not use Six Paths Animal Summons or the King of Hell? So I don't know if Batman or Pimpin, if you want to talk about that first, and I can go after. Or
I mean, you take a shot at that, man. I don't care who you got to say. I'll go and give what I think.
is he there?
Can you hear us, Pimpin, or no? I think something happened.
It might be his audio. Yeah.
Yeah, putting Genji to or something. All right, I'll start it off then since he's doing
Yeah.
his thing or something. What's it called? So it's interesting when it comes to that in particular as a topic, because obviously, like in the manga, like when Sasuke's using like his basically using his abilities, like he is shown to do certain abilities in the manga. I would have to go back in particular to see exactly which ones he does, but he does do some on the side. And in the anime, it kind of shows even a little bit more than that, where he's able to do like universal pull on Naruto, kind of pull him in, then do a Mataratsu in combination, and things. He's able to absorb his chakra, so he can absorb any ninjutsu, whatever. I know he does in the manga,
Yeah.
unless I'm tripping on that, Jay. Yeah, so like there's correlations with each other, regardless how you feel when it comes to anime and manga and stuff. And at the end of the day, if we're being real, like I'm gonna say this, I think so obviously we can't like I guess technically know concretely because it's not like Sasuke's over here out just spamming these abilities, you know what I mean? So I'm not gonna say guaranteed, but if we're maybe just saying like in a subjective sense or whatever, I do believe it would be possible for Sasuke to do it. I just feel like it's never necessary for him when he just has already so much at his disposal, and he's
Yeah.
already a very broken ass fucking ninja to begin with, and 9 out of 10 times nobody can basically fuck with him in a line of scaling. Only Naruto is kind of the guy to do that.
Right.
So it's like, why would he even go that far? And if you guys don't even believe me further on that, like you have Nagato as a fucking example. Like it's not even his eyes; he has both Rinnegan, and he can do all the abilities.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, so if we're really gonna sit here and be like, oh, a fucking an Uchiha or an Indra descendant, you know what I mean, or somebody that's actually has like a six path also power up amp as well on the way, can't do any of like the normal shenanigans with the Rinnegan. I think it's really silly to say he just can't, or it's a lot more possible that he's not able to, or whatever. So I think it's just because he doesn't choose to.
Right.
It's just not necessary. While for pain, even he like wouldn't like if he were to fight someone fodder or whatever the case may be, why is he gonna be doing that crazy shit? You know what I mean? No, he won't do that. You know what I
Right.
mean? So like Jiraiya is a perfect example. He didn't just immediately like charge at him with full fucking power. He just starts with like the summoning path and just just doing shit from there. So
Yeah.
um that's my take so far. Then. What do you think, Jay?
My argument's a little different. So it is an interesting question, but my
Mm-hmm.
argument would be it's most likely due to the lack of utility those tools would serve Sasuke in battle. So unless we presuppose the animal summons and the King of Hell are stronger as a result of Sasuke being stronger than Nagato, those tools wouldn't really be useful against Otsutsuki level threats. So empirically, he has used other abilities like you listed, such as Shubaku Tensei against Momo, I believe.
Yeah.
He used it against him, so he has
I think
used
it's called
some
the
of.
tail beast too. Like,
Right.
it was a
Yeah.
broken one too, because he
Yeah.
uses like the tail beast as the core, not
Yeah.
not like Black Sapphire.
So he's used some of these abilities before. So the way I use a rational argument for that is that basically those other tools wouldn't be beneficial to him in battle, especially if you presuppose they're not any stronger than the same ability that Nagato used. We don't know that for sure, but I think the fact that he doesn't use them implies their lack of benefit and lack of utility, etc. So
Yeah,
the main reason is,
that's a great point, Dave.
yeah,
That's a really great point because I didn't even think of it that way. That the scaling could be different upon, we just don't know, unfortunately.
right, yeah,
So where if the scaling's like the same as what we've seen with Nagato, then yeah, it's kind of redundant. I mean, like, because as the scaling continues on, whatever, that would just basically be fodder summonings, right? Or stupid shit.
yeah.
There's
So
not, you know,
especially against those
yeah,
Suzuki level threats, if a summon
yeah,
is still the same power, and that it still has the same power it always does, then it'd be complete fodder to a Suzuki level threat. So in Sasuke's mind, he's like, why am I going to use that? It wouldn't do anything to these Otsutsuki anyways. It'd be a waste of my time, waste of my chakra. The King of Hell thing as well. Yeah,
Pokemon fucking fighting a legendary basically at that point.
yeah, the King of Hell as well, and I think also empirically, Pain as well. When he's facing people that are extremely powerful, he uses he uses the most
yeah.
powerful abilities, which is uh, from the Tendo Pain, which is the strongest path of pain. That one's the
Even
one that
like
leads
more
the
fast
charge.
pain too. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
so
they'll start stacking up and shit.
that
Like you'll start 1-1, feeling as a point out, and then
right.
going from there.
That might allow you to imply like, yeah, the strongest abilities that people with Renegons have seem to correlate to the user itself, the user themselves. However, things like the animal summonings or the King of Hell maybe don't, which is the reason why we never see Obito use it, or we never see Madara with the Renegon use King of Hell or animal summonings, and why Sasuke doesn't. So it makes sense empirically. I think it's a pretty good rational argument for why he never uses those, but does use Chibaku Tensei, Universal Pull, things like that, because it
Yeah,
seems to
being
correlate
those
to
harsh,
power.
which that makes sense.
Yeah,
Like those make sense because let's be real, like absorption, that's kind of clutch. You can kind of do anything that's thrown at you. And then two, he does it like in a, like a very intelligent way against Naruto.
yeah,
Kind of catch him
exactly.
off guard. Use that against him. He's like, oh, you got more stamina and chakra than me, bet. Like I'll use that against you, dumb bitch.
Yeah, and
So like things like that. So those abilities actually make sense for him to kind of do, and even the pull thing because like yeah, he has a Mataratsu. Like he can shape that shit, and that would be like goaded in combination.
right,
So
and the fact that Sasuke was able to Chibaku Tensei Momoshiki is pretty impressive. I don't think Nagato would be able to do so. I think he's weaker. So his Chibaku Tensei,
yeah,
respectively, would be less powerful. The gravitational pull is probably less powerful. All the tangible aspects surrounding the Chibaku Tensei are inferior to Sasuke's, and that's
yeah.
also proven empirically by what Madara was able to do with his Renegon when he dropped like
I want to say yeah, like
two
his
island-sized
planes and some of
meteors.
his were different.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he dropped like two island-sized meteors on the Shinobi Alliance, and Nagato at best. Well, he was fatigued, but the best he could do was get a decently sized Chibaku Tensei going. So that just shows the difference in power, for
exactly.
sure. So
Yeah, but even if it's like a hypothetical full power pain, like are we really gonna sit here and believe Nagato can do the same fucking
yeah,
big ass meteors like Madara or
very very
Sasuke
unlikely.
and shit? Like
Yeah,
come on.
that and also Madara has more chakra than people think. He used his Rinnegan abilities quite a bit. And Nagato, just from one chaotic Shinder Tensei that was village size, he was already depleting quite a bit. So
Like
that
every time even full power it's state if he does
yeah.
chaotic Sharon Tensei
Well,
like max out.
For Madara, two island-sized meteors coming down was nothing to him. I mean, it seems like he didn't even expend that much chakra in
Yeah,
comparison to Nagato, who was like extremely fatigued by the end of the battle with Naruto. So
exactly. What's it
yeah,
called? And even to add further to that though, Jay, because like that's a really good way of looking at it too. Obito's even a perfect example for that. He didn't use all that shit. You know what I mean? Like he
right,
wasn't spamming summons and all that blah blah. Like, like if it's at the end of the day, if it's not necessary, or it could potentially even be a waste of chakra, or just certain variables or whatever. Like,
yeah.
then why would they do it? You know what I mean? So they can, and they're just more than likely choosing not to.
Yeah, exactly. So the most rational argument is the lack of utility, or maybe even the case where it's the lack of power. Like it won't help against a threat, such as the
Yeah.
caliber of threats Sasuke's face in Boruto. So that's a pretty easy one. And Obito, yeah, the reason he doesn't use them is because he even admits that one Rinnegan's too much for his chakra
Yeah.
reserves, and it weighs
If
so
he's
heavily on
spamming
him.
all that shit, it's gonna be a waste of char. Yeah, it's
Right.
like even stated, and they know the
Yeah.
counters as well. Which I'm gonna be real though. If we're really being real, like if Obito was doing those abilities, that would have definitely fucked them up and caused
Yeah.
problems,
He
even
would
if
have been
he was
fatigued.
regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, that would have been the problem. He would have immediately gotten fatigued like super fucking quick.
Yeah, that and the fact that he was already controlling 16 Cherokee simultaneously, and they were pulling at him.
Exactly.
So
Yeah,
he was already
that's just
expending too much.
it's way too like he needed to be
Yeah.
like moderate Hashirama on the stamina or chakra levels to be doing
Exactly,
that
yeah.
shit.
To him, it was a chore, but to someone like Madara, it's more so just a casual feat. So that matters for
Exactly.
sure. But
And
Pimpin,
Nagato, he's just built different.
yeah, Nagato, even with him, he depletes pretty quickly too if he uses
Yeah, and that
his
too. Yeah,
abilities.
even
Yeah,
if we consider that, because like at the end of the day, like he's not controlling 6 fucking Biju either.
yeah,
I'm gonna be real with you, like to be honest, whether if you, I don't know how you're gonna feel on this, Jay, but like I don't know if Nagato would even be able to control 6 Biju and spam his abilities at the same time. I
yeah. It
don't think
might,
he would be able to do that.
especially if the
Obito can do because of Hashirama cells.
yeah if the passive pain are far away from him, is even less likely of a chance. Yeah, because his most powerful version is when he's in the Rain Village. But yeah, Pimpin, you I think he's still having audio issues.
I'm not too sure. Let's go. Man went into the comic dimension. Gone.
Yeah, let me see. Maybe I could do something. If I mute him and unmute him, let's see. And feel free to ask questions in the chat, folks. By the way, someone asked. Shout out to Kenrock for coming in. I'm Looney. Thanks for coming in, brother. Andy asked.
You guys hear me?
Oh, now we can hear you.
Yes,
There you go.
we can hear you, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry about that. I don't know what was going on, man.
Yeah, sometimes Discord just acts up. Someone asked, who do you think would win, White Mask Obito or Hokage Minato? You guys want to give your take on that first?
I just also, just to quickly touch up on the last.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
real
yeah.
quick,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I just believe that the Naraka path and, well, okay, let's just talk about the path first. Like, the Invisible Chameleon and, like, essentially the passive pain, like, those two specifically are extremely hacks, you know? And they can decide a battle rather quickly, especially if you have someone like Sasuke.
Yeah.
His skill is way above many shinobi and Shippuden, especially in Boruto. Utilize that ability, it would just end the battle in a very quick fashion. And for for an entertaining battle that is more competitive or contentious, I believe utilizing those abilities would just like make the battle not even that entertaining to begin with, you know. So
Yeah.
I think from an author or writer standpoint, it just gives the narrative more depth and more feats. Essentially, you know, it's just
Right.
not so decisive upon just stealing someone's soul or killing them with an invisible.
Right, that's
chameleon,
a
you know?
good point. Yeah, the narrative matters as well.
Yeah, when you can just like run up and stab him dead.
Right, yeah.
Or anything like that, you know.
It'll-
Much of a battle.
yeah, it's not much of a battle.
I think if that's even possible when they're either probably going against someone that's super strong and they're not going to allow.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. I think the context of the battle matters as well. It would be kind of anticlimactic if Sasuke at the end of Naruto Shippuden simply just ripped Naruto's soul out. That'd be very like anticlimactic. So
Technically, if it was like a no rules, like no plot and nothing, like death, like obviously it's a death plot. What I'm saying, if it was like legitimate, like let's say Kishimoto wasn't writing it and they were to the death, instead of him absorbing Naruto, he would think all he would have had to do is just take a soul from there. That's it.
exactly.
Yeah,
No,
GG.
so.
Yeah.
But someone has their hand up, but we'll answer this question first. By the way, folks, if you haven't already, make sure to hit the like button if you haven't already. It gets us up in the algorithm as well. Gets more eyeballs on us, etc.
Yes,
So
sir.
Don't be
So,
slacking. Don't be
going
lazy.
back, yeah, don't slack on that. Hit the like button. Someone said White Mask Obito or Hokage Minato. What would you guys say about that?
I'll let you two go on at first. That's really interesting, to be honest.
Yeah.
What's it called? It's interesting. At least to me, I think it is. But
So
I'll let you guys go and then I'll give it thoughts.
yeah, I'll go first. So here's what we do know about Hokage Minato. The only empirical feat that we possibly have is when he fought teenage Obito during the Nine Tails invasion or attack, and he even admits relativity to teenage Obito with his Kamui ability. He says this is going to come down to who hits who first. It's a game of inches. He implies it like several times. The feats that Obito nearly accomplished also implies it. The fact that he almost caught Minato in Kamui implies relativity. So I would say White Mask Obito, who's considerably stronger than teenage Obito, most likely defeats Hokage Minato. I mean, he's relative to Case Team to Naruto. He's like reacting to him and also reacting to Guy and Kakashi all at the same time. So I would say he most likely would defeat Hokage Minato, especially if he's not having to control 16 Shuriki simultaneously, which are pulling at his chakra
Yeah,
constantly.
like, if
So
we get rid of all that
Exactly.
bullshit, where he's not like his stamina and chakra levels are not being like kind of fluctuated. You name
yeah, so his chakra, a lot of his chakra was being expended towards the control of the Jinchuriki. So it's not like he was a full like
That'd be hella
optimal power
redundant.
anyway.
Why would you even do that on Minato at all?
Exactly. So full power without any restriction, he most likely beats him. I think he would even have a speed advantage against a live Hokage Minato. So that's what I would say.
Yeah, I would concur with that notion. I just feel like you said, they were contentious as a matchup when Obito was like 14, and then you see White Mask Rinnegan, Obito, many years later, I think perhaps like 15 or so, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
The only thing I could be really being detrimental to Obito is the Rinnegan just taking so much of his chakra away from him.
Yeah, that's the detrimental part.
I like him killing Nine Tails all over again.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it could be like a game of like duration essentially, and then let's say Hokage Minato does have perfect stage mode to his arsenal, like nonchalantly like he exhibited.
Which he could do that. He could just teleport away or just add it on the fly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's plausible. So I mean, like I think if Hokage Minato is able to like teleport, because he has a lot of chakra, like mind you, like
Yeah, he does.
He was fatigued after fighting Obito.
Oh, yeah, crazy amount of stamina chakra.
Crazy chakra.
Yeah, he did it 15 times. He did Flying Rising 15 times, Body Flicker 3 times. He teleports the Nine Tails, which is stated that the bigger the object, the more chakra you have to do. He teleports a Biju Bomb and a second Biju Bomb from the full power Nine Tails. He does a big ass not a small, but a big ass rising gun in his hand and slam it.
That's not even putting into stage mode into factor where it has even more chakra to utilize, and so he's even able to like do all these flying Rajins and like Batman said,
the Nine Tails twice, the Nine Tails with the ceiling jutsu.
Yeah.
He steals the Nine Tails, who has the chakra of all the tail beasts essentially.
That's impressive.
He does this fatigued, bro, at the end of the battle.
So,
Yeah.
So he summons Gambunta, which is also stated verbatim that you need an enormous amount of chakra to summon, and to the point where Naruto had to rely on the Nine Tails chakra to summon.
Right. So
Hokage Minato's chakra supply is underrated. I feel
that's
like,
for sure. Yeah, the Flying Raijin does very minimal draining of his chakra. Obviously, he uses it very heavily. So
yeah, four fucking elite Jonin, like regardless if it's mid, low tier, high tier, like all four of them say they need to be together just to use it fucking once.
yeah.
And this
Oh
man's
shit!
standing
Shout
that
out to Gil. Thanks for the $5, brother.
Okay,
Great debate. Love your content. Vibe Batman is awesome. Appreciate you, brother.
buddy.
Let's read the chat. Tobirama slams Minato. No, he doesn't. He lost to Kinkaku and Ginkaku.
There we go.
That's not correct. And his feats against Obito aren't.
Jay just immediately just like.
Yeah, the only reason he was even able to tag Obito was because of his fluctuating power, so we can't even give him those feats.
He's mindless. He stood there, bro.
Yeah.
Hashirama grabbed him with a wood stop.
Oh,
What, you think,
one
you think
second.
around the scales to him after they say, he stated
Yeah,
he's
one
strong?
moment he's getting blitzed by Tobirama. The next he's single-handedly blowing up all the Hokage. So clearly there's a difference in his power in those two events.
Yeah.
So yeah, Tobirama does not slam Minato. He gets fucking folded by him. Even Tobirama admits inferiority to Minato. So no.
Yeah, all of them admit it. Like they all admit it, and then like the biggest thing to add it up to it, like Tobirama says, even if you get all your clones, like
Yeah.
you did a shit ton of clones to kind of help out with everybody and fight Waterman.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be enough. Like he's just stronger than you, bro. Accept it.
Yeah, and someone else said Kakuzu is not winning against Pain, but he can beat people like Sasori. No, he can't. There's even more.
Yeah.
There's a way more even battle, and I'll get on here to discuss if y'all let me. Yeah, Kakuzu's not beating Sasori.
I know we have people in the audience too, so by all means.
We're open to listening.
Yeah, just raise your hand if you have a question, and I'll know that you guys
Hey,
want
but
to do
a
the question.
quick jab, real quick, Jay. For the whole Minato White Mask thing, I'll make it really short and sweet, to be honest with you. So, like, basically, everything you both said is just on the dot. It's as simple as it is, and no matter what, we gotta look at the facts. You know what I mean? And this is more in line with Jay the Great. As crazy as this may sound, like, normally you'd be like, oh, Minato should just slam, right? Whatever. Or, oh wait, the mark is on Obito as well, so maybe he should just be able to speed blitz, and Obito can't do anything because he's technically marked, right? But if we analyze the facts of what Jay said, we look at how scaling works and how ninjas can get stronger over time. Kakashi is a perfect example of that, where his power levels are fluctuating drastically throughout the fucking series. Okay, he goes from where he can only do 3 tomo and goes into the fucking hospital and needs his Sharingan. Then he goes to the point where now he's not being incapacitated with just 3 tomo Sharingan. He can use that at all fucking point in time. can also use way more Raikuris. That's stated verbatim. You know, in the beginning, part 1 and part 2, you could do only 4. And fucking in Shippuden, this man's doing fucking 6+ fucking Raikuris and shit, along with his MS, you name it. So, you know, their chakra levels, their stamina levels do increase over time. They get stronger over time. There's plenty of statements for it, you name it. So you would apply the same aspect for, obviously, Obito, okay? And for Minato, that's not really implied because, once again, like, he's dead, so he doesn't have that, you know, that increase of power throughout the show.
Yeah.
Obito does, and from what Jay says, like, you know, it is what it is, but if we look at the facts, you know, they were both relative. It was extremely close. It was a death battle. It was emphasized, the narrative, you name it, the speed battle and everything. And the fact that it could have gone either way still, you know, like, that's just with that Obito. So if you take, you know, all the way to the future with Orange Mask, we should be stronger as well. Then you go to War Arc, which everyone's getting significantly stronger. There's plenty of examples for that as well. It's more than likely in Obito's favor. Just
Yeah,
scaling
empirically,
like,
there's just more for him. Yeah.
and
So-
he has Kamui feats, like, he has Kamui feats against everybody. Like, this man can activate Kamui against anybody, even fucking Jubi Madara. That was, you know, just like his fucking his hand through like his body. Like, at least I'm not saying Obito scales to Jubi Madara, but his Kamui can at least activate fast enough to not get one shot and blitzed by Jubi Madara.
Yeah.
Okay, so if that fucking character can't do like a, you know, like a speed blitz, like obviously Madara would if he like starts fighting him. You know what I mean? It'd be similar like what happens in the fight with him and Minato. But regardless, you guys get what I'm saying. And you have fucking Minato, who's definitely nowhere near fucking Jubi Madara. That's blatantly shown when he goes into Sage mode, and you know he just gets shitted on. So like it's strongly in favor for Obito. It's as simple as that. The only benefit of the doubt, and this is subjectively to even formulate as an argument that Minato could maybe win, is if he puts Sage mode on top of it. But
Yeah.
the problem is we don't know
That's what I was
the
saying.
modification.
The argument I would use against that,
You know?
though, is the fact that when he's alive, he never utilizes it in the most contentious battles. Like, why wouldn't he use it
And
against
that
Obito?
too. He
So
never
that
fucking does it. Like, let's
he,
be
he's
real.
not an official Sage. He's not in a, I would say, a like he doesn't trust his own Sage mode clearly. Like, why would?
Like it's like, and regardless of whether you guys think, oh well, he still is a perfect Saiyan, well, okay, that's great, but the problem is this is extremely important in Naruto. If you don't have the mental capacity to think you can fucking execute something or be that guy, whatever the case may be, you're going to hinder yourself.
Yeah, because Obito, it was literally a game of inches, and if his reaction time is amped by the perfect Sage mode, why wouldn't he use it? Clearly, it's not the most optimal.
Exactly.
In a game of inches,
choice.
also,
And
like,
we
that
know,
battle.
Sage mode bare minimum is more than likely
Or-
10-time increase
Yeah,
in like
or
stamina.
or even the Hokage, the Raikage. Why didn't he use it against him either? It doesn't make sense to me.
Exactly. You know, so like when it basically just comes to a point where, okay, great, we know he can use it, we know he can activate it on the fly, but the fact that he's not even using it over and over, what's it called? More than likely goes to show
In
that
character,
doesn't
he
seem
want
like
to use
that's
it.
going to be a W win con condition. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? If you put that into consideration, you know, with that being the case, and this
Yeah.
is obviously possibility-wise.
Another argument for Tobirama versus Minato is that the Raikage never even considered the people that defeated Tobirama to be even in the same tier as the Minato. He describes Minato as like invincible, no one's ever going to surpass him, things like that. But he was aware of Ginkaku and Ginkaku and never like revered them to that level, implying that Tobirama lost to individuals that Minato would probably defeat. So Tobirama just scales below Minato. I mean, empirically, it's just the case, more than likely. So
Ginkaku and Ginkaku anti-feat,
blatantly shown.
is pretty
yeah,
bad in this
that's a
series.
horrible anti-feat. It's a horrible anti-feat. I know there's more context to it, but the fact that he lost to individuals of that caliber suggests he wouldn't beat someone of Minato's. So
Yeah, this is that fucking simple. But yeah, no, like that's the main thing. So overall, like that's the best thing Minato has for him. But like I said, what Jay's saying, and even if you really even look deeper into that, that's just more than likely
Yeah.
not going to be enough, unfortunately. And that's just, it is what it is. You know, man.
Yeah.
It sounds, obviously, if you're a Minato tard or whatever the case may be, then you're gonna look at everything
Overall,
in the fucking book and try to rank him, whatever, and get him to that level, and
Exactly.
there you go. But
yeah, I mean, he admits inferiority too. Like, what else more do you need? So
It's
I don't understand it.
narratively implied, you know.
Yeah.
I don't understand why it's such a popular belief.
You're
That's
you're
the
basically
problem
being
about,
when you're suggesting Toriyama superior, you're basically being a contrarian to the narrative itself. Okay, then
Yeah.
yeah.
Tobirama is superior than fucking Orochimaru and Kabuto when it comes to Edo Tensei, which is blatantly just not shown.
Yeah, exactly.
Narratively, there's statements that say that Orochimaru perfected Edo Tensei, and there's statements to where Kabuto literally surpasses both of them with Edo Tensei.
Yeah. So all right, I guess we'll allow the first person in. I think this guy had his hand up for a while. Yo, what's up?
What's going on, bud?
Nothing. I had a question about some Hidan stuff.
All right.
So, I know one of the statements that people like to use to put Hidan to scale Hidan is the idea that he says that he's the slowest member of the Akatsuki.
Right.
But if you go back and reread it, when Datara and them are all back together for I can't remember after the capture of Gara, Datara openly Hidan openly mocks Datara for allowing himself to be hit, and states that if he had been in the same situation, he wouldn't have been able to be tagged at all. Do you think that could be at all used to scale relative to Datara?
His statement is contradicted by the very feats themselves. I mean, I think that wouldn't work unless the narrative coincided with what he's saying. It's like the same thing. Does Itachi and Kisame lose to Jiraiya just because he said so? I don't. It's kind of similar to that.
Yeah,
So
that's one statement.
Like when it comes to statements, you gotta analyze.
Hidan has trouble with base Sharingan Kakashi. Datara is competing with Hebi Sasuke using, CS2 3 Tomo.
Yep, same one, same two.
Yeah, so there's blatant feats that contradict the statement. So I wouldn't use that to try to suggest Hidan's faster than that.
Could it at least be used to show that Hidan is being lazy within the fight with the Two Tails?
What was that?
Lazy.
Oh, that he was being lazy. He was being lazy against the Two Tails?
Yeah, like he just actively just didn't feel like fighting the Two Tails at that moment in time.
I wouldn't say that. If he did, it wouldn't speak so much to his power level. It would speak to his hacks. The very fact that he's like immortal, that's why he's lazy. He's like, I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna die
He's
anyway.
his ego
And
boost.
not only
Yeah.
that, if I go back to that manga and the anime, what's it called, like going from page to page or whatever, basically the way it starts off in my memory is they walk up and then Hidan's like, hey, like, all right, and we got you in or whatever. She starts talking shit, and then he's like, hey, can you just surrender? Like, I don't have time for this, blah, blah, in a sense. So he is being lazy in a sense, but he's basically like, hey, come on, like, I don't want to have a full-on fucking battle with you, like, just get cat.
Yeah, he's only nonchalant about that because you can't kill him anyway. So it's like,
Yeah. And then she just basically gets pissed and gets triggered from that, and then it just escalates, and then Kakuzu's like, bro, you're a fucking idiot, like, you just made her pissed off, and then it goes from there, so.
yeah, there's one feat. The feats of Datara can be said to be clearly more impressive than the feats of Hidan, I'd say. So.
Later, they would have dodged, like, full fucking speed, fucking Sasuke.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, you can find statements that might support any notions you may have about a character that are against the narrative or feats that exhibited, but like they both said, you have to have feats to support the claim at hand, and if there isn't, then the claim itself is on a very loose structure, if you will.
Yeah.
Like one thing I guess you can say, but then again, this is just like reaction speed, and they all technically still get shitted on though. It's like, yes, technically Yamato and Sai were able to react to Sasuke when they were all fighting. Like, they do have their moments, and they are reacting. It's not like they can't do anything at all.
Yeah. But I would counter that. Sasuke was extremely nonchalant in there. He's like, yeah, I'm going to fucking fold these guys. He wasn't, like, going off full speed.
Just putting his dick on the table.
Yeah. It's not like he was going all out, like, against Data or Itachi. Like, he was just toying with them, so.
And if anything, like, it is the Akatsuki. We know everything with Itachi, you name it, that can also give him a little bit of a mental amp, like kind of a bloodlusted, like, oh, I'm gonna fuck you people up. You know what I mean? Like, whatever, or like, obviously more serious. Like, let's be real. If he having to fight Team 7, and then you compare that to having to fight an Akatsuki duo, he's gonna be tremendously way more serious in comparison, and trying a little harder. So, yes, but like, that's kind of like the only way you can kind of nitpick, and maybe, therefore, like, maybe they can do it to like kind of react to a degree, whatever. But guess what? They're still gonna get shitted on.
Yeah.
Because the moment either Sasuke gets either serious or he's going even to CM1 to CM2, like what do they do? Like, Hidan's getting his head fucking chopped off, okay, whatever, and fucking Kakuzu is getting fucking fucked up by thousands of lightning style jutsus that Sasuke has. Like, they got Shidori body, Shidori needles, Shidori stream, you name it. So. Like, there's just so much shit he has, and Genjutsu, that's also really big, and I'm gonna be real with you, Hidan and Kakuzu, like, at least to me, I'm not aware that they have Genjutsu resistance feats or anything imply that they can pull a Data with his fucking eye or something,
Yeah.
Yeah, Hidan is just, he's implied to be the weakest. He admits he's the weakest, or the slowest at least. It's just, and then his feats also reinforce that premise as well. So, Data just has better feats, speed feats as well. Like,
Kakuzu's trying to be relative to Hidan too.
Right.
I'm not saying Kakuzu's equal. I mean, that's a little
yeah,
disingenuous.
Kakuzu has a better
Kakuzu's little
performance.
over, but
Yeah.
he's not massively over though.
Yeah, he's not.
A little bit.
He's not.
That's base to base.
He has
you
a
know?
similar performance to Hidan when fighting Kakashi. Better performance, but it's similar. So.
Yeah, it's
Did you
similar.
know
And then not only that, like it's even supported further. Yes, it's anime, but whatever. What's it called? Where they actually do have a 1v1, and basically they're both relative, filling each other out. Kakuzu punches a hole in him. Hidan just takes it out and takes his blood, and then fucking it takes a heart. And I mean, so like at that point, you're kind of just disagreeing with even like I don't know, like writing a sense that with Kishimoto that he believes them to even be on on par with each other. That's shown in the manga, shown in the anime.
Shown in the anime, yep, absolutely.
Yeah. So did you have another question or?
Well, it was more just to add on a little bit to that, if you don't mind, real fast. But
All
we
right.
do know that. I don't know if you guys feel any way about this, but we do know that Kakuzu, when fighting the Two Tails, he got hit pretty quickly, while Hidan was actively able to avoid the Two Tails attack with no problem, or at least little to no problem.
What was that? That Kakuzu wasn't able to avoid the two tails like Hidan?
Yeah.
It's a fireball though. That's different. I mean, it's like a big ass fireball. Like it's like a slow ass big projectile. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like imagine all right. So for instance, like if like the fucking Killer Bee shoots a I don't know, fucking like a Biju bomb or some type of projectile you could do, whatever. Or for instance, it's like Gamabunta, like instead of him shooting like a water bullet at you, like he charges at you instead and uses a sword. Like obviously the sword and charge is gonna be a lot more faster than like a water style projectile. More than likely. I mean, I'm not saying always, but
Yeah, contingent upon the jutsu itself, definitely.
and it's just blatantly shown that when she uses her ball strike, it's fast enough to where Kakuzu is only forced, like he's forced basically like to where he can at least react to a bare minimum, but that's all he can do. Like he can't jump out of the way, he can't do jutsus, he can't do nothing. You know what I mean? So that's all he can do, and then it's pretty fast to at least force him to only block, and then he gets slammed into the ground. And then she shoots the fireball at Hidan, and he jumps out of the way, like. So like I don't know, you could just say the fireball is slower. That's all.
Right, and either way,
Yeah.
there isn't much of a template to scale them in comparison to their performance against Kakashi. That's a much more thorough template to imply
Yeah, I was thinking
their
about
scaling
too,
anyway.
yeah.
Again, they were both nonchalant about the two tails. They're literally like trying to agree who's gonna beat the two tails. They didn't really give a shit. Like they weren't even going all out anyway. So
Yeah. So
against
that's-
Kakashi, they were both trying to take him out. So
I'm
I
gonna
think
be
it was really
I'm gonna be real. Like obviously they're not gonna be straight up brawling these fucking that Biju and just having a blow. Like that's not that. If that was the case, they would have shown that. But that they were confident because of their immortality and hacks.
yeah, they're both very
And
hacked.
the W in the the element of surprise, you name it. So.
Yeah,
Well,
Kakuzu
that's
is.
my question then. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Should have had.
All right, someone has their hand up.
I'm waiting for him.
Let's see.
No, they coming.
I'm gonna let Jay take care of that too, though. I'm just gonna I'm a mute.
Handle, bruh.
And
Yeah.
I'm just gonna let him eat his food, play with his food. Like be like Jay, no, eat your vegetables, please.
All right, this guy I clicked. There he is.
Yo.
What's up? Do you have a question?
So why do you guys believe Minato beats Tobirama?
Do you guys want to answer first, or want me to answer?
Hey, you go for it, Jay.
Empirically, one just has more impressive and I would say more concrete feats than the other. Minato reacting to the Hokage, Minato reacting to Kamui, being the only one to ever do it until KCM level individuals popped up. Tobirama lost to Kinkaku and Gikuku again, a guy that's revered much less than Minato by someone that's blatantly aware of both, that being the Hokage.
When did the Hokage ever revere Minato as?
You can find what he's talking about. I think it's around the war arc time where he's talking about Minato. Yeah.
When did he ever say that? As
When he
Minato
fights
being
KCM Naruto, he literally says the nobody's faster than him besides
Yeah.
Minato, you name it.
Exactly.
The data books also say it as well.
Yeah, he does revere him.
Why does
And
Tobirama?
also-
Well, Tobirama didn't only lose to Kinkaku and Kinkaku.
Yeah,
He
but
also
they were the
lost to
strongest
Minato.
individuals, and they don't look very powerful
We
in
have
the
no
war arc.
evidence of how Tobirama
Well,
actually
we
lost
have
those
no-
22 individuals.
We have no evidence of how strong those other individuals were either, though, as well.
What I will say
Yes.
on that,
So
Jerry, though,
you're using an argument for ignorance.
Well,
hang
we
on.
know. Okay, let me tell you this, bro.
It's not an appeal to ignorance. It's an inductive argument. The fact that the unit was called the fact that it was called the Kinkaku and Ginkaku unit implies they were the head guys of the unit, implying they're the strongest. So you'd have to prove why that's not the case.
If we're gonna boil down the facts, right? You know what I mean? And
So in fact, your argument's an appeal to ignorance.
Let's talk about how.
So, no, I'm bringing this up because there's a fact. There's a thing.
And
You
combat
said
speed
something.
to Minato. What is Minato gonna do when Tobirama just dashes at him with a kunai?
Okay.
He has better reaction speeds than Tobirama.
The first time Tobirama fights.
Tobirama tagged Jubito.
Again, Jubito's fluctuating. His power's fluctuating the whole time.
Hey, Jerry, can I say something real quick to one point you made about like the whole Tobirama scaling the can again? So in the data book says this and explains it. It's also stated in the manga to where you do know the first time Tobirama fights them is with the second Raikage. It's where they're at a political meeting and they're signing a peace treaty.
They still
And
lose.
They come up and pull up on Tobirama. And mind you, Tobirama is a sensory ninja. He's also at a political meeting similar to the Five Kage Summit, where obviously everybody's going to kind of be on their tippy toes, cautious, because that makes no fucking sense. That's like the United States going to Russia to sign some shit and not, having some cautionary measures just in case if shit hits the fan. So, that's an argument of ignorance. If you're going to sit here and be like, oh no, there's no way they're not, cautious or fucking sensories on, you name it, blah blah. So if Tobirama's
never
able to
made
sense
that
people,
argument. What are you even talking about?
No, I didn't say you made the argument. I'm just saying if that was to be like interjected or anything.
Okay,
But
get the point.
okay, yeah. So basically, like, if you have Tobirama, yeah, this guy's pretty hostile. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, it's
What's it called? If you have somebody like Tobirama who can sense people across the battlefield, like the Nine Tails Power, Motors, Chakra, you name it, it's very disingenuous to act like he can't sense Rinnegan, who have like a portion of the Nine Tails and a shit ton of Chakra as well. So he would know they're coming, and he has the aid of the second Raikage, and bare minimum, second Raikage, and he was still pushed to his deathbed, and then was able to get away, more than likely due to flying right in. Because it does say he gets away because he's on the verge of death. Yeah. And that's the first time they fight him. And the second time, which is what you referred to as a line of defense for your argument, is when there was 20 elite ninja. That's why he lost and blah blah. Which that's why I brought up the first time they fought. By the way.
Well, you don't know what happened in that fight, and you don't know.
It's implied that he was snuck on the first time. With the Raikage, he still failed, so that's enough to imply it. You're using an appeal to ignorance, but inductively, that's most likely the case is he's just inferior.
He got stronger over time, and he has better feats.
He lost twice. What feat is better? What feat does he have?
Mentally incapacitated individual.
Yeah, the Jubito feat is null. That's not a feat you can extrapolate from to scale him.
All it does is upscale Kinkaku and Ginkaku.
Outscales?
What's that?
Yeah, they lost to Dari, bro, and Choji, and Kamaru, and Ino, and fucking Rock, dude.
Exactly.
What's wrong with losing to Dari?
Yeah, so if Minato can take on the full Nine Tails after dealing with Obito for an extended amount of time.
Yeah, empirically, there's just more. There's just more. You're just speculating. So.
I'm pretty sure he died.
Well, he did it to save the village.
I'm pretty sure Minato got reaction blitzed by Tobirama. Couldn't grab an orb that was right next to him, and Tobirama completely just reaction blitzed him. What is Minato going to do when Tobirama just dashes him with a sword and just slices his head off?
We've already.
Again, empirically, there's more to suggest Minato superior. You're just.
There's nothing.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. I had to give my arguments. You're just repeating yourself. You're repeating yourself. That's all you're doing.
What's my win con? Tobirama just dashes him, or Minato dashes him, he just reacts to him and just kill him.
So you're saying Tobirama is faster than Minato, correct? So why?
No, I'm saying Tobirama has faster combat speed and reaction time.
Prove that.
Okay, then why?
Does not have the reaction time and combat speed like Tobirama.
Why does he have faster combat speed then?
Why does he have faster combat speed? He was able to react to
Even though
Jubito
he
and
says
tag him.
himself.
You gotta hurry up and say the piece, man. You're taking too long. Come on.
You want me to put it in a chat?
No. You don't gotta put it in the chat. I'm just doing what you did.
Okay, let me listen so I can talk. Listen. Jubito threw an orb at MS Sasuke, Naruto, and Minato.
Okay.
Tobirama reacted to it before all three of them grabbed the orb. While the orb,
Minato reacted to it. He was literally waving his hand.
He didn't even teleport to it. He did react to it.
That's already a lie.
He also
Okay,
reacts
literally
to
reacts
it.
to it.
Full on
anyway.
glitch, and
Sasuke
still
also
able to
activates
act
his Susanoo. They all react to it. That's a lie. You're blaming it.
What are you talking about? He literally
You're
has
lying. You
reacted
said
to
nobody
it.
reacted to it except for Tobirama. Sasuke activates Susanoo. Naruto literally moves and looks at it. Minato is waving his hand towards it to teleport it away, and even says it verbatim that he will.
Tobirama
And
reacted
comes.
faster and got
Yeah, no,
to
he
the
just
orb
comes, he
faster
grabs
than
it, teleports it
Minato.
away with a shadow clone, which
Explain
makes
that.
sense.
Why did Tobirama get to the orb faster than Minato?
Minato in base was able to react before my guy could hit
He was
Jubidara,
basically
and
correct, so
the true seeking orbs didn't even touch his coat
bro.
before he was able to remove them, and that's before Night Guy could get to Jubidara. Night Guy scales above Jubito.
Yeah, you want
So give me a feat that's more impressive than that. Give me a Tobirama combat speeds feat that's more impressive than Minato. Casually moving true seeking orbs away before Night Guy could hit Jubidara, who are both superior to Jubito. There's no feat that's better than that Tobirama has. Yeah.
All
If you
Minato
wanna
had to do was
believe- if
react
you
to
want-
the kunai and teleport to the kunai. Also, Jubito.
Yeah, but the
literally
true seeking orbs didn't even take his
reacted
jacket yet, and he teleported them away.
And Jubito
That also
Tobirama
implies his
Jubito
reaction
was
speed.
reacting to Tobirama.
So he has no feat better than that.
React to
Jubidara
Jubito.
as well.
He has faster reaction
Yeah.
speed than
No,
Minato.
he doesn't. Prove a feat that's better than that.
Well, one way to just shut that down completely with the whole Jubito scanning, which is blatantly just not supported, and even
It's
like
not.
statements
What do you mean it's not supported? It's literally
yeah,
a thing.
I'm about to say it if he instead of interrupting me and say, "What do you mean?" So, but basically, the reason why that's the case is literally like when Jubito first appears, and this is like in his mindless state. Where, there's like different levels, the tiers of his like power level, because it kind of goes up. You have the mindless one, and it's kind of fluctuating around when he's like going all crazy and everything. Then it goes into like full effect when Jubito's in control. Okay, so the first one, which is mindless, fucking literally Hashirama's like, oh wow, like yeah, like this fucking guy, he's stronger than me. And I mean, Tobirama's like, yeah, like if you absorb all your wood clones and even get them all back to your body, you can't beat him. You know what I mean? So basically, with those line of statements and that line of scaling, you're basically saying that now fucking apparently Tobirama's stronger than Hashirama, and that he's stronger than fucking Madara and all this other shit, which just makes no fucking
Yeah,
sense.
your argument falls apart
I
there.
never said anything about him having strength. I say reaction speed.
So you're not understanding the
Oh,
correlation of what I'm saying then. If Hashirama can't be able to fight against this guy who is always the one to take care of the big boy battles.
Okay, Hashirama.
Okay, hey, I'm not done. Hey, I'll let you respond. Hang on. Almost done. I promise. So if we know Hashirama is the one that normally engages in the big boy fights, which is blatantly shown narratively, etc., when the whole Madara thing, like Tobirama is literally hiding behind a wall and watching them fight because it's something he can't like participate in. Okay, so we know the fact that Hashirama has to deal with someone that's more likely because Tobirama can't fucking do anything, and it would just be redundant. Okay, same thing with the Jubito
No,
thing.
it wouldn't. You're just trying to make an argument fit your narrative.
No. So like there's statements
Well,
for.
Tobirama and Hashirama have two different fighting styles.
You're interrupting me for the millionth time.
Things with stage jutsu. He has a jutsu that teleports.
You can continue to interrupt me because I don't interrupt you. But basically, what I'm trying to say is with those statements that are literally stated verbatim, provided by Kishimoto, okay, that they're literally Jubito is stronger than him, stronger than Tobirama. They both admit inferior, that they're inferior to Jubito.
It has nothing to do with reaction
that
speed
makes
and
no
Yes, it does, dude. He blitzes all the Hokages single-handedly. Yes, he does. He clearly, at his best, is superior in speed as well, including reaction speed. You're just disregarding that as a sophist.
Now you can talk.
Yes,
and
Tobirama was able to react to him though.
Not when he blitzed all the Hokage, he couldn't. No one could.
Tobirama was able to react to him. Yes.
No, not when that happened. No, it didn't. They all got blown to bits. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. You're definitely being disingenuous. You could say your last words to your piece. Yes, you are.
To Jubito on multiple occasions.
Yeah, but that's when his power was fluctuating. When he was stable, he blitzed all of them.
You have to prove he was nerfed, Jay the Great.
Literally, him having conversations with himself proves that
What are you talking
everything
about?
was nerfed.
What?
Him having conversations with himself implies his nerfing. What are you talking about?
That implies anything.
Yes, it does. You're being disingenuous, dude. I'm not gonna go back and forth with you because you're disregarding that. It does matter.
You have to prove. Say he was nerfed. You have to prove how much he was nerfed.
Enough.
He was nerfed.
Enough for Tobirama to hit him.
Exactly. That's enough for you to quantify right there.
What do you mean?
And we know
All right, man.
Tobirama is
You've said
below
enough.
Hashirama as well, who's blatantly scales below Jubito as well.
What are you talking about?
All right. Is that the last thing you got to say?
All right, man. We tried, bro.
You're arguing. You're just playing contrarian to the literal feats that are established in the narrative.
Well, your opinion of a
It's not an
Naruto's
opinion.
there.
It's not an
It's not
opinion.
the case. Minato
It's
is
not an
like the
opinion.
equivalent to Hokage, and Tobirama's skills above
you have
that.
nothing
You
to
reacted
prove,
to
Tobirama.
No, you're just stating things ad nauseum with no.
Tobirama even said himself. Blah blah blah. You can't prove that.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Literally, him getting blitzed by Tobirama, and then later on he blitzes all the Hokage single-handedly. That's enough.
Okay, he blitzed Tobirama. Tobirama was able to react to him and tag him on multiple occasions.
Again, he fluctuates the whole time.
He's fluctuated. You have to prove he was.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Him having conversations with himself literally
Having
proves
a
it.
conversation with yourself doesn't make you
Naruto.
Reaction time. So you have no proof.
That is proof. That is proof.
You have no proof.
Clearly knew he was being manipulated by
Again, I just stated the feats that imply it as well.
You're finished. I just slapped all four of you.
No, you didn't. You got your ass whooped, dude. You're a sad debater. I'm sorry. You're not as good as you think you are. You're subpar. You're a sophist, bro. You're a sophist. You're a sophist. The fuck out of here, retard.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about, and I was super entertained, to be honest.
He's
I'm glad you enjoyed that.
a subpar debater, bro. Honestly. It's literally.
It was just so invested into his own belief.
Yeah.
It was fallacious to translate that.
He's not even a sophist because his tactics weren't even clever. Like, bro, get the fuck out of here.
He's trying to say we have no empirical data.
I literally just gave an abundance, and he just says, no, it doesn't prove anything. Well, give me some rationale instead of just stating ad nauseum. That's fallacious, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Literally ad nauseum, though. Over and
Over and over is the same bullshit. That's not how you debate, bro.
Super entertaining, though.
Take some fucking lessons.
Hey, there's people coming in with the smoke,
Subpar.
Come, easy arguments to present, If you don't want to believe it, that's up to you, bro.
Subpar argument. Alright.
Hello.
What's up?
How's it going?
Hey guys. I don't really have any questions. I just want to say out just real quick that last discussion you guys had was like really fucking entertaining. I want to point that out. And this whole thing about Tobirama being close to Minato is absolutely fucking ridiculous.
Exactly,
I just
bro.
don't want to hear it. I just don't want to hear it anymore.
Right.
It's a disrespect to fucking the show, and that's all.
Right.
This whole thing about Tobirama is just stupid to me.
Yeah.
There's no universe where Tobirama is even touching fucking Minato.
Empirically, it's just not suggested at all.
To interrupt, guys. Give me like 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
All right.
You're good, man.
Yeah, empirically.
That's what I really wanted to point out. This whole Minato conversation is just stupid. I don't know where we go from this. I hope that the audience makes some good discussions, but that's all I really have to say.
Yeah.
No, I agree completely, man. I mean, it's just narratively clearly proven where Minato scales. I mean, by Hiruzen himself, by the Hokage, who's fully aware.
By Tobirama himself, too.
Knows Tobirama. Tobirama himself.
He admits speed inferiority. Like, what else do you need?
Exactly.
But yeah.
Even Minato with his lack of sage mode, I don't think Tobirama was even touching him in that stage.
Yeah. It's just a hilarious stance.
Yeah, that's all I really got to say. It's nice meeting you, Jay the Great. Big fan of your YouTube channel.
Appreciate that, brother. Thanks for coming in.
All right. See you,
brother.
Appreciate it.
Let's read the chat real quick. That's after all of that shenanigans. It doesn't upscale Tobirama. He's reaching. Yeah, it's an extremely sophist tactic. I don't say Rinnegan are weak, but Obito is mentally fucked. That's important context. Yeah, he was.
Absolutely, it is.
The second he saw Naruto, his whole resolve was in question the whole entire time. And he's like, that doesn't prove it. What else would prove it? It's fucking stupid, bro. Get the fuck out of here. People are really hurt about Tobirama being weaker than Minato. They're being sophist. Jay said Obito was talking to himself. He was talking to himself because Naruto made him question his own resolve and his own intentions the whole entire time. That's why he's talking to himself.
Go hard, man.
Yeah.
Seen it plenty of times.
That's all you need to know. And I couldn't even get a word out. I kept fucking like talking over everyone too. So I would have gave more context if he kept his mouth shut.
I mean, yeah, it's just an appeal to ignorance and appeal to emotion about.
Obito feats can all be put into question because his power fluctuates the entire time, like common knowledge did.
Even Minato was freaking in and out. You know what I mean? Like battling Obito, who you thought
Even his resolve, was questioned after he saw Obito being the person that was causing this whole war. He was also mentally nerfed as well.
Like, yeah, it was a huge twist, man.
Mentally nerfed as well. And to just disregard mental nerfs, it's pretty disingenuous.
Yeah, it's an interesting take to, reach on for sure.
Yeah. Minato did react to the orb, but he didn't react to Tobirama getting to the orb before all of them. Minato being dazed was even said in the data book. Yeah, he's mentally nerfed as well.
Oh, really? Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, well, there you go then.
Yeah.
It's just clearly shown, though, man. For sure.
Yeah, they're just reaching. It's kind of pathetic. Okay, next person. Let's see if this person comes in. Yo.
How's it going, man?
What's up?
I'm doing well.
Do you have a question?
Yes, I just wanted to ask how much of a monster Pain is. He's like a monster man.
Like
He's
where we scale him?
No, like to Kakuzu. You know,
Oh.
which man do you think is like the one that's gonna beat him? Like,
Which
just one Pain.
Tendo would probably be more than enough. Yeah. Tendo casually beat a stronger Pain or Kakashi. Pain or Kakashi, even without his MS, was having a Taijutsu exchange with Kakuzu, so Tendo would be more than enough, even by himself.
And Tendo's just playing Kakashi the whole time.
Yeah, he's just playing. He's literally toying with him. Yeah. So even that one would be enough.
Osteopath as well,
Yeah, the Osteopath might have a good chance, but definitely the Tendo Pain would defeat Kakuzu easily.
Honestly, low-key, I even think the Animal Path can do with all his hacks. You know what I mean? Like the Chameleon and stuff. Perhaps if he has enough AP to get through Kakuzu, but if he can get blitzed by or surprised, I guess, twice by Naruto, I think it's more than plausible the Chameleon or one of the Animal Paths be able to surprise him in that way as well.
Yeah.
Kakuzu just doesn't scale that high at all, bro.
He doesn't.
Really doesn't.
Oh, the dog, the animal dog that would easily take out Kakuzu. Kakuzu's not taking that out. He's not taking out the dog.
Yeah. What he's gonna do? Just exhaust his chakra supply till there's, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's hard to get rid of it unless you have like a hacks ability like Itachi did, the Amaterasu. All right, but do you have anything else to say?
Which one do you think is stronger, Jiraiya or Kakuzu?
Who's stronger? Jiraiya.
Yeah,
Jiraiya is stronger than Kakuzu.
I mean, in base, I guess it would be Kakuzu. I guess.
In base, it's possible, but if Jiraiya is in Sage Mode, definitely he's stronger than.
Oh, Sage Mode, no doubt. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. The milestone where Naruto passes up Jiraiya isn't until Sage Mode anyway. So yeah, I think Jiraiya is superior to Kakuzu. Empirically, it just.
Base Jiraiya versus Kakuzu would be interesting though.
Yeah, sure. Base Jiraiya, that would be an interesting discussion.
Definitely, I can see that being a good one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'd be interesting. That'd be interesting as well.
Yeah.
What do you think about full power Pain? You think he's like any strong? I think he's equal to full power Naruto, right? He shouldn't be any stronger, right?
Yeah.
Referring to Sage Mode Naruto, or which continuity?
Full power Pain should be equal to full power Nagato.
Nagato. Yeah, I think the difference would be like insignificant. Yeah, I don't think it's that much different.
Yeah, agreed.
Like Edo, like people think that, and it's because there's 6 passive pain that he's like equally distributing his chakra into like fractional parts. I don't think that's the case. He more so just gives each a different ability for, I would say, it's maybe teamwork purposes or number purposes, but I don't think that full power Nagato would like body all the 6 passive pain if that were possible. I don't think so.
I think the advantage of numbers is pretty huge, and they all can have their own.
He might be, he might be slightly stronger, but I don't think he'd be like way more powerful than the passive pain. So.
Agreed, bro.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you very much. Right?
Yeah, appreciate you coming in, brother.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you.
What's up? All right, let's read the chats. Yeah, just using the war Obito feats is just kind of like a rat tactic to try to establish speed.
That's the only way you can really get Tobirama the highest.
Anywhere, yeah. He fluctuates because the entire time he's conflicted, mentally conflicted because of Naruto being a parallel of what he once was or would have been. Literally, that's all you need to prove he's mentally nerfed. Like, it's blatantly clear. Blatantly.
Yeah, he also knew he was just being a pawn.
Yeah,
by
and
Madara.
Minato as well was mentally conflicted as well. So if you want to use Tobirama like reacting before Minato, he's just mentally nerfed as well. Simple as that. You're basically fighting a losing battle trying to establish Tobirama being superior to Minato. Like, come on, man.
At this point, he's not going to admit confession.
Nah.
Everyone, yeah, it's just, he's too much into it now.
Yeah, his ego's too involved.
Absolutely.
Let's see. What else is in here? I think the chat's been going for a while. Okay, there's nothing that I need to read right now. Alright, let's bring in the next person. Let's see. Going once, going twice. Alright, well, I gave him a chance.
It's all good. Just raise your hand again if you want to come back in.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
How's it going?
Yeah, it's me again. Quick question. Minato versus Hashirama Senju. What are you guys' thoughts? I have a pretty good answer, but I just wanted to hear you guys' opinion on it.
Did you want to go first, Pimpin? Minato versus Hashirama.
Yeah.
Well, I think the fact that Hashirama only admits inferiority to someone of the likes of Obito, who kind of infers where he's at as a shinobi, being able to go against EMS Madara and winning against him, just indicates like his level of genjutsu resistance, perhaps more than likely his survivability, his endurance. His Sage Mode is a huge like crowd control jutsu. He has like the Force Devastation. So he can like literally take on the whole Shinobi Alliance, in my opinion, without like the main pivotal characters, of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty nonchalant to him. In comparison to Minato, yeah, he would be faster, but being faster doesn't necessarily equate to being above him in scaling. We know that Tobirama is faster than him due to Madara's statement, being he's the fastest Shinobi at the time. So
you're saying Hashirama is faster than Minato?
no, I'm saying Minato is faster than him, but I'm saying it doesn't necessarily matter because we know Tobirama is faster than Hashirama as well.
Yes,
You know?
I don't think speed is going to be the best feature for this fight.
And so I just think if like Hashirama can take on like sword attacks from the perfect Susanoo, I don't really think a Rasengan, even a giant one, would equate to AP at all. So durability, survivability, and then precognition with the Sage Mode would really help a lot with the whole speed difference as well. So I think it only would get contentious maybe if Minato really was like a proficient like Sage Mode user, you know, was able to like use that for a long period of time. That would amplify his AP, obviously, his speed, durability, etc., to the point where it may be contentious. But I would say Minato, just like as he's presented canonically, as an alive version, if you will, I don't believe he would take on Hashirama.
I came to the same conclusion.
Yeah, like
it's a different answer.
Like Pippin said, speed isn't the only variable when trying to equate a victor. Again, Tobirama stated to be even faster than Madara himself. He admits it blatantly again, but it's all the notion is obviously that Tobirama is inferior to Madara and Hashirama for that matter. So speed isn't the only variable. Hashirama has blatantly more impressive feats than Minato as well. Minato struggled against a teen Obito. Hashirama went toe to toe with EMS Madara. So that's more than enough to imply who's the superior. And as far as almost every other tangible aspect. So simply put, even if Minato were able to hit Hashirama, I don't think he even has the AP to really threaten him or make Hashirama risk the chance of losing the battle. So simply put, Minato in most cases, despite the speed advantage, would lose the majority of the time. So
yeah, I also agree.
Yeah,
100%, man. Yeah, exactly.
I'm trying to get a scenario where I disagree with you guys, so I will be back.
All right, yeah, it's fun to play devil's advocate.
Always is, man.
Yeah, appreciate it though, brother.
All right.
Peace. All right.
I love Minato, man. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. Speed is sometimes overrated. I mean, if the gap is extremely significant, clearly that would do something because you wouldn't be able to fire synapses in time to react. But I don't think the gap in speed between the two is that vast. So I think Hashirama, most likely wins.
Theoretically, have to move fast enough to blitz Hashirama's precognition with Sage Mode, put a seal on him somehow, and then like flying Raji in him. But then again, like Hashirama can tank like hits from the EMS.
Yeah.
As perfect as Thanos. It's like,
so
what does Minato have for AP?
Exactly. So someone said the few times Minato would win against Hashirama, how do you think? The most realistic scenario I could possibly see is he blitzes him, teleports behind him, and uses some sort of quick process sealing jutsu to seal. That would probably be the best bet. I don't see him killing Hashirama. I don't know if he even has the AP to threaten him. Even if it's just his body itself, it has regenerations where it doesn't require him to use hand seal, so he would heal anyway. So yeah, it would probably be a sealing jutsu.
I don't think even this Reaper Death Seal will work on Hashirama because like we know Hashirama like literally tamed all the tail beasts as pets.
Right.
And we just discussed how much like chakra Minato has, but like in comparison to Hashirama, you need to have at least the same amount of chakra to even seal him in the first place. So even if something as powerful as like the Reaper Death Seal, I don't even think would work on Hashirama, to be honest.
Yeah.
It would have to be like some like 6-path tool.
That's true because even the Reaper Death Seal does have a pull aspect. Like Orochimaru's here is a good example where he had to pull the soul out of Orochimaru. It was kind of a struggle. Naruto versus Nagato is another example where Nagato was trying to rip his soul out. So I think in the event that you're trying to do it to someone stronger, it might not work, and Hashirama is clearly stronger than Minato. So there's a good chance he wouldn't even be able to pull it out. So that's also a possibility. But it'd have to be some sort of sealing jutsu. That's the best.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's the best scenario for him. I don't see him beating him toe to toe. So let's see the chat here. He get hit and it would have went through the body on the spot. Yeah, what happened with Minato when he caught the true seeking orbs? It didn't even touch his jacket. It didn't go through far enough to even go through his jacket or anything. So that just also reinforces where his reaction speeds are. Barely touched him enough to where he could teleport them away, which is a crazy feat actually. So, all right. By the way, folks, if you're entertained, make sure to hit the like button if you haven't already. We had some contrarians come in a couple times already. Again,
right, Jay, my bad on that. Something came up.
That's alright. And again, you guys could debate, but if you're going to allow your ego to go that extreme, then things are not going to end well. So
yeah, we're trying to have a genuine discussion about things. We're not trying to have this battle of wits or rhetoric. We're just trying to actually be honest and give everyone information that is narratively and empirically stated as well.
Yeah, exactly. All right, someone else had their hand up. Let's see.
If you can't behave, then
yeah,
you're gonna get a spanking, and we're just gonna reciprocate the energy as well. And then once we have enough of your nonsense, and that's simple. Grow up.
Yo.
What's up, Jay?
You there? Going once, going twice.
What did I miss so far, though? Just curious.
All right. Someone asked us Hashirama versus Minato. We said Hashirama more than likely, and then someone asked, what else did they ask? Who's this? What past the pain would defeat Kakuzu 1-on-1? We said most likely the Tendo pain for sure. So I think that was all.
Yeah.
Ken Rock, do it. Oh, thanks for the $2, Ken Rock. Appreciate it. Someone said, he said, do we all see the same colors? I believe there's individuals that are colorblind. I would also argue that, each person's pair of eyes individually might fall somewhere different on the electromagnetic spectrum, very, very slightly, which is the reason for color blindness, which also reinforces that notion. So simply put, no, we don't all see the same colors.
I don't know the science behind it, Jay, but I've had moments where I'm with my girl and we're just kind of chilling, and I'm over here seeing some weird ass colors and shit.
Right.
I'm like, bro, do you see that? And she's like, no. And I'm like,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Another way to prove that we don't is the fact that there are these very specifically taken photos that show different colors to different eyes, which also proves that we see different colors sometimes. So yeah, it
could be different pigmentation or hue or something.
Yeah,
but
it can come down to genetic predisposition. It can come down to ocular deficiencies, all that plays a factor in what colors you see, how you see them, things like that. So, again, I'm not a fucking whatever you call those eye doctors, but yeah, oncologist, I guess. I think that's what they're called.
No, oncology is for
Yeah.
cancer. Ophthalmologist is for
There you
eyes.
go, ophthalmologist.
It is interesting though because from when we're basically learning numbers and colors and basic things of life, this certain color that we say is green, for example, it is fair to say that everyone's subjectively seeing it differently.
Yeah.
Based on how much of the electromagnetic spectrum you just said as well, and other variables. So what we say is green may be different in your perspective.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's what you've been reinforced to believe as such your whole life.
Yeah, that's also another factor as well. Yeah. All right, he put his hand up again. Let's see if we can hear him this time.
Yeah, you get me?
Oh, there you go. I don't hear you yet.
Yeah, my bad, bro. I know you added me twice, but my headphones was, bro. I was just on the phone with somebody and I was talking through my headphones and the shit was just fine. But for some reason when you added me on Discord, you wasn't able to hear me, so I had to take them off.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know
all
what
good.
the fuck. I guess they just now broke. But yeah, so that's why he wasn't able to hear me. But,
it's good.
Yeah.
Man. It's all good in the hood, man. Straight.
But nah, bro. So this is the first time I'm coming in to debate something that I disagree with.
All right.
Yeah,
I want to talk about Kakuzu versus Sasori. Why do you think Sasori beats Kakuzu?
Well, if we're talking about them going all out, we can assume in their primes. Sasori is stated by Chiyo to be the best puppet user of all time. Chiyo has stalemated Hanzo on several occasions, implying at her prime she was around Hanzo's level, who bodied the Sannin single-handedly. Again, they were weak, they were younger, but either way, someone of that caliber admitting inferiority is more than enough to scale Sasori above someone above the likes of Kakuzu, who barely was able to contend. Well, not barely, but was contending with a base Sharingan Kakashi.
He hadn't even gotten to Jiraiya's level yet. You know what I mean? Around that narrative aspect. It's only where he was kind of reaching the point with his jutsu with the rising.
Right. I wouldn't use a Sakura fight because he was holding back, and it just seems he's very nonchalant all about it. Chiyo admits that he could have killed them both at the end of that battle as well. He's like, yeah, he could have killed us if he wanted to.
There are people that think he scales to Sakura, and
no,
that's not the case.
No.
He fucking scales to Sakura.
Definitely not prime. Definitely not prime Sasori. Definitely not prime Sasori.
Yeah, definitely not prime Sasori. If he's killing the third Kazekage, basically you can scale him above the third, who scales above prime Chiyo, who scales to Hanzo again, scales above all the Sannin collectively, easily. Or we can't say that 3 Tomoe base Sharingan Kakashi would scale above someone like Hanzo.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that was a pretty contentious battle for Kakuzu. I know he had to deal with Naruto as well, but to say that those two would equate to someone of Sasori scaling is a little
bro. One way to really hit it like a home run for it, bro. If you really think, if you're gonna be really like a rat or disingenuous and think Sasori scales to Sakura, okay, what, you really think Sakura is fighting fucking Orochimaru? All the times she had her interactions, she couldn't do shit. It was just Naruto or other people doing shit to try to fight.
Yeah, you know there's context.
And in the manga and the anime, constantly over and over is providing that Sasori or Deidara can be able to fight, Orochimaru. That fight is destined to happen. The whole spy shit, you name it, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So they're able to fight against an opponent from that caliber.
Right. So
Sakura, she would get fucking destroyed.
Yeah, but if you want to counter us, you still can. By the way.
Yeah, please.
Y'all done?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. My problem with a lot of those statements is that there are a lot of times where people like someone. Well, I'm trying to pull up this screenshot because I was talking to somebody else about this shit.
And take your time, man. I'll rush.
Yeah, because someone kind of said a similar thing. I don't really have faith in I kind of scale things. I kind of scale people differently in terms of just seeing how the abilities will react to each other and what feats they have to that we actually see on screen to see how their abilities stack up against each other.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Rather than listening to statements and shit. Cause we're also bringing up the Chiyo shit with she was convinced that she could beat Sakuma, whose reputation surpassed Sonic, who routinely fought Hanzo, you know what I'm saying, who beat the Sonic. But my problem with that type of stuff is that statements like little shit like that, there's always inconsistencies with that
Right.
that we see throughout the series. Like you always see people getting hyped up to be a certain level, and then we see later on that they really ain't. They really don't amount to other people. They really don't amount to certain other people.
Right.
When it's not Shake the Sun, man.
I see what I see what you're saying.
Exactly. Like where it's clearly implied that certain people are like Kishimoto meant for certain people to be stronger, and then he meant for certain people to be weaker.
Right.
Then they ended up being later on in the series. Like we see this all the time with Minato clearly being hyped up to be the strongest Hokage, and then it gets fucking retcon, and
Right.
he gives it to Hashirama and that shit like that. Like you got people that so Chiyo was convinced that she could beat Sakumo, whose reputation is Sani, and it's like okay, she attacked Kakashi because she thought he was because she thought she was Sakumo.
She was
Old though too at that time,
Yeah.
you know. So yeah.
Yeah. But it's like it doesn't mean that she could necessarily beat him. She was just in a fit of rage. So it's like shit like that
Definitely not
can
old.
be.
Yeah.
Yeah, like shit like that can be very flexible. So I don't really scale like that.
Integrity and statements, Jay. Like integrity and statements is
They
definitely
they do, yeah. I would admit statement integrity and reliability does vary definitely, and obviously the more explicit empiricism we have, the more you could suggest that those statements are valid and concrete. But when it comes to things, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I just think it logically makes sense though, because there's multiple like supplementary like evidence statements that like support this notion of where like Sasori would scale. Like Jay said earlier, like he's the strongest puppet user, which would scale above Chiyo. He's also known to take on the third Kazekage, and we know how he was revered in his lore. So
Right,
there
yeah.
not much like empirical evidence per se, but the lore definitely like substantiates this notion. Same with like Sakumo, like he was, you know, supposed to be above the Sannin by Minato, you know, someone of credible repertoire as well. So it's
Right.
like, I understand that there's no like empirical like solidified evidence to like you know, substantiate these claims essentially, but they are validated and they do have synonymous scaling with like multiple characters and people of similar you know, relationships, if you will.
Yeah. So essentially, you can't really use deduction at that point. You're more so using induction against statements. I'll admit there is a varying degree of reliability for every statement out there. I'll agree with that. But at some point, you do got to use inductive arguments for things such as like Sakumo versus Hanzo, because it's inevitable. You can't use explicit empiricism because there is none.
You can't use like actual feats because
Yeah.
we didn't actually get to see that on screen.
Right.
So I get that, but
Right.
I feel like with Sasori and Kakuzu was different because we actually saw them fight each other, and not fight each other, but fight people on screen. So I basically reread manga chapters and I reread anime fights and shit like that to make sure I wasn't tripping, because I know Sasori is not weaker than Sakura, and another thing that I'm trying to touch on too is that, like, you know, when people say, oh well, you know, Sasori is played to be the strongest puppet master, all this other shit, and you got this one person who was fighting this person, and then Sasori should just be above that person. Another thing too is that it's not really linear, and I can actually say that Sakura, even though she would have died in that fight if she was fighting by herself, like she definitely would have died.
Oh yeah, she got clapped. Yeah, bro.
If Sasori, if she was like fighting like, because at first he's not really taking the fight seriously. He's like
No.
joking around with them. But there is points in the fights where Sasori is actually trying to kill Sakura, and Sakura
and he's also
managed to
succeeding.
avoid.
He's fucking her up too. You know what I mean? Like he's
Yeah. But Sakura actually does catch
She has like one moment. She has like one moment with the and Sasuke.
Yeah,
I think she was thinking more like Sasuke or something.
Yeah, but what I was about to say is that she catches. I feel like she catches Sasori off guard in a lot of moments because Sasori isn't expecting her to be prepared to deal with the shit that he throws away, because her powers end up being a really bad counter to how his powers work in regards to his poisons. Most specifically, we see this the most with his poison, because when he attacks Sakura with the third Kazekage puppet, with the iron sand that has the poison infused to it. So Sakura plays that and drops to the ground, and she uses that as bait to get the third Kage near her, so she can one shot it with her super strength and shit like that.
Yeah.
But Sasori is like caught off guard because he isn't expecting her to be able to have an antidote for her poison type. For his poison type shit. So because Sakura is like a really good medical ninja and all this other shit, and then she's fighting alongside the nigga's grandma, like
Exactly,
the motherfucker who raised him. So I feel like there's even I don't like to debate. Oh, not debate. I don't like the power scale that way because there are plenty of instances in Naruto where people are just bad counter matchups for people.
Agreed.
And Sasori, Chiyo and Sakura were literally just they were like Guy and Kisame. They were like the two worst opponents for someone like Sasori to go up against. A nigga who uses poison and puppets fighting against his own grandma who literally raised him, knows everything about him, knows his weak spot, knows how to get up under his skin. And that's actually how Sasori died anyway. He didn't even die. He still could have killed him if he wanted to, but he literally lets himself get hit by the last attack because he has a weak moment because he flashes back to his parents type shit.
Right.
So
Well,
he freezes type shit in the fucking puppets come up behind him and stuff like that. So it's literally just like the worst type of matchup for someone like Sasori.
So if you want a more if you want a more empirical based argument, you could simply say Kakuzu lost to people that were inferior to Deidara, who's stated to be inferior to Sasori, and Deidara fought Sasuke. Sasuke was relative to him to some arbitrary extent. Kakuzu lost to people that blatantly admit inferiority. Naruto, after beating Kakuzu, said, "I'm not stronger than Sasuke. I'm still not strong enough to defeat him." And Deidara did very well against Sasuke and nearly stalemated him, which implies who scales over who, right? Because Deidara admits inferiority to Sasori as well. And those aren't statements. Those are blatant empirical feats to build a chain.
Yeah, I was gonna touch on that too because I don't think that was a genuine statement when Deidara said that Sasori was stronger than him. Because if you actually read the entire page, if I could screen share or some shit like that.
I know what you're talking about.
Page, you know I have to pull it up, but Kakashi's debating whether he should go back to help Sakura and Chiyo with Sasori, or if he should go with Naruto.
Yeah, he's trying to separate himself from.
Naruto's chasing after Deidara, and Deidara is this would be a good time for me to capture both the Nine Tails and the One Tail. So he's trying to get Kakashi to not tag along with Naruto. So I think that this is just Deidara trying to get Kakashi to stay behind. I don't think that Deidara necessary. I don't think that Deidara necessarily is stronger than Sasori, but I also don't think that you can necessarily say that Sasori is automatically above him just because of this statement, because I can't in good faith say that this is a genuine statement because we literally see in the page that Deidara is Deidara says that, oh, I don't know if I should be showing this, but Sasori is stronger than I am, and if you actually read the manga chapter before it just seems odd that Deidara would just be saying shit like that because they're literally about to kill each other every time they're talking about whose art is better, and now Deidara is just ready to admit that fucking Sasori is stronger than him, and then right after he says this, Naruto's telling Kakashi, stay behind with Sakura and Chiyo, and then we see Deidara smirking in the next panel. So he's doing this devious ass little smirk, which literally just implies that Deidara was only saying this. Deidara's only reason for saying this is just because he doesn't want Kakashi to come on with Naruto. So I don't really. A lot of people use that statement to automatically scale Sasori above Deidara, but
that's
Deidara is like a monster, bro. I don't know if Sasori is just fucking destroying him. He's a monster. And another thing too is that like I said, Sakura. I know Sakura would have died if she fought Sasori by himself, but she was reacting to Sasori's puppets. She was able to react to Sasori on multiple occasions, showing that she could at least react to Sasori. And this Sakura post-Sasori fight encounters base Hebi Sasuke without the Orochimaru absorption, and she literally isn't even able to perceive his movements. Like Sasuke might as well have been teleporting. That's how fast he might as well have been teleporting. From Sakura's point of view, because Sakura's literally like, what the fuck? Like, when did he move? This Sakura has literally fought Sasori before, and she's able to react to his puppets. And she can't even fucking see fucking Sasuke move. And this is like a weaker Sasuke than the one that fought Datara.
Yeah.
And then Datara, Sasuke charges at Datara at full speed, and Datara is able to. I do think that Sasuke still is faster than Datara, because if Datara would have tried to keep fighting Sasuke on the ground, he would have lost, because he's like barely able to react to that one attack.
He's definitely superior.
Yeah. He's like, oh, damn, Sasuke is fast, but he is still able to dodge that shit. And I think Datara might just be faster than fucking Sasori, just by the fact that he's at least able to barely react to a fucking attack that from Sasuke. And
Sasuke reaction speed, like that, or they're at least
Sasuke. But I think Datara should be able to like react to fucking Sasori's puppets at the least. And I also think that C4 is a viable win condition against Sasori, because a lot of people think that Sasori doesn't like in hell, he doesn't breathe because he's a puppet, but when he does get stabbed, he does start coughing up blood, which I'm not gonna say that it's definitive that he breathes, but I mean, if you're coughing up blood, I think that it's pretty safe to assume that you do still have some kind of way that you're breathing in oxygen. So I do think that Datara and Sasori, I don't want to debate Datara versus Sasori, because this is Sasori versus Kakuzu. But all I'm simply saying is that people think I think Kakuzu will have a easier time with Sasori than he would have against Datara. Even though a lot of people try to say that Sasori, but a lot of people like you guys try to say that Sasori is stronger than Datara, so therefore Kakuzu should have a worse time. But I'm simply saying that I don't think that statement of Datara saying Sasori is stronger than him is that concrete to go off of, because of the context in which it was said. And also you have to think about the fact that the power scaling in Naruto is not linear, and somebody can be weaker than one person and then still be able to lose against another person that would, well, no, I'm sorry, they can be weaker than one person, and then you can have somebody else.
Yeah,
you guys get what I'm saying,
right?
I don't need to.
Right. So here's the problem with your here's a problem with your argument, though. The way logic and deduction works is empiricism usually triumphs over rationalism, and even if that empirical evidence isn't concrete, 100% definitive, it more so on a balance of probabilities guarantees your claim more so than headcanon, right? Because most of your arguments are headcanon, and they're also debatable as well. But we do know, as a fact, Chiyo did fight Hanzo on more than one occasion, implying that she's relative to some degree, right? Because for her to be able to survive more than one encounter with him, which most people don't do, implies that she is somewhere relative.
Right?
Yeah. And again, we can scale him to the Sannin, all right? And she admits explicitly, yeah, he's the best puppet user of all time. Including, we can presuppose that she means over herself in her prime, right? So you would have to kind of prove why that statement isn't concrete or valid, or why she'd lie about that. I can't find any valid reason why she would lie about that. Also, so simply put, your approach is more unreliable, I would say, because it's purely headcanon, and you're actually playing contrarian to the empirical evidence provided, despite it maybe not being 100% concrete. And I understand where you're coming from, because you're right. Some statements have less validity and reliability than others, but these statements in particular, I don't see that being the case. Something like Itachi's statement on Kisame and himself versus Jiraiya, that does have very low reliability, and there's plenty of rationale behind that. But your train of thought is more so rationality going against the very empirical evidence provided itself. And the Datara is very egotistical. He never admits inferiority, basically ever. He's always says my art is the best. And one of the only times he ever, the only two times he ever admits inferiority are against Itachi, and against Sasori. So I don't see him admitting inferiority just to have whatever cause you claim it to be. So I think you're fighting.
Well, it wasn't really a cause that I claimed it to be. It was pretty like clear that that's why he was saying that.
It's not pretty clear,
Yeah,
but
I
it's possible. I'll say that.
with the
Yeah,
concept
it was pretty clear, bro. Like Vader was like smirking hard as fuck. Like he's like.
I mean, he's always doing that.
Yeah,
That's just
like-
his demeanor. That's his personality.
Yeah,
Also,
but
what would you say? What's the win column for Kakuzu then for you? Since we've already established like what we like. What
well, yeah. I was just trying to get past all that because, like I said, I do think that it's. I don't think that it's as extreme as the situation with Kisame Jiraiya. It's definitely not as extreme as the situation with Kisame Jiraiya and Itachi because
relative.
we just know that Jiraiya is just blatantly not scaling to Kisame or Jiraiya in Shippuden. But also, when you say that, oh, Chio fought this person for when that was in her prime, and like I said, it goes back to statements because when you actually think about it, realistically, like we're looking at it now, realistically, there's nothing Jiraiya can do that can fucking compete with full power Samahara Kisame or Itachi, even if he's sick. And I think realistically, there's nothing Chio could even do to hurt fucking Kakuzu or do anything in Kakuzu for you to be able to be like, well, Chio scales to this person, so therefore, if Sasori beat her, Sasori should beat Chio because I don't think Chio scales to Kakuzu.
Right. Well, you say you think, right? But our chain of scaling coincides with the empirical feats, right? That's the problem. You're going against the empiricism. That's the problem. That's why your claims are more unreliable than ours because you're playing contrarian to the very empirical feats provided, despite the reliability
I don't see. Well, continue.
Yeah, that was all I'd say. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was gonna let you finish speaking because I don't want to cut.
No, that was it actually. That was what
Hey,
I'd say.
something quick before you guys continue.
I think, yeah.
What's it called, bro? Jay, you got some weird haters, bro. To the point where they're literally sending me DMs and like some fucking weird shit. To where, like,
They can come in if they want.
Like fucking, like they're also spamming some shit in your chat of like a fucking guy like doing some shit with his dick and whatnot.
Oh shit! I'm not gonna go to that right now.
I had to edit that out because.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go to that. Yeah, I'm gonna get fucking trouble.
Like, I understand what you're saying because like we don't know exactly like what Prime Chio did to contend with Hanzo exactly, like hyper literally, but we do know that, like Jay said, that she did go against him on several occasions, and we do know that like Hanzo has like extreme hacks with his poison. He can go against people like Mifune, who has like light speed attacks, literally. So we can like scale Hanzo to some arbitrary level, at least above the Sonic, at the very least when they were younger, So, and we also do have a good sense of Chio's arsenal as well when she did go against Sasori. So like we can say with her scaling to like such opponents and her arsenal, she would be able to go against someone of lesser scaling, essentially. Just getting down to like the very basics of it.
Right.
So
that.
And
Yeah.
then also,
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, like I was saying, I kind of like disagree that I'm playing like a Turian because I'm just simply going off of the fact that if we know for a fact that if that stuff happens in the series where it's like we know like for a fact that statements in the scaling that there's inconsistencies all throughout the story.
Right, but despite
I think it's completely fair for me to say, well, this character is weaker just because he doesn't have the strength or the physical power feats to contend with this other character. Like I said, like people say 1,000 times with Jiraiya versus Itachi and Kisame. Like Chio just doesn't have the feats to even to where I would even scale her to beating Kakuzu because it's just like, what the hell would she do? A lot of people just say, I think a lot of people in like when they debate Naruto, they use stuff like that. But with me, I'm always scratching my head because it's just like, yeah, people are saying that this person should be stronger than that person but it's only based off of statements. It's not actually based off of physical feats. Like when we say Kakuzu doesn't lose to doesn't beat Pain, I agree because Pain's jutsu, we can see how his jutsu would actually be too much for like Kakuzu has no answer to that. And same thing with Kisame, he would get destroyed by Kisame because Kakuzu uses all ninjutsu. Kisame absorbs.
Sasori
You know what
does
I'm
have,
saying? So it's just.
he does have like
What-
poison
what you
gas.
saying?
He does have like
Yeah,
poison
yeah, yeah.
gas,
I'm finna get into that right now. I just wanted to get past all the statement stuff because I actually want to.
Yeah, but again, your
how
method
their
is
abilities was
your method is unreliable though. It's just playing contrarian. That's what you're basically doing.
It's just hard to go in favor for Kakuzu based off what we know he's able to go against and what we can actually like physically and empirically like scale him to. You know,
The way,
And
yeah,
it's not really that impressive compared to what Sasori has been able to do. You know?
the empirical
So-
battle
so
goes
you
in
see-
Sasori's favor very clearly.
Like, let's be real. Like, if Naruto was fighting Sasori, like if he was switched out of Sakura's like position, and mind you, this is where he doesn't even have the Rising Shuriken yet. You know, because like, the only difference of what happens when he fights Kakuzu is he gets better to be able to utilize his shadow clones, and he can also do the Rising Shuriken. He doesn't have like a drastic, fucking increase of power level or anything like that.
Yeah, and
He
again,
starts that whole thing after losing the Sasuke.
in logic,
So-
yeah, and again, when it comes to deduction, empiricism usually triumphs over rationalism. So it's just you're going against the grain essentially, and the best way we can skill ambiguous topics like that is to use empiricism. We could nitpick everything, but again, that it goes against the empirical evidence provided.
I actually wanted to see what you guys would say in terms of like what Sasori would do, like as far as winning conditions in that fight.
Yeah. Now I'll admit this: if the empiricism isn't really there at all, like Itachi versus Pain, that's where rationalism needs to be utilized. There's very little to compare the two. They're both very hyped up, but in this case, empirically, there's much more for Sasori. You can play contrarian against those feats, but there's as much for him, and all those reinforce the very idea of Sasori being superior. So it's you're going against the whole empirical, I guess, painting that Kishimoto had in mind for Sasori in comparison to Kakuzu. So yeah.
Yeah, it's just that simple. Like I said, if you take that same Naruto dude, like if he was to go against like fucking Sasori, like I'm gonna tell you right now, even with the fucking Rising Shuriken, Shadow Clone Ball, whatever, like he's not replicating the same feat he did against Kakuzu.
Yeah.
Like Sasori is gonna be fucking just straight up like bodying his ass with all the fucking projectiles, poison, fucking
Poison
sand.
gas.
Like that's a horrible like fucking matchup.
Yeah, Rasen Shuriken Naruto, yeah.
If he was struggling with just tentacles alone, bro, like he's fucked. You know, so
if Naruto and Kakashi switched positions with Sakura and Chio, they would have died. So I know that like that's my whole point when it comes when it goes to a whole counter matchup.
Yeah, but that just speaks testaments to Chio's power though. That doesn't really negate that.
Yeah, it's just basically Chio backpack. It's kind of similar to the Itachi and Sasuke.
What did Jada Gray say?
Itachi backpacking, you know.
I missed what Jada Gray said about Chio.
That just speaks testaments to her ability. It doesn't really negate anything.
That's why I brought up the Itachi thing with Sasuke.
It speaks
testaments to her ability.
Yeah, what she can do. She like contributed effectively to that battle. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, so it doesn't really prove any. That doesn't prove anything. Yeah.
Well, no, I was simply saying that if they switched places, like they would have died. Like they were more than likely.
It could have been a high diff one. I could say
Naruto and Kakashi could have, but it would have been harder because Chio wouldn't have been able to counter his abilities as much. But the problem with Naruto is that he just has to hit Sasuke with the Rasen Shuriken. Like if he hits Sasuke with the Rasen Shuriken, he's gonna die. Same way Kakuzu got obliterated by it, but
yeah, of course, but it wouldn't get to that point. Like I guess that's so much more.
If he does, right? If he does,
if he could,
for sure.
Yeah.
If and only if.
The problem is Naruto wouldn't be able to get past him with all this poison, but I'm pretty sure Kakuzu wouldn't really struggle that much with it because I know Sasori does have a valid
poison, right? You know, like if he's like think of it this way, Jay. Think of it this way: like if he's struggling to deal with like combo tactics and plans from like Shikamaru, you know what I mean, or like other people and whatnot. You really think this man's gonna be able to deal with like everything fucking Sasori's throwing at him, like all that poison projectiles?
That's what I'm about to get into because I don't think Kakuzu wasn't. You really just have to look at the context. You can't just be like, oh well, he struggled with Shikamaru and Kakashi. He didn't. He was like pretty much like picked them up. He wasn't. Yeah, no. Well, no, I'm getting into that because he wasn't like. It's not like Kakashi and Shikamaru were like. They came up with the strategy, but the strategy wasn't based around. It wasn't based around landing an attack on Kakuzu like with Naruto or like it would be in the other situation. It was literally like like using Hidan's ritual magic against them. Like it was literally just
Not even that. I'm
taking
not
a
referring to
sample
that.
of Kakuzu.
I'm referring to the beginning. So when Shikamaru's doing a 1v2, he literally successfully wins that 1v2 interaction and gets them both in shadow possession. To where he's able to move fast
Yeah, but
enough,
he doesn't.
beating pressure,
He doesn't
do
damage
combo.
them.
Well, yeah, what's it called? Like, but he's able. That's
I'm
not like
talking about
that's not what he was trying to accomplish. He was trying to just to capture. So like, if he can be able to pull those feats off, Shikamaru out of all characters, okay, like you know what I mean, like. Then,
I mean,
then you put Sasori in Shikamaru's shoes, like he's definitely gonna do a lot more better.
Yeah, Shikamaru was a smart character, and he put Kakuzu in that position, but it didn't do anything because Kakuzu was just able to get past it.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
that's
of course.
what I'm saying.
Like,
It's like, yeah, he did it,
I'm
but
not
it-
arguing.
it's like
I'm
it
not
wasn't-
arguing like the effectiveness of him injuring him or anything like that. What I'm arguing is if Shikamaru is able to contend, base to base and apply pressure and successfully capture both of them, okay, and move forward from there, like you know what I mean. Then you have Sasori. Like what you put Shikamaru against Sasori. You know what I mean? Like, and Sasori has like all the stuff that he has access to. Like what does Shikamaru do? You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm trying to say. So.
Sasori isn't. I don't think Sasori is as smart as Shikamaru. And like I said, Sasori might be able to put Kakuzu in a position, but it won't be in the same way that Shikamaru can do that. And then, like
Yeah,
I
but
said, we also
again,
have to talk
your
about, like, how effective.
approach is this. You can't really back up any of your headcanon claims with empirical evidence, so that's the problem. So it's just we're supposed to take your word for it, but that's not how logic and deduction works.
No, I'm not saying put take my word for it, but I'm simply saying like I said, I'm getting into how their abilities stack up to each other.
But simply put, even styles do make fights, but if someone scales blatantly above the other, that doesn't matter because they'll just be superior in tangible aspects like speed, AP, etc. It's just there's a blatant scaling. Yeah, there is. There's plenty of empirical evidence to suggest that.
But what are the physical feats for that, though? What are the physical feats for that we see on screen?
Sasori, well, Chiyo scaling to Hanzo and her admitting blatant inferiority is enough.
Yeah, like they were literally equal.
That statement should. There's nothing to suggest. There's nothing to suggest that statement would be unreliable or a lie. So.
I'm not saying that the statement would be unreliable.
So he scales above Kakuzu.
What I'm saying is that let me explain this. What I'm saying is that we don't know what Chiyo is capable of in her prime. We only
surviving several encounters with Hanzo.
Well, I know, but we can only see what she did as an old lady. We know that what she did as an old lady.
But we do know what she's capable of as a prime, her prime as well. Yeah, she did very well against Sasori actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened?
So
Chiyo scales to Hanzo.
Yeah.
Right?
You said what? I'm sorry.
Chiyo scales to Hanzo. Right?
Yes, what I'm saying is that we don't know what Chiyo was doing in her prime. We didn't see Chiyo fight Sasori in her prime.
Stated though,
Chiyo lose to Sasori as an old lady. And we know that as an old lady, she doesn't have the feats to scale really to Kakuzu or Sasori in the fair genuine battle. Same thing with like when people say prime heroes.
I mean, you'd have to prove she got that she got like substantially weaker as an old lady. Yeah, you're the one that claimed it, right? You're claiming that there's no way. So.
No, what I'm saying is, here's what I'm saying.
Got weaker as an old lady. You know?
And Sasori was holding back, so.
What I'm saying is, if we don't know what Chiyo is capable of in her prime. We only see what she was able to do as an old lady. And we know that
we do know, but
we do know though.
As an old lady.
We do know what she's capable of in her prime.
No, what I'm saying is that we don't see her fight in her
I mean,
prime. We don't.
That's an appeal to ignorance, though.
But that doesn't matter because
That's an appeal to ignorance.
Death battle with Hanzo,
Yeah, several occasions.
Only spared the Sonic. Like, you do know why they were granted that status, right? Because they were the first ones to survive against him, and to where they're, all right, I'm going to grant you Legendary Sonic. With Chiyo, she survived and then just didn't.
On several occasions, by the way, more than one occasion.
But we're not. What I'm saying is, Prime Sasori. We didn't see Sasori beat Prime Chiyo. We saw her beat.
Yeah, but her stating that he's the best puppet user ever implies that he's above Prime Chiyo.
Yeah, that he have surpassed her, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, there's just so much evidence to support that direction, and then not only that, she's equal. Like Sasori, like, yes, I mean, we do know when
he just blatantly scales above Kakuzu. Yeah.
But that's also irrelevant because that's only a temporary nerf. What basically is affected mainly is like their stamina reserves and chakra, things like that. So she's gonna be able to fight for a decent amount of time and still, utilize her basically her prime effectiveness to a degree, okay, which is blatantly shown in that fight. And when they're doing like their whole puppet thing, they're literally like equal. Like they're going like blow for blow, you name it, whatever. And then eventually he's able to get.
Yeah.
And eventually he's able to get the upper hand, and it's literally like there's statements for it, the whole context, you name it. She even admits and says like, yeah, no, like we would have died and lost, but he decided not to kill us.
Yeah,
Like,
she literally admits inferiority. Yeah.
So like with all that into consideration, okay, and we analyze at least Chio's type of line of scaling, okay, only have so much, but with what we do have, that would technically upscale Sasori because he's above her and able to also beat an opponent that literally has kryptonite basically in a sense to counter his like poison and you name it, which is something Kakuzu wouldn't have. So there's just so much more in favor for Sasori.
Realistically, skills, he'd just speed blitz Kakuzu and kill him with poison probably. So
I don't think Kakuzu. Well, how does Sasori? Well, that's what I actually want to talk about. It's like how they would actually fight. How does Sasori speed blitz?
I mean, just the fact that he even remotely scales to someone like a Hanzo, and Kakuzu can barely, he's competing with a base Sharingan Kakashi, who's clearly inferior to Sannin level. That's all you need.
Well, like I said, we don't know how their abilities were interacting with.
We don't need to know that. The fact that he scales above him allows us to deduce tangible aspects. The poison would get him.
What kind of thing we do?
Hey, one example, Jay, or Twisted, what's it called? When Naruto threw like his Shuriken, like in his QB state, and he threw his Shuriken and everything, and like tried to attack Sasori. Sasori doesn't even look at him, and he blocks it effortlessly. Like there is a clear gap of strength between the two. You know what I mean? Like, and that's just what's being like kind of like advocated with Sasori as a character. Then you have, the same Naruto.
I mean, Naruto didn't throw his Shuriken at Kakuzu, so that's not really a fair.
Well, no, what I'm trying to say is then you have Naruto, who the only difference with this Naruto that's fighting the Kakuzu, because mind you, this is right after he gets an L from Sasuke, which initiates his whole training to get the Rising Shuriken. So he develops the Rising Shuriken, okay, a one-style Gun as well, and it now can effectively use his Shadow Clones better to obtain intel and strategize or use, whatever. That's the only major difference between these two Narutos now. And that Naruto is struggling against Kakuzu. Like, well, not really struggling, but like they're basically like relative and equal in a sense, where he's using his Shadow Clones, whatever, and he gets the upper hand like twice. While with Sasori would like just effortlessly would deal with the acute Naruto, which is technically stronger than that Naruto.
Naruto didn't pull out all the stops like he did. Like he didn't pull out all the stuff that he pulled against Kakuzu against Sasori.
Okay, even if he pulled out 2 or 3 more clones, what I'm saying is Sasori would deal with it effortlessly. That's basically what I'm saying. If Kakuzu struggled and Sasori can deal with the original effortlessly, even if he did 3 clones, 2 clones, whatever, Sasori would have still just shitted on them like he did effortlessly. Like it was really shown blatantly that.
And like I said, it goes back to the whole point where their powers are different.
Again, the tangible aspect.
You failed to scale.
Well, what I'm saying is Kakuzu's not. What I'm trying to say is Kakuzu's not gonna get damaged by anything Sasori does, except if he's able to poison him. And how is Sasori gonna poison him?
You blitz him.
If he can hardly
scales above him.
Poison gas. Well, what I'm saying is poison gas
have to breathe. He has to breathe like anyone else.
He has to breathe.
Kakuzu can blow that away with his wind heart.
Okay, but he's got 100 puppets who he can just interchange at any time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he just scales above him. Yeah.
He scales above him.
And the sand would have enough AP to definitely.
Right. Empirically, you haven't really provided a way how Kakuzu scales above Sasori. You've just used headcanon. Empirically, you can't do it. Yeah, your most of your method was headcanon. You going against the very empiricism.
It's not based on like reaching. It's based on accuracy.
It is reaching because you're speculating a lot of things like. It's heavy headcanon. The method is unreliable. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
But I don't think the Iron Sand is damaging Kakuzu when I have like pretty good evidence for that.
What evidence?
If Sakura can punch away a cube, well, I was just gonna say this real quick. If Sakura can punch away a cube of the fucking of a block of the Iron Sand, and I'm pretty sure Kakuzu should also have no issue doing that same
He doesn't
piece.
have
He
that
can
chakra
literally
control.
perform.
That's the
Yeah,
issue.
Sakura
Yeah,
has-
he cannot punch
What I'm
harder
saying
than
is he can
Sakura.
perform.
yeah.
He doesn't have. He doesn't have the ability. He doesn't do it the same way, but he can perform the same amount of. He can perform the same level of feats with that. With the
Prove
way that
that.
he hardened his skin.
Not really.
You
Like,
don't have a way to
so-
prove that though. You're
What-
just
what I will say
speculating.
what I will say this bare minimum,
He
like
can-
if you analyze the Black Sand feats, like of how destructive it was, the amount of fucking like AP it had, and you name it, okay, and then you analyze what the Rising Shuriken did to Kakuzu, like that big ass fucking crater it made, and that shit was able to like fold his body and fucking deal with him, and then blow up, and then all the needle shit. Like I'm gonna say this right now, if Kakuzu does his diamond armor, like for us to really sit here and believe like a shit ton amount of sand pressure that just grabs his body can't break that shit or crush him, or for us to really believe that it can't
if
spear through,
Kakuzu-
that's
for
just
one-
really weird, dude.
No,
Really
no,
weird.
because I don't think it's weird because for one of Kakuzu has his hearts, he can use the elemental blast to blow the sand away, or at least help him. And then I don't think that he's
It can't blow the
physically
sand
gonna be
away,
unable
though.
to. I don't think he's
look
physically
at
gonna.
Data's explosions to Gaara's
That's
sand.
headcanon, though.
That's
We don't know
headcanon.
that.
Like,
And the sand is malleable.
That happened.
The sand is malleable, by the way. You could just go around the jutsu.
yeah,
you
it could go
can't
around,
prove
it's
that's-
fast,
yeah, you
it's
can't
stated
prove-
to be better than Gaara's.
Again, this is all speculation anyway.
It's better. It's more offensively better than Gaara's, but I think Gaara's sand is better because he can seal people with it.
That doesn't prove that it's better. It has a sealing ability. It doesn't prove that it's better though.
Well, I think. Well, again, we know that
It's
Sasuke
stated
can seal
verbatim that
people with
sand
it.
is better than Gaara's.
That's like
sand.
saying a sentry. That's like saying a sealing shinobi is better because he could seal somebody. That's not true.
Offensively is better, but Gaara can use seal. When Gaara uses sealing with the sand, that's not because of his sand.
Yeah.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, we're
Iron
basically-
sand is stated to be the best sand as well.
Would stand a better chance against Kakuzu, but he can seal Kakuzu. He doesn't have to
Yeah.
worry about his durability. But I'm simply saying that because the iron sand works offensively, Kakuzu should be able to tank that. Because
No, he would go around it. He would go around his elemental jutsu and crush him. It would kill him.
It wouldn't crush him.
Like I don't think
it
it,
would
I
crush
don't,
him because
yeah.
he can survive.
Like
He can
if
survive
also
point blank dude
twisted,
level
like his
exposure.
wind style, like for instance, like his wind style, like it has like interesting to destructive capacity, but when we actually like analyze it further, like he does that on hit on, and it literally does nothing to hit on. Like hit on just straight up tanks that shit. Like
Because he's
straight up
fucking
in the
immortal.
face. Well, no, we know that's not the case because paper bombs and kunines can fuck him up. So if a wind style, which is
because-
designed to like tear and shred and you name it, and it just can't even do anything to fucking hit on, like like his AP's not like that fucking crazy.
Yeah, his AP is not that high. I would say
It's
Kakuzu's
not
AP is not that
high
high.
piercing, so the sand would just tank anything that hits it. It's just gonna tank all of it, and it'll go through him and fuck him up. And if he gets grabbed, like some sand barrel type shit from Gaara, things like that, like there's just no way like he's fucking tanking that amount of pressure or survive. Like that's just not happening. Like he's gonna be beaten into submission or just become to a battle of who can outlast who. Sasori's a fucking guy that only like has like what one component of like a human being. You know what I mean? So like I'm pretty sure he has that in the back. Like there's just so much more in Sasori's favor. Like there's just I don't see any.
What I'm trying to say is Kakuzu can perform the same amount of physical feats, if not better, that Sakura can, because he can harden his skin to punch big ass. Well, when he tried to punch Shikamaru, he didn't even have his diamond work turned on. He made this big chunk in the ground just by punching him.
I mean,
Sakura can do similar shit to that. She's punching away these cubes of the iron sand.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
she's
even,
using chakra. He's using just like earth style. That's a big difference. And chakra is more
yes, but
stronger
it
than
doesn't.
fucking earth style.
How they're doing it? I'm not arguing how they're doing it. I'm saying that they're still performing the same amount of feats with it. They're still able to cause the same amount of damage.
Well, what I'm
Similar
saying is like
damage.
if Sakura's fist hit his fist, she would go through him and break his earth arm.
Easily, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Easily.
How do you know? How do you know that?
It's just that's what they're known for. Their AP, it's chakra based enhanced physical.
Yeah,
attacks.
but Kakuzu should be able to take that.
again, should and would doesn't prove anything. You're just speculating.
Yeah, we're just throwing headcanon.
Yeah.
Like, we're not
That's not speculation.
It is speculation. Literally the word should. Again, you're going in circles, so I'll let you say your piece, but this is getting very circular.
Make any sense.
You haven't provided anything empirically. One piece actually.
We've seen the Rising Dawn can go
real.
through. We've seen the Shidori go through. Like so what?
Yeah, so,
Sakura's chakra can't go through now. Like
The Chidori
What does Kakuzu
was
do
a
to
lightning had a
bro?
lightning advantage.
What does
The
Kakuzu do to Sasori? Honestly.
He can literally just like blow, like just vaporize him.
No, he
Oh,
wouldn't.
you just
Vaporize
went
his
out
puppet.
to vaporize him.
That's
Okay.
crazy. Come on, man.
Well,
That's
it doesn't have to just be one style.
All right, I'll let you say your piece though, because this has been for quite some time. I'll let you say your piece real quick.
I respect that, bro. But like I said, it's. I don't think you guys are being completely fair with Kakuzu. If he can survive getting stumped on by the two tails, followed by a fireball,
oh, here we go.
again that was that is powerful enough to blow up the entire cave, plus the building that is up under. He can survive getting punched by shock.
Well, he didn't survive. He was slammed under the ground and he was flattened out like spaghetti. So, and we know he's made out of tentacles and stuff, you name it. So.
What I'm saying,
like,
but what I'm saying is that he was durable enough to survive it with 0 damage.
Well, no, we don't know if he's durable because we see him get hit and he gets sent to the ground. So for all we know, his tentacles
then we see him reading a book, like
no, absolutely. Like, well, think of it this way. Think of it this way. If your body's made of spaghetti, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like all fucking tentacles and shit, and you get slammed by like fucking Godzilla. Okay, like yeah, you're more likely gonna be flattened out and your body
what
parts
proof
just
do you
attach,
have?
right?
What proof do you have that his body got flattened into spaghetti?
He gets slammed underground. Do you know how much force it takes to slam a person underground?
He didn't get damaged. He didn't get damaged.
Again, yeah. Again, this is going in circles. So empirically, there's just an abundance.
But then you're saying that his body got turned into spaghetti.
All right, yeah. This has gone. All right.
Like whenever he gets cut by kunai blades
Either
or
way,
anything like that.
the point that I'm making is that it didn't damage him. He was surviving.
Again, this has gone.
It's more likely he did get damaged because the kunai blades, when it. Alright, so Twisted, whenever he got hit by weaker attacks.
What I'm making is that he's
what I'm trying to say, Twisted, whenever he gets hit by weaker attacks, okay, like kunai blades, you name it, etc., his body immediately, like. Yes, it does. Like when he got hit by the two tuning from Asuma's team, and they slice him up, literally the tentacles like are showing everything. He gets cut.
He didn't have his diamond worth, bro. Like that's what I'm saying.
Fine,
that was a way weaker Kakuzu.
Yeah, but we're talking about the two tails slamming him into the ground.
It didn't beat him. Even then, it didn't beat him. He got out of it.
All right, you're not following. So if we're talking about the two tails slamming him to the ground, you're saying that there's no way he got hurt or whatever. Okay, he didn't use the Diamond Morph armor. It's shown clear as day in the manga colored version. Yeah, exactly. So he gets hit by it, slammed into the ground. What I'm saying is if he can get hurt by weapons without diamond armor, and he clearly needs to use diamond armor to not get hurt because his durability would be so nice, by those level of attacks, even paper bombs, okay, it's disingenuous for you to say that he didn't get hurt by the two tails attacks. All because we don't see him like being shown to be hurt, because all we see is him being slammed underground. That's completely disingenuous to say he didn't get hurt. When he literally gets hurt by weaker attacks, it doesn't make any sense. That's all I'm trying to say.
I get that. Okay. No. You got a fair point with that. But what I'm simply saying is that it doesn't matter because he still doesn't. When I say that he doesn't get hurt by it, he may have gotten penetrated by it, but he still is able to. He has all these body manipulation powers that he's able to just patch himself right back up to where he doesn't.
Well, what I'm saying, Sasori does his sand, it goes.
He blitzes him, man. It doesn't matter anyway.
Hits every heart. Hits every heart.
He can poison him. What I say is, Sasori can poison Kakuzu when he detaches his limbs. He can inject poison into that.
He can inject that.
But we know that Kakuzu's hearts are made of steel threads. His little vein thread shit that he does, they're like steel threads. So, but if Sasori can put poison into his heart, into like his veins,
You'd blitz him. Yeah, it wouldn't matter anyway.
If Hidan can have access to his blood and everything, yes, that is true.
All I'm simply saying is that Kakuzu has solid win conditions against Sasori as well.
Not really. No, it's not solid. Doesn't. He wouldn't even get close to Sasori. He would just put poison when we let him get close to him.
He could just blow his.
Now again, his sand is malleable as well. He can go around it.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that he could close the distance between all of Sasori's.
If he wanted to, he could levitate on the iron sand. He would never touch him anyway.
What I'm saying is that Kakuzu can widen the distance with his hearts to keep this shit from even.
He wouldn't even get close to Sasori. His skill is blatantly below him, man.
Another thing I'll say on this as well, Sasori is a very bloodlusted individual. He's like Minato. And I don't even think it gets as far to where Kakuzu is even able to use his puppets, because we do know it takes a little bit of interval amount of time for him to get all the puppets out of his body. Like it takes a little bit, not super long, but it takes a bit. And I believe Sasori just like charges him, whatever, and then fucking he's just basically forced to do diamond armor and whatnot. And then it just goes in progressive, and then Sasori just beats him and kills him.
I mean, if we're gonna do that, I mean, we can also if we're gonna do that, we can also be fair and say that it's gonna take some time for Sasuke to summon the 100 puppets.
He doesn't even need that, honestly.
Yeah. He really doesn't, bro. He just goes blatantly above
I
Kage.
think the Kazekage puppet, you can utilize the sand, become he can go in the air, just carry himself with the iron sand, blitz him, and that's it. It's over.
He can do off guard moments like what happened with what's it called? He can create like element of surprise as well to make it look like he's defeated and he's not, and bam, just fuck him up, get all his hearts. Like
You have to go to his Yongen stage to see him break through the Naruto shell as well. Like he couldn't even do that in pace, you know.
But yeah, this has gone on pretty long. But you have been you have been respectful, so we let you go all the way.
I'm saying I respect the disagreement. I still think that Kakuzu, we haven't really finished this, but I respect the disagreement. It's no need for this shit to become toxic like the last debating shit. I respect what y'all niggas doing this shit like that. You know what I'm saying? We nobody's gonna agree with each other on everything.
Yeah, that's true.
I kind of see, you know, when you got your little homeboys arguing over, you know, who the best player at, you know, with basketball and all that shit. But I don't watch sports, but I feel like it's the same thing with anime. People just let this shit. People just let this shit be toxic and shit. I'm like, bro, it's a fucking anime, bro.
Yeah.
It's immaturity. They have no self-control. They have egos.
Fucking deep about to get like. This shit is fun to me, bro. Like I like debating.
Yeah, exactly.
Superpowers and shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, bro, y'all be easy, bro.
Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, bro.
Coming in, brother.
See, that's how you debate.
Yeah, that example is basically shows why empiricism triumphs over rationalism. It's just not very reliable to just go based off your speculation. I mean, you're literally going against the grain. Like you're going against the grain.
I didn't hear anything that was substantiating like his
no.
Scaling above Sasuke.
There's a lot of I think and I should. That's not how you logically deduce things.
This would happen.
Yeah.
If you can just prove that the scaling, then there you can just easily, well, therefore it's B blitzes you, and you can't even use anything, and that's it, he's done.
Yeah, it's not even close. Like
and even if you're being generous for Kakuzu, like, all right, sure, whatever. We analyze all their abilities, you name it, etc. And let's say we put them like relative, somehow, some way relative. Okay, with what Sasori has, he would still beat.
Yeah, he's literally above Hanzo. Like, bro, so Kakuzu doesn't even touch that. Come on. This is not
nothing to counter the poison, none of that stuff. Like if Hidan can literally grab his tentacles and then get his blood from his tentacles, like we're really gonna sit here and say poison can't go into his tentacles and blood either. Like there's just so much he could do. Dude.
Sasori's bloodlusted. He's just gonna blitz him, poison him.
Hey, he's done.
He's gonna do what he did. He's gonna do what he did to Kankuro, basically.
Yeah, he scales to fucking Orochimaru, bro.
Yeah.
He can be able to fight him. Him and Deidara can fight Orochimaru.
Yeah, exactly.
He can make his poison kill you too. Like he's literally playing around with
Kakuzu loses to fucking to Naruto. Okay, and you do the whole chain, scaling and whatnot. We know Sasuke's over that particular Naruto. It's really emphasized all the fucking time. And anime, like we see everything with Sasuke and Deidara. We see everything with Sasori and Deidara to Orochimaru. Like, we're gonna sit here and say Naruto's stronger than fucking Orochimaru. No, he's not. He literally gets folded and needs the Nine Tails power to even fight him. Same thing with Sakura. She gets also folded by Orochimaru and Sasuke. Like, if you can't connect those dots in that line of scaling, that doesn't work, period. And then the whole Hanzo thing.
Playing Skeptic doesn't really work. So, what happens is people will play Skeptic due to the fact that it's not explicitly indicated. Like a battle's not explicitly indicated, and they'll just contort that to their own desire to come up with some new claim that's like not backed up.
We tried saying that too.
Yeah.
For sure.
I want to gas up Kakuzu if he was about it, but he's not. You know, like
there was not a single piece of empirical evidence that suggested Kakuzu's above Sasori that he didn't give one piece.
He's on par with Asuma, with Kakashi, with Shikamaru.
And the two-tail feat doesn't matter anyway. Hanzo scales way above two tails. All Akatsuki members scale above Bijus. That's the whole point of being an Akatsuki member. So.
Yeah, and that doesn't equate to speed at all, bro.
No, not at all.
I don't know. I don't understand that line of scaling at all for sure.
If his diamond armor.
I can't stand the two tails because it just shows the two tails bullying them. Like it's so. I don't know why people even bring that up. They get bullied in the fucking fight.
Yeah.
You know, like what's on screen, they literally just get no diff instantly. Like, You know, like, and then it's off screen, and then we have no idea whatever. And obviously, what makes the most logical fucking sense is they resort down to their
Kakuzu can't even react to Rasen Shuriken Naruto. How would he react to someone above Hanzo? I don't understand that.
It's like what Naruto beats Two Tails now too. Like,
yeah,
come on, you know?
he would get
and
he would get blissed easily.
Bro.
He wouldn't even. Yeah, he wouldn't even have a chance to get into Diamond.
React, bare minimum, he could probably react and do the same thing. But guess what? He can push him to the ground. GG, you know.
Yeah, he's not. He wouldn't even stand a chance. It's not close.
No,
The Two Tails doesn't matter anyway because the Two Tails is scales below all Akatsuki members besides probably Zetsu, so it doesn't matter what the Two Tails did.
Like the weakest one besides Shikaku, you know.
Yeah, like the whole thing with them was they were nonchalant about it because the Two Tails scales below them. It just doesn't matter. So.
The Three Tails lost the fucking.
Kakuzu did react to Naruto? No, he didn't. If he reacted to Naruto, he would have not gotten hit by him. He turned his head, but he failed to react. So he was able to react by head turning, but he wasn't react as far as dodging it. So
another thing too, Jay, in the war arc, when all the fucking Biju transform, like when they transform, they're so fucking powerful. Like they're creating like they're destroying the landscape just by transforming and blowing shit up, and like the force of that like completely like overwhelms and literally injures Naruto and all of them to a degree. Like it's like there's so many like examples that the Biju are just like raw force amount of power. You know what I mean? Like Akatsuki members are not just straight up just running up and like doing some Dragon Ball Z type shit and just rolling with it. They're clearly having to use their jutsu, chakra, intelligence, and then beat it that.
Yeah,
like it's so like annoying.
It's
this
just
Kakuzu bullshit.
it's
like
bullshit.
He could just brawl Biju and shit. Like it's like what?
The Biju, Bijus aren't created equal. I mean, the Two Tails lost to Hidan and Kakuzu, and Killer Bee was fucking up Takasasuke. Like, it's not, they're not created equal whatsoever. So,
Nine Tails bodies, all of them after.
Nine Tails fucking Nine Tails bodies everybody else. It's not genuine.
Yeah. Now we're not saying that the tail beasts don't have the ability to hurt them. I won't say that. Yeah. Obviously, we see Killer Bee get hurt from the five tails or four? I can't remember.
Yeah.
And from the horn and shit.
And someone said that wasn't a genuine blitz. Naruto literally said he needed to distract Kakuzu. It was a genuine blitz. Go back to the manga.
Being able to hypothetically tank
he was aware that he was getting hit by him, but he couldn't react. Go back to the manga. It is a genuine. It's a genuine blitz. It's very genuine.
It wasn't off guard. It was a speed blitz.
Yeah.
And the data blitz says for the millionth fucking time that he has no blind spots. That he has no blind spots with his technical transformation. So meaning there's no way for it to be an off guard, because if you have no blind spots...
if he can't even react to that level, opponent, he would never even get a chance to use a diamond armor. He'd get fucking blitzed and poisoned before he has a chance.
Well, all the attacks, like, better yet, alright, how about this, Jay? If 3 Shadow Clones at the diversion can do something, right? You know how many fucking puppets he has?
Yeah, hundreds that are... They're all faster than fucking Naruto, so good luck.
Literally, and faster, technically, but even if we take away the faster component, and let's say they're somehow magically relative in scaling, okay, all he needs is 3 things to destroy them.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, you have to come with empirical evidence to reinforce your premise. You can't just simply play contrarian against the empirical evidence itself.
You can cry all day, you can make all the excuses in the world, but Kakuzu's trash.
He just doesn't scale that high. He really doesn't.
He's the bottom fucking 2. I don't want to hear it. He's in the bottom 2. It's not even...
maybe he's that too.
Yeah, he's literally relative to Sharingan Kakashi. Like, come on, man. So.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Yeah.
I just don't understand
he's also relative to Hidan too, man.
Yeah, literally.
If I'm being real, Konan's probably the only person that I could say Kakuzu can do it to maybe win, but it would be high diff.
He said, I read the manga, Kakuzu has an exclamation mark right before he gets hit. That literally implies he knows it's coming from behind. That gets him caught by surprise. Why would he have an exclamation mark if he wasn't aware? That doesn't make any sense.
Exclamation mark and a question mark.
That's not it. Yeah. It would, yeah, and that's not imperial enough for you. It's not imperial, it's empirical, but yeah.
Yeah. Like, there's plenty of examples. And just to shut that down, because, once again, they're
you literally proved my point without realizing it. Yeah, that literally proves my point.
Like, once again, the question mark isn't there, so Kishimoto's not emphasizing that it's even like, oh shit, what the fuck, whatever. And then he does that when it's shown. And then 2, there's many characters, many examples where they can dodge attacks from behind. Many fucking characters haven't done it.
Without looking.
Without looking. You know what I mean? And they're dodging from behind. So I don't want to hear the fucking excuse.
Yeah, exactly. It's just.
All right, yeah.
Like if Pine was an actual like GG, like no matter what, then guess what? Every character that's getting hit from behind would not be able to dodge, and that's
Exactly.
not the case.
Yeah. Let's see the. Naruto's there. He's literally right behind Kakuzu. That is a genuine blitz, dude. He was aware the whole time. He was aware the whole time.
Blitzed by Naruto.
No, so yeah, like they said earlier, it stated that he has no blind spot. So, okay. Let's see. Was Chio in her prime against Hanzo? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
They got fucking speed blitz by fucking Kakashi too.
You know, and here's the thing: you said Kakuzu did react to Naruto, so you're proving my point, and then you contradict yourself and says, "No, that's not a genuine blitz." So you kind of like, you didn't catch that mistake of yours. I would proofread before you say that.
Like when he goes to kill Naruto and Kakashi and Yamato are gonna move so fast where they can fucking Kakashi can right read his tentacles and cut that shit in half.
Exactly.
And Yamato just pushes him away with his wood stop. But yeah, this Kakuzu, he's just god tier, you know.
Yeah.
He can fucking just shit on anybody.
Kakuzu just does not skill high. He skills somewhere in between the range of like Sharingan Kakashi and like MS Kakashi around there. He doesn't scale that high, honestly.
You got speed blitz by Kakashi and Naruto. I don't want to hear it.
Like, please stop
Do
it.
you think he'd have to go into like his like transformation state to even go against the Hiroko shell that Sasori has to begin with?
He probably would, yeah. He would even have a chance.
He would get through that bare minimum, but you know, and that's that's fine. That's understandable.
But not in base though. I don't think though. Like honestly.
Yeah.
In base, you know, yeah, because he's gonna have to get to him. That's the problem. And the only reason why Sakura did was because of Chio.
Chio amped her when she was using her, yeah.
Yeah, and all that.
And that's
like
Sakura too, with like insane chakra control.
Yeah.
Like, you know, power
so, like,
as well.
and that's even questionable if he can even do that amount of people. Let's say we grant him that, okay, and he can do that. Like he's gonna have to get to him. And the problem with that is, you know, he has like infinite amount of fucking attacks that are all coated with poison. So Kakuzu is literally gonna be having to spam diamond armor the whole fucking time. And the problem with that is he can't move in diamond armor. It's stated verbatim he can't move. So
yeah, if anything, worst comes to worst, it would be a battle of attrition. He would just wait the clock out anyway. So
literally, like, and that's just like Kakuzu in base, you know. And so like fucking anything he does, and then if he does like that big poison smoke bomb or whatever, like okay, Kakuzu's kind of fucked, and he's gonna have to resort to using his hearts. You know, alright, sure, maybe you can use the wind stop, blow away, whatever. But the moment he's using all his hearts and shit, okay, like Sasori can still whip out 100 puppets, can still whip out the Kazekage puppet, whatever. He can then get serious, and then GG. You know, like.
Just playing his skills above him, man, for sure.
Yeah.
Like, you would have to prove Kakuzu could beat Sasuke or Orochimaru. You can't do that.
Alright, well, we all know Kakuzu loses.
Yeah, he more than likely, in the vast majority of cases,
loses.
loses.
Like Kakashi, simple. While Pain, the same fucking scene, the robot Pain is getting hit from behind by Kakashi undetected, and he dodges that shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, he got speed blitz by Kakashi too.
You can't battle empiricism with just playing Contrarian with speculation. It doesn't work, so... Alright, anyone else have any questions? Feel free to ask. I think there were some that were pre-live stream. To move on from this fucking really sad topic.
The main, like, long fucking point of this was just with that one dude that was, like, so fucking hostile for no reason, had a fucking ego.
Dumbass,
and then the other dude that was actually reasonable and, you know, and able to form a disagreement, but that went on for a while.
Yeah.
That went on for a while, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I had people in my chat basically saying, hey, like, move on to the next person or whatever. I'm like, hey, you know, like, relax. I'm not the one in charge in here.
Yeah, it's...
Fucking, but, you know, so...
Let's see. To move on from those...
My own question. That Alexa probably asleep by now.
Probably.
Yeah, right. No way.
She's like, this is some bullshit. This is only anime.
For real, dude. We should have some IRL topics, people.
Yeah. If you have any IRL topics, you can ask that too. If you do, by the way. So.
You know, we can bring up one for the time being if you guys want.
There's more questions here. Let's see.
Okay, yeah.
Let's see. If you could change anything about DBS, Dragon Ball Super, what would you change? Or keep it the way it is?
Okay.
I would add what I would do is I would add more backstory to the individuals of the other universe, because I think a lot of criticism that DBS got was the fact that little kids like Kel and Khalfa were literally on like key level individuals without any context, and they're little kids. Well, it took Goku like decades to get to that power level. And also the absurd Zenkai boost, like fucking Krillin going toe to toe with Super Saiyan Blue Goku. That's insane to me. It's very disingenuous.
Krillin.
Yeah. So that things like that should be
It
fixed.
at least proves that you can get eventually strong. Like,
Yeah. So I think fixing those,
weird,
fixing those inconsistencies and giving more character development would be the best. Yeah, that's what I would say.
100%. Instead of just giving them a magical power boost or power up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also wasn't a big fan of the whole like Zamasu arc. Essentially, like his whole like premise for like
yeah,
this antagonist is because like he doesn't believe humanity has like a chance of ever growing or progressing, and so he deems himself worthy of being able to change it by himself. And it's just like that's why it just seemed a little like cheesy to me.
It kind of was.
Like the arc, especially with like Trunks at the end. Like I'm just like biased in that opinion, I suppose. But, like the whole premise behind it. That was weird. Yeah.
I think it's just lazy writing. That's all it really is. Like they clearly have the potential to do it. They've done it with fucking Piccolo and Gohan just now, like off the whip. You know what I mean? So like it's just lazy writing. That's all it really is, in my opinion. Because like if they're gonna take the time to do it with like Frieza, Piccolo, you name it, etc., etc., there's obviously no excuse for it. They're just choosing who they want to give a little bit more of why they're strong. And then everyone else, they're like, oh, side character like Kibo, Lee, or Neji, or whatever, are let's just miraculously get him up there now. You know what I mean? Or whatever.
Yeah, I would say those things are probably the best to fix. The Zamasu arc, yeah, I agree. It wasn't the best arc. I like Goku Black the best. That was like the highlight of everything.
It'd been cool if we had a Jiren arc though.
Yeah.
Feature Trunks was lit, man. I love that.
Yeah, that was really cool too.
Yeah, that was really good. Yeah.
But yeah, I think the biggest flaws of DBS are like the logical inconsistencies with stuff, which is like some of it's absurd. But
other than that, it was pretty good.
Yeah, other than that, it's decent. I think DBZ's better, but
and
DBS.
The time Spirit Bomb loses, that shit was wild.
Yeah, that was a highlight moment for sure. Yeah.
Fucking glare, man. Spirit Bomb was like that shit.
But let's see if there's any other questions that people asked. This is IRL. Someone asked, "How does one determine whose morality is right, and is that something a person could even do?" I don't know if you guys want to answer that first.
Alexa, you want to go?
Yeah, let Alexa go.
You want to go first? Yeah, you can let it stretch real quick.
Wait, let me address this point real quick. The same guy said, if you have blind spots, then you wouldn't be able to distract them. You can still distract someone, even if they're not blind spots. By the way, that's like saying you can't distract Neji in Byakugan. You can still distract them. So that's not correct.
Exactly. You can create diversion. Like Naruto literally does it. He does it to Neji.
And bro, you contradicted yourself already, so you should just stop, man. You literally said he reacted, now you're taking it back. Like, come on, man. Just stop. Alright, but I can answer first, yeah. So
hey, Jay, to solidify that really quick, like Naruto did the same thing to Neji. And
yeah, exactly.
He created an opportunity, was behind him, and what did Neji do? He reacted with his chakra and then rotated.
Exactly.
While Kakuzu didn't react.
Yeah, like what the hell?
So
yeah, you can still be distracted even without blind spots. That doesn't prove anything. So how does one determine whose morality is right? Well, my take on this was, if we're being pedantic, in the modern world, essentially I would say society determines what morality can be right. However, the problem with determining the validity and correctness of morality is the very abstract nature of it. The vast majority of modern society, I would say, does conform with what can be clearly deemed malevolent, like murder, torture, etc., with malevolent intent. Obviously, we all conform to that. However, I would say divisiveness and tribalism starts when you get to more of the gray areas of morality. Some good examples are like death penalty, abortion, etc. So when it comes to those areas, I would say right now it seems no one seems to be able to close that debate. Not even legislators themselves who make the laws for these aspects and deems them legal or not. That doesn't solve the issue either, clearly. So the primary reason for this issue is the fact that both sides have good intentions, I would say, and both deem themselves morally righteous. Their own tribes or echo chambers can only side with their own respective morality. And I see why, because again, both can be deemed morally righteous depending on your perspective. So the reason for this is due to the imperfect nature of us as humans. So there will always be inevitable tribalism and divisiveness and an appeal to emotion when it comes to these very controversial and gray area moral aspects. So the answer to that is no. You can't really deem who's when it comes to those gray areas. It's impossible to deem who's correct.
Yeah, there's no fucking way, man. There's no simple answers, no shortcut. There's certain things.
Yeah, it's an ongoing.
It's like it's similar to the Itachi incident, dude.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the morality aspect of that decision he had to make between the village and his clan. Like, there was no right or wrong in that. You know what I mean? Like, it's like what the fuck you do. You know what I mean? Like, in a morality standard.
Yeah. So simply put, yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't deem one right or one wrong when it comes to those very controversial ones. That's what I would say about morality.
Possible, yeah.
So
it's a type of situation where it's like no matter what you do, you're still a losing situation.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly. So I don't know if you guys wanted to add on that, but that's what I would say.
It's like similar to like, all right, like what would you rather nuke a city or have your family spared from being like killed or something? Like, what do you do? Like, either way, it's kind of fucked. You know what I mean? You know, so there's no morality. You know, like
yeah. So, Alexa, I don't know if you wanted to add or not, since I know we've been talking anime the whole time. So.
You guys keep calling me out. Repeat the question one more time.
Let me read it again. It was, where is it? How does one determine whose morality is correct, and can someone even do that?
I think it just depends on the situation. It's really hard to say someone's wrong and someone's right based off of what it is. Like, everyone has their own personal experiences with certain situations, so the way I may feel about something is based off my experience, and that other person could have a completely different experience, therefore they may disagree with me. But it's just all based off of perception, personal experience, and based off what you believe in. I can't say you're morally wrong if I don't really understand the place you're coming from as a person. So it's really hard. It's really hard to kind of make those.
Like gun control. That's a good example too. You know.
Yeah, gun control is one that's ongoing. When it comes to those where there's more a topic like that specifically, I think you can come down to more logical based. For gun control, I would say that I am pro gun control because crime will inevitably always sprout.
Especially gonna be there, bro.
And
they're gonna have fucking weapons, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like you guys were saying, there's a lot of like, and also like Alexa, there's a lot of like contingent subjective variables that come into deeming if something is moral or not. That's like your subjective experience. Like, especially if it's something about like, you know, gun control or like, is drug usage okay or not, or moral rather, or
like Pippin,
any criteria, you know?
Yeah, like to add to that, like fucking, like, all right, so for instance, like if my let's say my kids or my, you know, or most of my family is slaughtered in a freaking school, obviously I'm more than likely gonna have like a negative objective.
Right, most people would, yeah.
Trying to be like, oh fuck guns, it needs to go, whatever.
Right, yeah.
Used to analyze both perspectives logically and come, you know, between a mix of the two and, you know, go from there. So there's a lot of appeal to emotion, things like that, etc. And that's the same way for the other side. And this goes exactly what Alexa was just saying, you know, basically a whole argument with perspective, and etc. That this is what it boils down to, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
So, there are things that are objectively like deemed like, you know, it's common sense to see if this is detrimental or immoral. Rather, you know, like we all can collectively understand what that means, but there are a lot of things that are wishy-washy, and it all depends on your like subjective beliefs, your demographic, what you're raised upon, what you hold true, your medical beliefs, etc. You know, so it's like that adds a lot into what you deem as moral or not. You know,
it's true. That's true. Yeah.
Objectively, there are things that we all can collectively agree upon.
Yeah, like the very black and white moral aspects of life, we can all agree. Like no one should kill, shit like that.
At the very least.
At the very least, yeah. That's like the template. The Ten Commandments is like modern society's template, I guess you could say, for the most part. So, but gun control, yeah, that one's debatable. Although obviously I'm pro gun control. I'm against it. Sorry, I'm pro gun. So I feel like there's more rational arguments for it rather than against it.
Look at drugs as an example, Jay, or alcohol.
That's a good one.
Drug for so long, right? What, people still found a will and way to do it.
Exactly. Yeah, because legislation.
Escalated further.
Yeah, legislation won't stop crime, but yeah, the alcohol one and the drug one's a good one because it's very funny that some are deemed legal, right? Like the ones that people use for medication purposes, but
weed in fucking states, yeah.
But others, like I would say maybe heroin and things of that nature, are not. When they all have, most of them have very, I would say, apparent side effects. So like, why is one deemed illegal and one deemed not? It's very interesting. Alcohol as well. That's a good one. That's a good one as well.
Perfect example. How
Yeah.
it was illegal over. It was they were back and forth with that shit. Either
Exactly.
legal,
During the
for so long,
Prohibition.
it's not legal, and you name it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
During the Prohibition era, I feel like during that era, government was more pro removal of free will versus the antithesis. Now they're more pro free will, I'd say. They're like, all right, you could drink. It's up. If you destroy your life, that's on you.
Be smart with it, yeah.
And that's why I think things like weed and things like that, it's going to go towards that direction. The more progressive we become, they're going to be like, yeah, we'll be pro. And if you destroy your own life, that's on you. That's not a crime. That's just you. Same thing with alcohol. So,
yeah, for sure. I mean,
yeah, go ahead.
It's up to you if you want to, like, quote unquote, destroy your life or not.
Exactly, yeah.
Like, it all depends on, like, how much you use, what you're using,
right,
and, like, how responsible you are, essentially. Because, like, you know, drinking isn't really detrimental if you're doing it socially.
Exactly.
No,
yeah.
Right? My brother drinks and he has no fucking problems, no issues.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's very subjective. It's very, like, contingent upon, like, the person in question, essentially.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Another perfect example too, though, video games. Like, are we really gonna sit here and say it's fair to be like, oh, since video games have violence, blah blah blah, therefore we should blame it, blah blah, or it's bad, and now we need to ban video games or get rid of it? Like, that's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Same thing, you know, with drugs and you name it.
And a good argument for drugs is that allowing them and at least making them, I would say, deemed available in corporations that are operating under legal status would negate illegal drug activity, like drug dealing and things like that. So I would actually be pro legalizing it, obviously controlling it, not just allowing everyone to go at it, but simply put, it would negate, like, you know, drug trading and things of that nature. The cartel would take a big hit, at least here in the States.
Yeah, man. Exactly, bro.
You got to think of it this way, Jay. Like, you know, no matter what, it's similar to, like, this is another example from Naruto, what Orochimaru says when he starts putting Tobirama on blast and roasting him. Like, when you police certain behaviors, activities, the whole, like, forcing the Uchiha to be the police and whatnot, obviously it's going to subject them to discrimination, etc., whatever, because they're literally the law enforcement authority figures. You know, so you have all that into consideration. And then two, like, basically where this is correlating to is if you make a law and try to prevent something that everybody, you know, obviously has different, you know, morality standards of whether they think it's an issue or not, or whatever the case may be, or to make a living on, and you make that particular law, that's just going to basically give more incentive, in my opinion, to do so. I mean, to do it, you know, on the low or secretly, blah, blah, etc.
Exactly.
Because, you know, it's just like, it's why is it banned in the first place? Like, friend, like, weed is a perfect thing. I mean, like, obviously it can be used for pros, you know, like, you name it, like, for medical, blah, 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 or better yet, just get someone high. It is what it is, whatever, you know? And that's
exactly, bro.
Yeah, and that's basically what it is, but yet we had it fucking, you know, illegal for who knows how long, and then eventually we had certain states, you know, where it was legal, and then eventually, you know, unless it was for medical purpose, then now it's deemed legal. Like, it's just stupid bullshit like that, where then you wonder why people are doing what they're doing. And so, basically, in a nutshell, in conclusion, all it's doing is just giving more incentive and initiative to be bad, to do the crime, or to do more drugs, whatever, to where if it was legal for all of it around, it would actually do the opposite effect. And I really do believe this. And even statistics with other different, you know, campaigns and stuff and topics are also support this notion as well, to where if it was all legal and everything, you name it, it would be nowhere near as bad as it is.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah. So simply put, ironically, to some degree, when you try to restrict people in their free will, it ironically results in them it results in retaliation and them doing it results in them going against what you want anyways. Yeah, exactly. So I would say that I do think there's a balance, though. There should be a balance. You shouldn't just, you know, have guns out in the street and it's a grab and go. Anyone can grab a gun. I wouldn't agree with that, but I do think that it should be readily available to, like, obviously integrity-filled citizens. Obviously they have to pass through some tests. I do agree with, like, the testing and I would say the screening process to get a gun or something like that. I do agree with that, but to remove guns in its entirety is, I think it's a dumb idea, and it would backfire for sure. It would cause resentment as well.
I'm glad we brought this up and talked about, though, because, you know, like, it's that's just how it is. You know what I mean? Like, it's important to, like, understand those perspectives and be aware.
Exactly.
A lot of people are really either emotional on it or very ignorant. You know.
Most of the time.
Morality is an ongoing process, and it probably always will be as long as we're imperfect, but in nature, it'll always be a point of discussion. But
because if people are willing to kill other people, obviously, like, we have our own different, like, subjective view of what morality really is. You know?
Yeah.
So,
Like death penalty is a great one. That one is extremely gray. Or yes, things like that. Abortion's a big one. People have their own opinions on that.
Fucking immigration.
Immigration's a big one. Yeah.
Population control.
Like me personally, I'm more pro logic. So when it comes to those aspects, I'm more pro logic. Death penalty, there really is no logic. It's just rationale. That was extremely contentious. But like immigration and things like that, are more logically based. But yeah, it's still an ongoing process. It always will be.
Get to those gray areas, that's where morality can really deviate.
Exactly.
You know what it kind of reminds me of, since we're speaking on the subject of morality. You know, I don't know if you guys have read that novel or whatever with Itachi and Danzo, where Danzo asks him the question, "Hey, if you're on the fucking boat, you know what I mean, and you have all these people, and you have that one dude that's sick, what do you do with it?" You know what I mean? Like, and what does Itachi say? He's like, "Oh, I'd kill him and get him off, because then everybody else fucking dies." See, morally, it's more correct, I guess, in a sense, like to, you know, I don't know, like not kill the guy, or whatever, blah blah, you know, whatever. I don't know, like the good, you know, Captain American Ocean, whatever. I don't know,
right?
Or Spider-Man Act, but
well,
it's
like a matter of saving more people as opposed to
exactly like what you're really gonna have this guy spare his life because you don't want to kill him, whatever, and then now everybody else gets sick, and then everybody else probably dies.
Yeah, it's like
morally right decision. You know?
Right. Yeah.
Exactly. Like in a logical, objective stance, that I'll definitely agree with that concept, and that kind of correlates with the whole immigration thing too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I agree, bro.
Yeah, it's the whole idea of Kantianism, which is like it's a route of philosophy where it's net good versus net bad. Most people would say the net good would be save more than lose, so they would sacrifice one for many. That's like the whole idea of what's more beneficial overall, net good versus net bad, and that's a pretty good philosophy, I'd say. It's very logically based.
It's either that, or you have pure like good morality, where like nope.
Yeah.
Somehow, some way, gonna figure it out and hope for the best, and that, you know.
Yeah, very.
You know, yes, I see you trying to be a goody two shoes, but at the same time, you're fucking people. You know, I don't
right.
Really
yeah, I think an argument that I like for people that are like that, they're like, oh, I'm just gonna remove myself. It's the very fact that you're aware of the situation. So in a way, you're contributing. You're indirectly. You're indirectly contributing to the issue at hand. Yeah. People that are like ignorance is bliss. I mean, ignorance is bliss, but that makes you less well equipped to become a moral person. You're just not.
That scene in Spider-Man J, where he lets the robber just to spite the guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Get an ass back. You know.
Exactly.
And robber's like just robbed him. He's like, oh whatever. Like it's not that bad. He's just taking some money, whatever. But then guess what? Because he didn't stop him, it led to a domino effect and led to his uncle being shot and killed.
Exactly. That's a good example.
So it's like it's like come on.
Another good example is in Spider-Man 2 when he says his powers are gone and he lets that one guy get jumped in the alley. He's like, I'm not the hero anymore.
Oh, yeah, it's fucked up.
Yeah, he's like, I'm just gonna let it go. I'm not his hero. It's not my job to save everybody. But in his mind, he know. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, someone has another question. I think I'll let him in. But yeah, he knew what he did, so he has some guilt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that, bro. Yeah.
Yo.
Sorry. Get a bit of a topic change.
It's alright.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it's alright.
Okay. So I feel like I've been kicking around, and I don't know how much you guys go into like what if scenarios and all that, but I was wondering what you guys would think, how much different Naruto would be if instead of them dying, if the Sound 4 had became lethal.
Oh, you're saying?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, could you repeat that?
Yeah. How do you think the series would have changed if instead of them dying, somehow the Sound Ninja 4 had became Leaf Ninja instead of dying?
Become Leaf Ninja, you said?
Oh, like they were taken in, yeah.
Oh, I see. Do you guys want to go give your take on those first?
Yeah, I'll go first. I'm gonna be honest though, like with that particular era at the time, because I feel like they don't really become more softer and more accepting to like kind of bring them in and allow them, whatever amend for their mistakes or whatever, blah blah, you name it, until it kind of gets around like the whole Tsunade, like more towards like the endish kind of, but like with the whole. Like, it's weird, because I feel like around that current time, that they would just be subjected to prison. You know what I mean? They would be locked up. I don't really think they would be allowed to be Hidden Leaf Village. Like, there's a possibility, maybe, but I don't know, man. Like, I feel like that's more of a risk, and that's something like for instance, like, it's like Tsunade would probably try to maybe do something, because she was more in that caliber. Like, her, Kakashi, and Naruto had that emotional spectrum. You know what I mean? While he was in the mix between, and Danzo, though, he's like, nah, fuck that. You know what I mean? So, like, if that were to happen, I would think it would even be a thing, because Danzo would be like, no, like we're not gonna let him become ninja. Like that's a huge liability logically, and that could kind of fuck us, with their whole curse fight. Because
one thing we do know, Orochimaru can literally see. He can basically spy through them with the curse mark. They can say it verbatim, blah blah. Like he can monitor everything. So like that's literally giving Orochimaru fucking intel, allowing him to know what's going on at all times. You know, they could also eventually just betray the Leaf and play the whole good two-shoot act. You know, like I don't know, it's just very risky. You know, so I don't even think it would get that far because I think either Donzo would just kill him or he would just not let it happen somehow and intervene. But even if let's say it did, I don't think it really changes anything. Like at least the major storyline and whatnot. Like yeah, they're strong, but they're not fucking. You know, they're not the main characters, and they're definitely not fucking like they. I just would never be able to see them even like being able to surpass the fucking Akatsuki in certain measure. Like Hidan probably sure, you know, maybe Kakuzu, but fucking everybody else, like I just don't see them fucking with that. I just don't really see all the big events changing that drastically if they were to even become ninja. But yeah, they're strong, but that's just basically it. I don't know. That's for me.
Yeah, the sound. Yeah, go ahead. You can go first.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think they would be that relevant, honestly, as Shinobi, even if they were accepted into the Konoha, like Batman was saying, because, like, they're obviously Orochimaru's henchmen. Like, if anything, they're just going to interrogate them and see what information they have.
Killing Harrison too.
Yeah, simply put.
Yeah.
Simply put, yeah, even if they were able to do that, which would be difficult because we'd presuppose that each one of them gave in individually in their respective battles, which is far-fetched. But if that did happen, they would simply be incarcerated. They'd probably be studied to kind of learn how the curse mark works.
Yeah, for sure. Just like they did with the Rinnegan.
Yeah, and let's presuppose that they do end up becoming good guys. They're not that powerful in the grand scheme of Naruto anyway. They wouldn't be that useful. They'd get surpassed eventually by Naruto, Sakura, like everyone would surpass them.
They're relevant part 1 and part 2, but they wouldn't really be relevant.
Yeah, they'd be like some useful, like low-tier tuning at best, or I mean low-tier joining at best if they were even converted to good guys. Yeah, they're not that powerful.
Like in comparison to everyone else's growth, definitely would be the case. Like,
by like
I'm not saying they're not going to scale any further. That's being disingenuous, but they're not going to surpass anybody.
Yeah, by the Kakuzu and Hidan arc, they're basically fodder in comparison to like main characters. Yeah. Yeah, they're
like the two people that are like what was I forgot their names, but they, you know, like the tuning of Asuma's team, and they have like that weird weapon thing.
Yeah.
They're like a duo. They'd be kind of like them.
They'd basically be like they would be like the rest of the fodder in the alliance. They would just be there, like standing there. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be real with you. I don't even think like they would be like low tier joining either.
Yeah.
Because because they only beat 2 low tier joining because they just came from mission and they
True. Yeah, they might even be they might just be tuning. Yeah. They might just be tuning, like just regular tuning, to be honest.
Bare minimum, that's it.
Yeah. So those individuals wouldn't really change the narrative, I would say, at all, really. So.
Level?
Yeah.
Sorry. I was gonna say, because I know that they're really weak just because of where they were at that point in time. But let's say, like, we take like Sakura at the beginning of the series, she wasn't the most powerful either.
Right.
But because of her, she was able to help like Naruto learn like chakra control a bit better, which helped Sasuke out. So she was able to contribute like having her power. So let's say you take like Hiromo. Him and Choji share a lot in common with their appetite and all that. So let's say there's a scenario where those two become buddies. Now there's a theoretical chance for Choji to get some like high power like Earth style attacks with like a sword like chakra from people.
Yeah, I think it's different because those are kids. Like Sakura's a child still developing. These are like grown. These guys are all like grown and they're maxed out with curse marks amping them. I don't think they'd get that much stronger. Yeah, I don't see them developing like that.
Like, and technically, if we really if we go off of what we at least have bare minimum, I know it's technically filler, but in the war arc, they fight them again and they beat them. You know what I mean? And then that's just basically like it was Shikamaru. Yeah, it was all of them. Like, and they all fight the Sound 4 again in the war arc, and then they just kind of deal with them with ease, and that's it.
Yeah, they wouldn't really get that much more powerful.
So they get brought back in the war arc, but like nothing changed. You know what I mean? Like, so, like I'm just saying, like I don't know, like I don't think we do it. But I get what you're saying, though, Ken Rock. Like any little small branches of things that could change or whatever, etc. But I just, I don't know, man. I don't really think it would go that far. I don't even think Kishimoto would even consider to write it that far either.
Right. Yeah. They would just like be there. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just stepping stones for characters, honestly. They weren't really meant to be that relevant in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, exactly.
It was mainly Kimaru that was kind of a focus.
He was the big one, yeah, compared to those at least.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I thought
Kishimoto like wrote a character to make him so strong, and then had to pull an Okidoke and kill him all.
Yeah.
This is also not fair to compare like their rate of progression to someone like Sakura, because like she's literally like evolving and training with like two of like the main incarnates of the series that like have transcended like time and time again of like generations of shinobis, you know?
Yeah.
Like she like grew because these two are exceptional shinobi, and like she wanted to be on par, so she had to do extreme things, you know? Her mental amps were insane, bro. So like yeah.
Obviously, if they're in Boruto, like
Oh shit! I mean,
that scaling, obviously they're gonna be more relevant.
The
Boruto scaling, but
yeah, that's
but
different
like
story.
in growth in comparison, they're still just gonna be so much farther than everybody else. Even like compared to like Kiba and you name it, I really do believe that.
Yeah.
So,
If you have anything to add, but yeah.
No, I have nothing to add. Thank you very much.
Yeah, appreciate the question, brother.
Appreciate it, bud.
Right. Yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, if we presuppose, if we give him a benefit of the doubt, like on his vision, then maybe they would be that strong. But that's very like far fetched. So.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. Let's see. I also think Kakuzu wins against Sasori. Come on, man.
We're still on this, man.
Weren't they kids?
You can't realize what we this like it's the second call-in show that we done together.
Yeah.
And fucking you even dealt with this before, Jay. But people just always bring up the same bullshit with you.
It's all speculation and bullshit.
Kakuzu, Sasori, or Tobirama bullshit. Like I don't get it.
It's all speculation.
It's all troll behavior.
Like Kakuzu, that one's just extremely like troll-like. Like, come on, man, it doesn't scale anywhere near that guy. Get the fuck out of here.
He's just not up there, bro. Like, bro, even narratively, like Conan narratively has like better implications in fucking scaling compared to Kakuzu.
Yeah, like dude.
You know? Like she was actually like fighting Jiraiya, like and dealing with all his fire style shit, you name it, in base. And then the moment he has the oil, that's when she kind of gets like no diff, you know. Like what, we're really gonna sit here and be like, oh, Kakuzu would like do tremendously better against someone like Jiraiya or whatever? Like, I don't know, dude.
Yeah. But folks in the chat, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. You don't have to join the call-in show if you don't want. You could ask there too. I hope you guys have been entertained by some of the discussions. Make sure to hit the like button as well as we continue on. Yeah, make sure to hit the like button.
Jay, you want to hear a rat scaling? Fucking Conan was able to move faster than Sage Mode QB Naruto. Fucking, because she was able to get in front of Nagato before he could speed blitz.
Yeah.
So she scales over Sage Mode QB Naruto.
Yeah, just the contrarian skeptic approach is very interesting. They like, go against everything empirically. I'm like, what do you expect to achieve with that? I don't understand that. Like, we don't know for sure. I'm like, well, go against the grain and prove why the intention of the author isn't what we're expecting it to be. Like, why would he just make someone say that? I don't understand that. Like, so make Chio say that.
Like, it's not like some Itachi shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like that one makes sense. He's undercover. Yeah, he's undercover. He's like blind to everybody. Like obviously.
So much.
Like, why would Chio lie about Sasori being the best puppet user? I don't understand that. You know?
Bullshit. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, this doesn't make sense to me. And like saying styles make fights, I'm like, yeah, when they're somewhat relative, not when one's Hanzo level. What the fuck?
Notion, Jay. Like with everybody, they're all surpassing the previous generation.
Yeah. This is
obviously
absurd.
And Water are the only exceptions, but regardless of that, everybody else, it's over and over.
Yeah.
Like Naruto with Sasuke, you name it. Like,
saying Kakuzu wins against Sasori.
Sasori's now the only exception. Like fuck that.
Yeah.
What?
Saying Kakuzu wins against Sasori's troll-like, borderline. How does Conan scale above? How does Conan scale above Kakuzu? I don't think she scales above Kakuzu.
You know, Jay doesn't think like fucking. I believe like. Me at least, if I were to formulate arguments, I just like Conan. I think she's a really cool character.
Base Jiraiya stomped her shit like easily. So
yeah. What's it called? Like if she was to win, it'd be a high diff, but more than likely it would go in favor for Kakuzu.
Yeah. Prep time Conan probably beats him, but not
prep time would definitely destroy him.
Yeah. If Kakuzu comes in unprepared, But like base Conan, nah, probably not.
I'd probably get Kakuzu on that one.
Yeah, there isn't much on her anyway. The only thing we do have is her against Jiraiya getting stomped, like no diff. So
yeah, you have that, and then you have like a little bit of stuff with the Obito thing, but that's all weird.
Yeah, that's with like Heavy
Sasori or Pain or no?
Yeah, no,
and
no,
you also
no.
have her versus Sasori, but
Yeah.
that's him without like that one puppet thing. Like he has the Kage puppet, but that's
Yeah, and you can question canonicity of the games anyway. So, how does Hebi Sasuke perform against Danzo? That's a good question. How would he perform?
Danzo would just he would be able to just kill Sasuke.
I think Hebi Sasuke is inferior in speed to Danzo. Yeah, I think Danzo would.
He would just catch him off guard for sure.
He doesn't have like the Susanoo to aid him. He doesn't have the speed, I'd say, of a 5 Kage-sama Sasuke at that point. I think he would fall to Danzo more than likely.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Susanoo definitely.
Sasuke, you said the Hebi.
Hebi Sasuke, yeah, like the one that fought Itachi.
That Danzo was able to go at the same speed of as MS, yeah.
Yeah, I doubt he'd beat him.
Yeah.
Inductively, that seems to be the case. He'd most likely fall to him. Yeah.
Like they charged, they went at the same speed, and then he choked his fucking throat.
Yeah.
Before he could hit him.
All right, guys. Any questions you may have, feel free to ask. Also, Alexa, I didn't ask you this, but what's your take on gun control? I don't think I know your take.
Oh yeah, she did. Yeah.
My take on gun control, I think that
Like, are you more
everyone
pro?
deserves a right to protect. What? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, everyone deserves a right to protect themselves.
Oh, okay. So you're like
I do think that it's important that if you do have a gun, you're doing the right training and the right things that you need to do to make sure you know how to use that weapon.
Yeah. So you're more pro gun then. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, like there's nothing wrong with pro-gun. You know what I mean? The only main concern is figuring out correct countermeasures or contingency plans.
Yeah, like legislate. Yeah, I would say screening process would matter for sure. Yeah.
That's what we need to focus more on, not just getting rid of guns.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If people can pass the screening process and still just get, go to the next thing.
Right.
They can still do it. Like,
Yeah, I think it should be. Yeah, I think the screening process for guns should be more invasive. I'd say, like more thorough.
Modified.
Exactly, and I would say that
more thorough.
there are
checkups monthly or something.
Yeah, there's already like 300+ million guns in this country. Like, there's no way you're gonna fucking remove all of them. Yeah. Good luck trying to get every single one.
It's the same thing we discussed plenty of times. Like, no matter what, it's unfortunate, but it's a sad reality we live in. If someone wants to shoot up a place, they're gonna do it.
Yeah, you're not gonna stop them. They're gonna find one gun somewhere. So.
Like the only way we can stop that is if we do better with security, but that means the government would have to be willing to pass certain things or whatever to where we can, put more money towards having more security or I don't know, fucking law for whatever, something at retail places, at schools, you name it. And unfortunately, that boils down to money. And when it comes to money, they don't like to,
Yeah.
with those type of things.
Yeah, exactly.
With it, bro.
Yeah, and like I would say I'm pro restriction on a lot of things, not pro removal. I'm pro restriction on a lot of things, like guns. There has to be some sort of control.
It's proper control.
Yeah, like police. I do think there should be better screening process for police as well, because they have like the power of life and death in their hands. A lot of things like drugs. I don't think should be completely removed, but they should be controlled, like through pharmacies and things like that, where you have to prove you need it, or it's things like that. Like I am pro restriction, but I'm not pro removal.
Story with when it comes to the fucking pharmacies. I'm not gonna say it here because it's too long, but
yeah,
bro, there's some bullshit with that though.
Yeah, pharmacies I would say have a lot of.
They be fucking a lot of people, dude.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of in any like corporation, even I would say governmental or federal like pharmacies seem to be. There's a lot of corruption, I'd say.
Unfortunately.
And government's corrupted in general, like lobbyists and
all of it. Anything is like susceptible to fucking
corruption's inevitable. Like what I say about government, I'm not like thinking all government's malevolent, but I'm also not thinking that government's like the perfect angel. There's definitely there's black sheep in government. There's no way around that. So
it says Donzo here. Then what you got?
Exactly. There's definitely some Donzos in government. I mean, definitely.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Exactly. So there's Donzos in government. There's like, I would say Congress is similar to like the village elders in Naruto, like a bunch of old ass people that.
And then you have the extremists, or like tyrants like fucking Hitler.
Exactly. And I would say like the congressman is filled with a bunch of old ass people with very old and I would say very old and ancient ideologies that really don't work anymore. And like, I don't agree with Congress having like life sentences, like Nancy Pelosi having like 40 years and fucking her serving 40. I'm like, change it up, man.
Yeah.
Like, ideologies evolve, like, or Supreme Court justices like going for like, they have life term sentences as well. I'm like, why do they have to be here the whole lives? Like, we can't switch it up. Like, they're 80 plus years old with the same ideology from 1920. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Things have changed, you know. So
I agree.
there's some holes in
And
government.
it will.
Yeah.
It will though. For sure. It takes time.
Like, unfortunately, the only way things change if someone dies. Like fucking that one judge, R.I.P. The one that died. I forgot her name specifically in Supreme Court. She was there until she was like 90 something. I was like, is that necessary? Like,
Yeah, that's
shit.
fucking.
That's like a life feat right there.
Yeah,
If you
I'm
get
like,
that,
wow.
you know?
Or
So
Nancy
it's
Pelosi, she's like
busy.
80 and she's been there since like 1950 or 60
In my
or something.
opinion, that could kind of be counterproductive, though.
I agree.
You know, as a
Yeah.
judge, you need to have, you know, logical reasoning, you name it, etc. And like when it comes to age, unfortunately, that can affect. You know,
Yeah, you definitely
things like
become
biological, you know,
yeah,
conditions.
you become like
Sure.
senile. Yeah, you become senile
Yeah.
for sure. Biden's a good
That's
example. His
what
ass can barely
my
even
opinion.
speak. Like, why is he in? Yeah, I think
And
despite
so,
political affiliation, we can all agree Biden's extremely senile. Like, why is he in office? You know, we all know who the cabinet is making decisions for him.
Like,
He's
it's
just
like having fucking Inoki, you know what I mean?
yeah, like Inoki's old ass is Hokage still. Like, come on, man, switch it up. But like Hiruzen, his old ass should have switched up too. But I mean, he was gonna go to Minato, but Minato died. Yeah. But yeah, it's the same thing in real life. It's like these cause
but it
problems.
still should have been given. I mean, like Hiruzen should have
Right.
like
He should
nodding.
he should have like went looking for the Sanin or something. He like Jiraiya or
That's what he should have done. He should
Yeah.
have fucking taken to try to half-ass fucking, you know, contribute.
exactly. So there's definitely like problems with government. I would call them like
Cosmo could have been Hokage, you know?
yeah, exactly. Like we have in government, we still have like I would say pseudo monarchies in a way with these life servings that these people like serve, like congresswomen, congressmen. It's kind of like a pseudo monarchy because they're there their whole fucking lives. I'm like, dude, switch it up.
Oh,
you know?
I got a good question for Alexa. Alexa, like, what's your thoughts when it comes to feminism? Like, or this, like, you know, women that like advocate, you name it. Like,
Yeah, we've had some. Yeah, Lex, you
Like
want to?
radical?
Thoughts when it comes to
Or-
feminism.
Yes.
Well, first of all, my voice is Jack, so sorry.
No, you're fine. No, you're good.
My thoughts when it comes to feminism. I, as a female, I get it. I understand. But a lot of the things that I see sometimes are just ignorant. And as
Yeah.
coming from a female, some of the arguments of feminism, like equality and things like just certain things, like you can be a powerful woman, but also respect the other gender. So then, you know, there's like women who get upset, like men say certain things about them and then they go off and do the same thing about men. So it's a
Yeah.
really kind of, it's a really, I don't really speak on those kind of things sometimes because I'm just that type of person to be like, I'm just gonna shut up and let the
Try to
other
stay
person
neutral,
speak.
yeah, keep the peace, yeah.
But there's some things where, like, even as a female, and I usually sometimes am around like very strong-minded females. I'm in the behavioral field, and that takes a strong-minded female to be in that field. So it's kind of like, oh, whoa. So I think when it comes to feminism, like, every girl has their own right to believe in what they want to believe in, but it does come to a point where it's like, okay, you want
needs to
this
be-
kind
yeah.
of respect, but then you get upset when you're not respected back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, there has to be
Yeah.
consistency, you know. And
So-
it is important too. Like, women's rights are extremely important.
Yeah.
Put that out there right now. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure we
so-
can all agree with that. Like how everything was with women in the past, like that was bullshit. That was
Yeah.
fucking disgusting. You know, so I'm all up for that all day, every day. But you know, I definitely agree with what you're saying. I understand you completely.
Feminism.
Like,
yeah.
yeah.
What do you?
You know, 'cause it, you know.
Yeah. What do you think is a powerful woman, by the way, Alexa?
What do you say?
What do you think is a powerful woman?
I think you're trying to argue with me right now. I just know it.
Here we go, round 3. Ding, ding.
I think a powerful woman is somebody. Well, I mean, this is just my opinion. This is something that Mr. J over here might disagree with me. Is someone who can. One of my biggest things is like no matter what, a woman needs to be able to provide for herself, no matter what. So a woman who can
Independency,
stand up for herself, take care of herself, and most importantly, just like be who she wants to be. Of course, keeping it respectful, because I do think nowadays, like, some women go like really above and beyond to get the attention, and they do, but like, just be yourself. Be
Yeah.
yourself, do
I would
what you're
ask
gonna do.
this though. Do you think that those things are beneficial to landing a long-term relationship with a man?
I knew you were gonna try and argue with me.
You think that those traits are? You think those traits are powerful in the dating marketplace to be a boss bitch?
I think that I need to look out for myself. If me and mine
but
make it, what am I gonna be relying?
Right.
The money that so and so doesn't have, I won't have anymore.
Right. Do you think that's appealing to a man though?
Then that man don't gotta be with me. I'll find a man that isn't.
You'll have to find an average man then, a more average man.
How about this, Alexa? Because I ask this here and there to a lot of women too, and it's always interesting what their answer is. The whole concept of when women, so like obviously it's not everyone. I'm not saying this, but do you believe in the notion that women have higher tendencies compared to men to exploit certain systematic things, like when it comes to either laws or marriages, etc., you name it, the whole 9 yards? Or no? Like, do you think it's based on like equal terms and etc.?
Give me an example.
Alimony, child support, child custody.
Divorce. The main reason for them to divorce is, for financial benefit, etc.
Yeah.
Whole 9 yards. That's what, like, the most highest percentage reason of why a woman divorce period is to obtain profit, etc. You name it, and then kind of fuck over the dude. Which is why it's kind of a liability for the guy to even go into marriage, because
exactly it's
I think that it's important, no matter what, for a man to protect themselves. So if that's a worry, you put a prenup in a woman's face and say, hey, this is like, I'm totally down with my future relationship is if I'm getting ready to get married and that dude hands me a prenup. Okay, cool, I understand. So things like that need to be more understood. I know before, like you recently prenups are like.
So,
and I agree with that. Yeah. 100%.
How about this? Do you think today's world?
Women that say no, fuck that, like that's fucked up.
Yeah, that bitch.
Marriage, that's messed up. Yeah,
that bitch should have to kick rocks. Yeah. But
Then that's. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. What was the question again? Do you think it's beneficial for men on a balance of probabilities to marry a woman these days? That it's something
that's beneficial for men. I think it's important that. I think. Oh shit.
What do you think? You think it's a good thing for men to get married these days?
I feel like if you like speaking from experience, like my parents, my stepdad and my mother have been engaged for 20 years and have no desire to get married. I think it's important, like just simply do what you want to do. If you don't believe in that, one, you have to make sure that your partner's on the same page with you, because you don't want to have this idea and your partner say that, oh, we're gonna get married one day, my last name's gonna be that person's, and you're like, wait, I don't want to get married. So like I always use that example of my parents because they never wanted to get married. They're 20 years engaged and they're perfectly happy. They still refer to each other as husband and wife even though they're not, and that's just the mutual understanding they have. So, the reason being is because one of the main reasons is because I always ask my mom, like, why don't you want to get married? She just simply like, because I don't want to. I have no desire to get married. So that's okay. Yeah. I think it's important that if you do want to get married, the expectations are there, and that no matter what, like, your communication, but you're going to expect and to make sure that you're going through all those steps first before making that final commitment.
Do you think men should strive to get married?
Should men try to get married?
Yeah, that should be something they look for?
I don't think it should be something that they look for. I just think it should be something that happens.
Yeah,
I think that if you're being with someone and you could be with someone for 10 years and be like, I don't want to fucking be in this relationship.
Yeah. How about this? Who is it more beneficial in general, a man or a woman, to get married?
Is it more beneficial? I think it's more beneficial for a woman.
All right, at least
she's have to take a step back when she has kids.
At least we agree on that.
Be the one to,
Yeah, they get full custody.
At least we agree on that.
Yeah.
I think it's more beneficial for women. Maybe that's just the way society works.
And
like,
how about?
That's what I was curious. Yeah, I just want to make sure. Yeah.
How about this?
The whole stance is like, like fucking. That's why, even like as an example, like I'm very skeptical on the whole marriage concept, because it's a feeling of being paranoid of like the unknown aspect, and obviously what we do know, it is strongly advocated in favor for women when it comes to marriage period, and then the after effects if divorce does happen, regardless if you did nothing wrong. And being put in that type of situation, there's no equity, and that's very like stressful. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know. But at the same time, as for me, speaking wise, I do want to, because that's something that is definitely on my bucket list, you name it, etc. But at the same time, it's like, it could be an issue, you know what I mean? Or for X, Y, and Z, and that's what kind of fucking sucks about it. So,
and it seems I've molded your mind, but I'll ask you, what do you think is...
Oh my god.
Yeah, I could tell you've changed for sure, but who do you think has it easier in dating though? Do you still think it's men that have it easier? Even though we debated this and I won, but you can still answer.
I think that really I think that women have it easier in getting attention, but I
Okay.
still believe that men have it easier when it comes to like how many women they can get at once.
Really? You think
Well,
men?
yeah,
You
I
think
don't know
you
about
think you think men? You think that the average man can get pussy just like that?
Do you want me to be 100%
Actually,
honest with you?
Yeah,
I
you.
feel hurt, Jay. Like, what if you look like fucking, you know, like Ryan Reynolds or something?
I mean
you
that
know,
that's not an
my
average.
guy out
That's
there.
not an average man though. That's a
Okay, true, yeah, okay. If we're talking about average, then yes, okay.
yeah.
Fuck that.
Yeah. So you
Okay,
think an
okay.
average man can get pussy easier than an average woman can get dick?
I don't know, Jay. Can they?
Statistically, statistically, yeah. Well, let's say that who can get a relationship easier, a woman or a man?
I would say no.
Woman.
I mean, I like.
Woman, yeah.
Well, it was just like my experiences. Like when I was like in 2021, it was really hard for me because every person was doing the same thing, which is fucking around with everybody.
It wasn't really hard for you. You just weren't accepting what they were giving you, but you could have if you wanted
Here
to.
we go.
How about this? Like when
Here
you're
we
in
go.
school, did you have a lot of guys? Did you have like a lot of guys like always trying to, you know,
Yeah.
flirt
So
with
you
fuck with you? Or
you
no?
had options is the is
Not
the
in high
point.
school. I would say college, but I mean, even that, it was kind of just like everyone was kind of messing around. That sounds so bad. Everyone was kind of messing around with everyone. There wasn't really no like. I would say 2021 post COVID, it was really hard to even get like any type of like connection past beyond like, oh, you look good.
So
With any man.
So you think
So
that
it was-
That's fair.
Yeah, go ahead, Jay, go ahead.
yeah. So you think that the average man can get a ton of options?
I think that any person can get a ton of options.
Are you sure about that?
Are you really trying to fight right now?
You know 30% of men ages 18 to 34 are virgins. You know that, right? Or haven't had sex in a year.
You know, I'm speaking from experience. I'm speaking
But that's
I'm
anecdotal.
speaking from experience.
Yeah.
Why do you have to use like these like huge words? Like I'm just telling you, like even in our personal life, these big words I don't know the definitions of, and I'm like, okay, whatever, you win.
Yeah, I think what Jay's like trying to convey, which I do agree with this, you know what I mean, like in a sense, is because like if I go out to a bar, right, you know, regardless of my looks, whatever the case may be, like, you know, whether if I'm ugly or maybe, you know, mid or very super attractive, whatever the case may be, if I go to a bar, okay, and I'm sitting there, there's a lot more higher probability of me not really being spoken to unless I go up to a woman,
Exactly.
or whatever. And compared to a woman, if she's sitting at the bar, whether she's, you know, low tier, mid, or very super attractive, she's 9 out of 10 times going to be approached by a guy.
Yeah.
In comparison by effort, you know?
We're genetically like designed to be like that. Though.
Yeah,
So,
we're
like,
genetic.
you ever
Exactly.
see women, like,
Yeah,
you
exactly.
ever see women ask men on a date? Like,
Exactly. We're genetically
No.
predisposed to approach, and women are genetically predisposed to select. That's just the whole point.
Yeah,
and-
does the woman propose to the man?
Yeah,
Usually? No.
very,
Now
very
that you're in
common.
The possibility though, because I feel like this is where Alexa's more. Unless I'm wrong, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But like you know that it can be possible in both ways. Like I won't.
It's
deny that,
possible,
I've definitely seen.
but-
yeah, but it's like more consistently, statistics, probability wise, it's the other way around.
Yeah.
Tremendously harder for men.
So you still think men have it easier?
No, men don't have it easier.
Yeah, that's
She's
all I
like, "Fuck
want.
you guys."
That's all I needed to hear.
That's all I need to hear. Okay.
Well,
She wanna beat you up, Jay.
Yeah.
what about what other thing did we debate? The red pill thing? Are you still like thinking it's toxic, or?
Okay, when it comes to the red pill thing, hold on.
Yeah.
When I first met Jay back in 2021, I was only basing my opinions off of a bunch of other females' opinions.
Right.
I didn't really know what it was.
So like skewed anecdotes. Yeah.
Can you guys explain what the red pill? I'm sorry, I don't really know. Like, I'm
Yeah,
curious.
in essence, it's essentially the real red pill that's like mainstream. The message that's absorbed is the very idea that you should a man should improve in every tangible aspect that he can, like finances, physical intelligence.
Okay.
But girls like to nitpick and take satire out of context, like Tate, and say that he thinks women are objects and things like that when that's satirical and it's also figurative and not hyperliteral. It's yeah, and that's a very very sad argument that some women use.
Context.
Well, yeah, like I'm saying,
Delivery. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
when I first like started met him and got to know him on a more personal level, like I was only basing my opinions based off like females' opinions, like just
Yeah.
going through TikTok and seeing only females, and even like some men shit on the
Yeah.
more popular one, which
They're
is Tate.
simps.
When I kind of learned a little bit more, I think men do need a little bit more encouragement, and that's when I started to do a little bit more research. Now don't get me wrong, there are some people out there who are super foul when it comes to preaching that message.
Yeah.
And I think it's important that men are more empowered. I've always kind of said this, even in my personal life, like men's mental health matters too.
Yes.
And that's a big part of it. And so I know growing up, like I said it all the time, like men don't get the attention that they deserve when it comes to mental health, physical health, because it's usually all about, online it's a lot about the women, and very rarely do you see someone like advocate for the man.
Women have it.
And so
yeah.
when I got to kind of learn a little bit more, you know, especially obviously Jay molded my mind to it a little bit. I think it's an important thing to like acknowledge that men deserve empowerment too, that that's what works for them, and that's what works for them. It may not work for everybody. Everybody may not agree with it, just like everyone may not agree with feminism. It works.
Like both
right.
sexes deserve that, like, you know, the concept of both matter, basically.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it's the same shit. I mean, like, you
know,
know,
and again,
the problem is there's like traditional women. Like, there are traditional women out there that be like, oh no, you're a man, you just need a man to fuck up. You know what I mean? Like, oh,
exactly.
You know, whatever, blah blah, and the whole 9 yards. Or extreme feminists that will fucking just shit on that whole notion completely.
Exactly.
You know, so.
Yeah,
there's
so.
a lot more pressure on men than there is women.
Yeah,
there's a lot more pressure.
It's not even close.
And
so
there's like a lot of women that get approached more easily than men, obviously. So
yeah.
At least a lot of young adolescent men questioning like, what is the right way to approach women, or like how to approach life in general.
Right.
And so like there's this sense of like longing for purpose or guidance rather. And so the red pill can accentuate those ideologies a lot, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's crucial to emphasize on how it's delivered, though, I think, because
and it can be positive, you know what I mean? Like, it could definitely be positive. So for anyone that's to blame and say, oh, it's only negative or it's selfish, blah blah, whatever, 9 hours, they're not looking at the full picture. And then two, okay, it's the same thing applies with like anything can technically be misconstrued and applied with negative intent.
Yeah.
Negative picture. You know what I mean? It's called painting a picture. You know, right? You know, so like that's for anything. It could be guns, drugs, you name it, money, etc. The whole fucking 9 hours, and that would also include sex.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
So if something's empowering, whether if it's for a feminist, great. If it's empowering for a guy, great. But obviously, it can't be to a degree where, you know, it's very negatively, you know, negative intent, or to be hostile, or to be sexist, and the whole fucking 9 yards, etc. Like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck that shit, you know?
Yeah.
Like, go fuck yourself.
I guess another question, Alexa. I'm sure I know your answer though, but what do you think's the better ideology now, feminism or the red pill ideology?
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
You're good.
Oh,
But yeah, we know the answer to that.
No, it like I said before, it just depends on what works for that person. It depends on what works for that person. Like, you could it's either or. It doesn't matter what I can just
He's so apprehensive.
I don't know about that. Ideologies.
You're like trying to fight with me right now.
Trying to see if you still haven't been molded completely.
No, I don't have negative opinions about. I mean, I don't have like any like sway against any of them. I don't do either of them myself. I'm
All right.
Feminist.
So let me give you two scenarios. Remove the labels. One ideology helps men get women. The other appalls men to women, so women have less long-term relationships. Which ideology is better, A or B?
Wait, say it again.
The first ideology helps men, and the balance of probabilities have a better chance at landing a woman. That's ideology A. Ideology B makes women more appalling to men when it comes to long-term relationships. Which one's the better one, A or B?
Well,
I would say, dang, that's hard.
You know the answer.
You know the
answer.
Huh?
You know the answer. That's why we'll give it. You'd give in.
A?
Yeah, it is A. That's red pill, and then B is feminism. So, yeah.
More so radical feminism.
Radical. I'll give you that. Radical.
Yeah, I know what you're getting at, though, for sure.
Yeah. So red pill is definitely better.
Oh, whatever.
Someone said she can be built like Lizzo and still get options. Exactly. You can have fat bitches that are gross and they still have a bunch of options. A fat guy is a ghost.
People on the DM.
Seriously.
If you're a fat man, you're not even gonna be looked at.
You're a ghost.
Oh yeah, who is you, bro?
Exactly. Fat bitches have it easy compared to like even the average man.
Women, Jay.
Obese women have it easier than even the average man.
Overweight, get it right.
She said, checking shit.
Morbidly obese women have it easier than.
Be nice to them.
Yeah, morbidly obese women definitely have it easier than even the average guy.
Or should we say like thick woman or just obese?
Yeah, I'll use a medical term.
Yeah,
Morbidly,
use a medical term.
morbidly obese.
There's some guys out there like thick woman, you know.
This is the difference between me and Jay is I'm like the peacemaker. I'm like the be nice person, and he's like, no,
Well,
fuck that. And he's like, that's a huge difference between me and Jay.
Yeah, being like delusionally peaceful doesn't lead anywhere. If you're like, oh my
he's
god,
delusionally peaceful.
yeah, like oh love your curves, even though they have hypertension, diabetes, they have high blood pressure, because you're lying to them to embrace their curves.
Like what have I told you before? It's not about whatever they do with their life is their opinion. It's about being a nice person.
That's removing guilt. Like it's like trying to justify your lack of help.
It doesn't affect my life, so why should I open my mouth?
So you could live with no guilt, knowing that someone you care about is morbidly obese.
Saying, though, Alexa, it's like it's kind of like a selfish notion to a degree as well, because like obviously if you can get health issues, etc., the whole nine yards, like if they're not putting that into consideration, then that would drastically affect like the other individual in a relationship.
It's like
right?
You have to risk being offensive to help someone. Truth sometimes it requires being offensive. Yeah.
Some people are very stubborn as well.
Yeah.
You know, so like
that's the whole point of feminism.
So like if you had a way to stop someone from getting cancer or something, let's say they were doing something that could increase the risk to get cancer, like very, very high risk. Pretty sure you're gonna tell them that, right? You're gonna be very blunt, and
No, 100%. But if it's like some random person that I have no emotional affiliation with, that's if it's that's their own problem. Yeah, their own family.
I mean, yeah, I'm not saying go up to people and be like, "You're a fat fuck," but like you don't know. But I'm saying if you're.
You do that?
I literally just wait. Just wait till we're done with this Discord. Just wait.
Oh no.
But I would say that if you're online, don't be like embrace your fucking curves, girl. Even though she's like fat as fuck, you're lying to her and like you're promoting her to be unhealthy. You're encouraging it. That's.
I'm.
No, right.
I know. Trust me, I know.
So what would you recommend that to go to fat chicks online? Be like embrace your curves, embrace your hypertension. Like, would you do that or?
Bro,
would you...
Jay's gonna be having a war with
I'm this close today. I would never go and do that, but I definitely have, like, there's women all the time that go online that are crying in front of camera because they're struggling with their body and their weight. Like, I would definitely send words of encouragement, but not things that.
What would be your words of encouragement?
I agree, Alexa. The delivery does help some people, man. Because otherwise.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go online to some women who's obviously struggling with herself, saying, "Well, that's what you get, you fat bitch." No, that's not what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, if they feel like you're insulting them, they're not gonna feel like you're actually trying to help.
It's like counterproductive. But the only problem, there's one issue where like I said, Jay has more of like the deductive, logical reasoning of understanding. It's kind of similar to like Itachi's mentality, even Danzo to a degree. What's it called, to where like the problem is, like, let's say you give that positive notion, right, or like that, like encouragement, like somewhat of a way of like, oh, blah blah, yada yada, like what Alexa said, but in the X, Y, and Z. Sometimes that's not enough, because then basically all they're hearing is, oh well, he's accepting it, or he's allowing it, or or in a way it enables that behavior.
Yeah, the point is. Yeah, the point is discomfort is what catalyzes change, not being like, it's okay, embrace your curves, like I don't want to.
Embrace your hypertension.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta be brutal.
I mean, I could be nice and be like, yeah, ma'am, you're morbidly obese. Let me recommend you to the next gym, the nearest gym. Like, I guess the delivery is different.
He's doing it on purpose. He's saying this stuff on purpose.
I feel you. 100%.
Yeah, but I'm not telling no.
Like there's a lot of women, or even guys that just like, if they're being spoken to like that, like if it's nice or whatever, they're just gonna either shrug it off, or like kind of enables it even further, or they're just not gonna take it seriously.
Exactly. That's why you gotta be.
You need like what the fuck are you doing? Like, dude, like you need to fucking take care of whatever, and kind of make it in a serious demeanor.
Exactly.
Like, kind of have like a sit down. It's like kind of educating, like not disciplining a child in a way. Sometimes you gotta be firm and like very stern with them or whatever, and that's whatever, because that's not, that can either enable them to be spoiled, or tendencies to kind of just think they can do whatever the fuck they want or get away, or not really take things serious. Sometimes you gotta make it serious. It may sound shitty or hurt the feeling, whatever, sure. Sometimes you gotta do it, because that's what's gonna enable change or give the incentive, like there's a fucking problem.
Exactly. Nice Guys just finished last. I know Alexa doesn't agree with that, but they do. They finished last.
I don't agree with that. I just think some things can be worded a certain way. Like for example,
I
like
agree.
just recently, like I probably had like the most like shitty mental health because I was overworking myself. And of course, about all the people that were the most honest with me, it was Jay. He was like, "You stop fucking feeling sorry for yourself." And I was like, "Okay," but it's what I needed to hear to be able to be like, "Okay, I am sitting here feeling sorry for myself." But that's completely different than like attacking someone for the way they look.
I mean,
like, you know what I mean?
Is saying that you're morbidly obese and you should fix it bad?
Is that what you just said though? You like these fat bitches. That's not how you said it. I corrected you, and you said morbidly obese.
I mean, that's me like. That's me not directly, you know.
Like a perfect example is like if someone's complaining about that, reaching out to them saying, "Hey, I heard you're struggling. Like I can help you. Like I can help you with like a meal plan, or I could maybe go to the gym with you." Those are the kind of things that you want to do instead of just saying, "Well, you know, you chose to be morbidly obese." Sometimes, like I truly believe some people can't help it. Like they can't help it.
If we're talking about the statistical success rate being the more brutal, the more likely they'll change. If you're just like, it's okay, you're morbidly obese, but it's all right. But if compared to like you're fat and you should fix it, like that's much more stern. It hurts more. It catalyzes change.
It reinforces the notion of discipline, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
If you pass it, you won't be like.
Sometimes it's not enough. It doesn't work.
Yeah, you have to be incentivized.
It's
somehow.
the least effective as well. Like,
yeah, exactly.
That's just reality, unfortunately. You know, like for instance, like I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I'm gonna be real, Alexa. I was literally you all day, every day. Like from my teen, you name it. That was me 100%. And my brother was Jay. My brother was literally Jay all to the fucking T. He would just say it as it is. You know, it is what it is. Very fucking that's what worked. That's what worked and helped me and kind of, you know, get my head on my ass when it came to my life, etc. Like I didn't like what he was saying.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of fucked up, whatever, or certain things he would do, whatever, blah blah. But
yeah.
Worked.
All right.
Yeah. My mom and other family members, they were giving, blah blah, all of that, and guess what? I still continue to do that. So even from my personal experience, like me getting that line of treatment, you know, and discipline in a way, I guess, or just being, you know, blunt, I guess. Like it does work. I'm gonna be real with you. I didn't like it. I fucking hated it. It sucked.
Yeah.
My feelings were hurt. I was butt hurt, but
yeah, all this like saving feeling nonsense, this sensitivity nonsense is just very bizarre. Yeah. But someone in the chat said free top G. That's right, free top G. They didn't think. I said they don't say that they're struggling. A fat bitch going around saying they're 10 out of 10. Exactly. That's delusional. Like we can't reinforce that delusion. You know that bitches are 10 out of 10s. No, that's being delusional. Because it's being delusional. I can go I can go around saying I'm broke and I'm fat and I'm perfect. That's delusional. It's not confidence. That's
You know what's crazy though, Jay? There's people out there that like you're talking about millions that have that mindset though. It's crazy.
Yeah, like
it's bad, bro.
Every girl's a 10 in their eyes.
It's even with women where it's actually way more heavily emphasized.
Yeah, like the whole number system.
This is perfectly fine.
Yeah, the number system's objective. Like if you're a 10, you're fucking like prime Victoria's Secret model or something. Like obviously you're not. You're huge. Like have a lot of problems. Like you're not a 10. Yeah, it's not the truth. Like I'm not gonna encourage delusion. I'm not gonna encourage delusions.
They're
you know?
beautiful as well.
Okay, Alexa, what if I said, let's say that I'm broke and I said that I'm the perfect man? What would you say to me? If I was like broke and living in my mom's basement eating Cheetos, what would you say?
That's not the first.
Damn.
Would you agree and say, yeah, you're a 10 out of 10, King?
No, but that's not like.
You're my man.
The thing is, though, when you're in the dating stage, like that's not the first question I'm gonna ask you. Is how much
I don't need to. I mean, you don't need to see it. You don't need to ask me. You'll see it. You'll see my broke ass in the basement. Like,
bro, if I'm just talking to you, how would I see your broke ass in the basement? I'm getting to know you as a person.
You can see it from my social media. You can see it like once we go on dates, like the social proof that I provide.
I look for someone who's working just as or harder than me.
Again, yeah, standard. So why should I take fat bitches? It's just not fair.
That could not be somebody else's standard.
The vast majority of women are hypergamous. They want a guy that's rich, tall.
Yeah, that's rich. Yeah, that's good looking. Yep.
But women are like forcing men to take fat, nasty ass. Like,
that's an absolute fact.
But women are like demonizing men that don't want women that are fat and gross. Like, what the hell is that? It's just not fair, you know. I don't judge women for wanting, you know, the top guys. That's good for them.
Yeah, women even do that with good-looking dudes.
Yeah.
Like if they don't got money and they're broke as shit, or they're with their parents or some bullshit, and yeah, they may be Prince Charming, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's facts.
Move on.
Yeah, they said next.
Yeah, like, they're all about that.
Oh shit! Someone said I enjoyed Andrew Tate, but I don't support rape. It's not proven, so. I'll tell you this: if it's proven that he is one, clearly none of us are friends anymore. But right now, there's no proof. So you can't say that he's a rapist. There's no proof about that yet. So I'll say that. Innocent until proven guilty.
We'll
Look
see,
at
man.
The whole property thing was stupid too.
Yeah.
Like,
Look
the
at
way
Myron's.
he was saying and explaining, it wasn't like to the point where like, oh, we're enslaving women. He was
Exactly.
never advocating for that.
Yeah,
he was literally saying as if like what a normal, couple, at least in my, logically wise, like would be like, hey, yeah, like if we're together, and that's your person, you name it, like, yeah, that's my property.
Exactly.
That's my person. You know what I mean?
Someone
That's,
said the full
like,
context.
I'm your one and only, right? Like if you go up
Yeah.
to your person and ask them, hey, you fuck me like that, whatever, like absolutely. You know what I mean? You
Yeah.
help each other. You're there for each other.
Someone said the full context with messages shows the women consented to being dominated like that. Exactly. What the fuck?
Yeah.
He got holes in his shoes. Shoes so fucked up. Jesus took them souls back with the rapture.
Wait,
What the fuck are you talking about?
I have a question for you guys. What is
Mm-hmm.
okay? So when it comes to dating, what is like an absolute like? No, I'm moving on to the next person.
Clubbing.
What is like your absolute?
Gold digging.
Women in the clubs.
Ignorance.
OnlyFans.
Ignorance. Like there's certain red flags.
Yeah.
There's certain red flags. Like friend. Like if I have like a person that's extremely impulsive or emotional.
Exactly.
And
I would say.
they're like,
Yeah.
and they're immediately like just not appealing to being logical or understanding
Exactly.
perspective, whatever, blah blah. And like friend, like let's say like whether you're a guy or a woman, but let's just stick with the woman. There are extreme feminists out there, and like you say, oh, what we're saying, we're all like, that's it makes sense, right? But then there's certain individuals, women out there, like, oh, fuck that, like what you're a or I don't know, some crazy shit, whatever, because you're disagreeing or
Yeah.
a certain way. That is a no.
So yeah, simply
That's something
put,
you don't.
it would be OnlyFans, disrespect, and masculinity. Those are like the red flags for me where I dip.
Yeah, that right there, yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
like a lot of women are wonderful. Don't get me wrong, but there are some that know that they're extremely attractive, and it
Oh, yeah.
like blows up their
They'll
ego.
exploit that. Yeah.
And so they want to be like super high maintenance and all that. And it's just,
Fuck
like,
that.
They just siphon a lot of energy from you, but
Yeah.
it happens a lot more than I'm sure women experience. That's for damn sure. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of flags.
Honestly, I'll take a decent 7 over a disrespectful 10 any day.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll clap the 10, but if she goes back to the streets, man, I'm not gonna like cuff that. You know?
Like a relationship wife is just not worth
No,
the
she's gonna make you pay $3 million.
Exactly. I'll just
Or
clap.
better yet, like if you don't make her sandwich the right way, fucking guess what?
Exactly.
Divorce, then you lose all
I'll
your shit.
I'll blow her back up, but I'm not cuffing that. Fuck no. So.
Is that so, Jay? You'll
that
bring her back
so?
out. Is that so?
Yeah, I'll do that. That requires
Tell us
no.
more.
That's very
To be
professional.
fair, that's the most common thing. That's the most common thing that type of woman would even have in general with a guy.
Exactly.
Like, just having some type of mutual benefit.
Blow your back out. I don't have to.
Like, it mutually benefits.
Yeah, like very minimal monetary spending. Blow their back out. Send them back to the streets. That's it.
Yeah, that's the thing, man.
Good to know. Good to know.
Minimal
Good to know that's how Jay does it.
This guy.
Yeah, like a decent 7 gets they get the castle. The 10 only gets the.
Name it.
The Lambo, bro.
They become the property reporters. I don't fucking something.
Yeah, dude. So that's the reality.
And the back gets blown out too.
Exactly. You get your back blown out. Go back to the streets. That's it.
That's just a win-win.
Yeah, it's a win-win for both of us.
Everybody's winning in that situation.
Since you asked that question for us, what is your absolute W? Is this way me and Pimpin can kind of write some notes or whatever?
Yeah. What would you say?
Absolutely.
Oh gosh, no.
Oh yeah. What's your red flags? Since you asked us that, what's your red flags for men?
My red flag. It's too emotional. I can't because the reason is I'm super emotional and I can't have someone who's just as emotional as I am.
That's good. That's good.
Too emotional. I would say, like, I like somebody who. One of the things that's always been important to me is I've always wanted someone who has a degree. That's super important to me. Just because I think it's important for men to be educated, women too. But that was something that was big for me. And then, what's another one? I would just say someone who's just super honest. I want someone to communicate with me. I want someone to be honest with me if things aren't going right.
You want real honesty?
Honest. What do you mean?
Like you want true honesty from a man?
Why?
Because
why are you saying it like that? Why are you saying it like you're about to start an argument?
Yeah, I was like, what?
Because
Why are you?
I think if any guy was honest, they would be. Yeah, like if someone, like let's say you're not looking too hot on one day, and they're like, "How do I look today?" You want the honest
Tell
truth?
me, you need to go do something else because you don't look that
I
good
don't.
today.
I think that sounds good on paper. In practice, you'd probably be like, "The fuck?" If that was the
You'd
truth.
be like, are you fucking kidding me? How dare you?
Like, what if your guy was like, "Today you look mid."
If you guys notice, Jay's looking for a reason to pick at me right now. Just watch.
What if you ask your guy and he's like, "You look kind of mid today. I'm sorry." Like, what would you say?
Oh no.
I would probably cry.
Yeah. So you really can't be. So you can't be that honest then.
No, but you know what I'm talking about. Like when it comes to like not like the way.
Or if he has a roster and you're the main chick, you want that honesty?
If he has a roster.
Yeah.
Is that so?
Would he tell you? Like, should he tell you though? Yeah.
What you mean?
I mean, I don't know. Jay, do you have a roster?
Do I have a roster? I mean, that's very private information.
Do you have a current roster?
That might.
The audience would like to know if Jay the Great has a
That
roster. Of
that might ruin some opportunities I have, so I can't really disclose that.
You know what I'm picking up on here? I'm picking up some relativity. You know. I don't know. I think what's being said is Jay might be the one for her and Alexa's the one for him.
Yeah.
That's the case, man.
Let's just say the girl would never know. I'll tell you that.
The girl would never know.
Unless I'm like high value, then I'll be like, yeah, I have so much money, it doesn't matter anymore. But besides that,
Yeah, you also don't want a man to be like, yeah, I would tell you blow your back out.
exactly.
That's a little too honest.
Yeah, that's too much.
Like,
Yeah.
So you said education. You said can't be too emotional, and then you also said be honest with you, but you mean like to give you love and positivity, honesty. What else?
I also don't like someone who's super friendly with other women. That's a huge red flag, especially if we're trying to.
Oh, really?
Like, don't start.
Yeah, I mean, really,
Let me finish. Like, it's one thing to get to a really successful point, and then being like, and then doing those things. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that that's right, and men should do that automatically.
Yeah.
But we're trying to build a strong relationship from the start. How can I trust you if all I see when you go out is you having these very friendly conversations with other women?
Yeah.
Like, when you're go ahead.
I'm sorry. So I just want to clarify: is it like being super friendly with like the attractive women, or just women in general?
Yeah. What if the bitch is like ugly?
Let's just use my personal experience. Let me just use a story from my own personal experience. So I'm currently talking to this dude, right? And so we FaceTime, and he goes, "Yeah, I was out and about today, and some girl came up to me, and I was like, oh, cool. Like, I typically don't mind because this person's attractive, and I feel it."
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, "Yeah," and she asked me for my Instagram username, and I gave it to her.
What a G.
And the rage that came inside, and that like, I told him, I said, "Well, why would you do that?" He goes, "Well, I just was trying to be nice." And I said, okay, like stuff like that, like when you're trying to like.
What a Chad.
So what I'm hearing, Alexa, is you're my girlfriend right now.
No.
Where if I'm getting some social media from a girl, or if I'm talking with a girl or whatever, not this, that's it, GG.
Yeah. What if he's like, what if he's top G status, like high value? Would you tolerate it, or would you be like, fuck you, I'm gonna dip?
How about we'll talk about that point when that person gets there.
And also, if the women is from there, like, does that matter to you? Like,
Yeah, like,
she's just like.
See, I'm gonna be real, and I'm probably gonna be beat up for this later because I don't know if she can hear me or not. Like, I'm gonna be 100%
No,
real.
put it on speaker. Let her hear you.
No, she's across in the room. That's how my girlfriend is. She's very, very similar to you, that Alexa, and I 100% get it. Like, I comprehend what you're saying and explaining, but at the same time, it's like, it's I don't know, it's weird because like, all right. So for instance, like, at least from my experience, my girlfriend, I could be seeing her talking with a bunch of guys, being very friendly, whatever you name it, the whole 9 yards, etc. But yet, if I do the same, it's a crime. But if she does it, it's fucking fine.
But it's like a different kind of friendly, like a different kind of friendly.
Right.
You guys know what I'm talking about. There's like a, hey, how you doing? Like social friendly. Then there's like, hold on, this bitch is playing my life right now.
Well,
why is she getting so fucking close?
Yeah.
Like,
Here's the truth though.
No, I totally
Yeah.
I totally agree. If that's the case, then I should know who that person is, right? It shouldn't be some random person like, oh yeah, we're super close friends that I'm just knowing after already being with somebody for like a whole year.
Here's the thing though. All right. Here's the thing though.
I have no problem calling
the higher the value, of the guy, you're gonna have to decide. Would you rather cry in a Benz or a buggy? You have to decide. Where would you rather cry in?
Here we go. Like, here we go.
Because
No, I feel like if you're in a committed relationship, you should definitely like be able to trust someone with all that shit. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah, I've had many conversations, Pimpin.
Yeah,
like,
it's just
many with
the
like,
higher the
like,
status, the higher the probability he's gonna clap other women. Like it's just the truth, you know.
I'm gonna be real. Like I've talked with her. We've had this conversation many times. Where babe, just he's gotta fucking trust me. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not, whatever. Like maybe like you get the wrong way with me, whatever. And then me, the way I am, like I'm not. It's just gonna be like with Alexa. She's probably slap me or something. So, I try to be very nice as well. I'm not trying to be that guy to be a dick or just like immediately walk away, whatever, yada yada.
Yeah.
But so I don't know. I get it, but it's at the same time, it's like if I'm not, trying to get in the pants or flirting, whatever the case may be, the whole 9 yards, I'm just having some good vibes or whether whatever. You know what I mean? Like I don't see why that would be bad.
Like yeah, the way I look at it,
so,
here's the way I look at it. Women don't have to fight against their nature. They can be hypergamous, have dicks in the DMs, and it's no problem. But guys can't. They have to fight their nature. Like honestly, if I'm high status enough, I'm just gonna be honest, man. I'm gonna be exploring options, and this is what it is. Like
for instance, my girl, she made it 100% quick. Like I have limitations. Like I'm being dead honest. Like it's because of how much I love her and everything, etc. But there's certain limitations that I have.
Yeah, but
she makes it very crystal clear. Like I can't just be going to a girl's house.
I respect that though. Like guys that are okay with being monogamous, I respect it. But if the higher, yeah, but it doesn't mean I'm gonna do it. It doesn't mean I'm gonna do it. But
okay.
You can definitely have a good opposite sex friend too. It doesn't have to be always flirtatious.
No, I 100% agree. But
not with Alexa and not with my girl.
no, I agree. You totally can. But like I said, if those people have those kind of friends, then you should be comfortable being around each other as a whole. But if I don't know who this person is,
you think it's
putting her hands? Go ahead.
You think it's okay for a girl to have you think it's okay for a girl to have a guy best friend?
I think it's okay for a girl to have a guy. I think it depends on the situation. Like I could have grown up with No, we've had this conversation before, Jay. I told you this before. I could have grown up with this kid, and there's no attraction at all. But there also could be people that come in my life. I'm like, no, the only reason.
Okay,
men are only friends with women.
Let's make it more specific. If the guy's not, if the guy's not gay, if the guy's not gay, do you think it's okay that he's your best friend if you're in a relationship?
I don't know. Do you think it's okay that?
I'm not gonna cap. If you guys are close, you're going back to the streets. Like I'm not gonna tolerate that. Yeah. I'm dipping. Like the guy wants to fuck you whether he admits it or not. That's just the truth. He'll never admit it, but he wants to blow your back out. And yeah, the second you mess up, he's gonna reel you in and blow your back out. Like that's just the reality. So.
Why do you have to say it like that? Say it so aggressive. Like it's like an actual crime. Like I'm telling you, oh yeah, I'm just gonna fuck her and throw her back in the street. Why do you have to say it so aggressive?
Oh my god.
I don't understand.
Yeah, because
that's a very tough one though, because it's very it's very improbable for a guy best friend to not want that.
Exactly, they all want to fuck you. They're not gonna admit it.
That's why it just makes the whole ideology apprehensive to begin with.
Yeah, yeah, guy best friend.
I have a question for you guys.
Off limits. Off limits.
Question for you guys. So let me know what you think on this. So eventually there was a point where I didn't really feel comfortable enough of either because the whole thing with Alexa saying as long as she knows, blah blah whatever, right? So I would do that. There'd be communication. She would know whatever, blah blah, you name it. But then jealousy would happen still, or this and that, or X, Y, and Z. And then no matter what, something would escalate, and then there would be a fight, or whatever the case would be. And it just happens. And to avoid that conflict and to avoid those issues, there was eventually a point where I was like, fuck that. I'm just gonna do my thing. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna fuck around. I know what I'm doing, etc. And it was someone that works with me, close friends, whatever. We talk, whatever, blah, blah. I also hang out with Kevin, who's a very close friend. It's just me, Kevin, and her. So it's two people, one guy, one girl. They're both friends, they're both chill, very close. And eventually, she lives 5 minutes away. And Kevin's an hour away. Okay? And so there's eventually a day where, make a plan. We just hang out, whatever. And she's married. She has a husband, the whole 9 yards, whatever. So, and we go, and we're just chilling, whatever, good vibes, you name it, the whole 9 yards. I do that. When I get back home, okay, then she gets back, she sees that there's Fiji in the fridge or whatever. She's like, oh, what happened with the Fiji, blah blah. And then I kind of beat around the bush because I'm not really trying to say, oh, I hanged out with a friend, aka a girl, because I didn't want to have a whole fucking war or whatever. But eventually it got to that point because she kept freaking or whatever. So now it makes me look more suspicious, the whole 9 yards or whatever. Regardless, it's just because I don't want conflict. And it eventually got to that point, and she, obviously came out yeah, I hanged out with Brooke, blah blah, my coworker, she's the boss, blah blah. we had a nice time, and that's it. Whatever, bro. A fucking hurricane, when like a whole
Damn.
storm, and it was a shit show. So
Yeah.
like,
That's the whole trust thing.
and
man.
so and so
Yeah.
that's the whole aspect of trust. So when it gets to a point at the end of the day, where I fucking eventually came to, which obviously Jay is advocating me to very crystal clear. He's like, fuck that, whatever, whatever he needs to do, etc.
Yeah.
And I 100% respect that. You know what I mean?
He sure
Because of how much I care and love her, I decided to be like, all right, fine.
Yeah.
Just,
I mean, I do.
not do this,
yeah.
whatever, and that's my issue at the end of the
Yeah.
day. But like for me, I'm gonna be honest. I don't like that. I feel like it is unfair. It's kind of bullshit because then a day, she has her best friend, guy friend.
Right.
She's also, etc. The whole 9 yards, and I don't say anything. I don't judge her for that. I don't just immediately assume or think whatever, losing my shit. I let her do her thing and let her be happy. Whatever.
Right. Yeah.
It is
I mean,
what it is.
I do.
It's something reasonable for me to be suspicious of.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, actually, so, and that's my whole thing. That's why I feel like it's bullshit.
When it comes to being a woman, I think not trusting your partner versus trusting your partner is so much more harder work and way much more like triggering. If you're with somebody, like, you have to trust them.
Here's the thing, though. The higher value, the higher value guy you date, the reality is.
We're not talking about higher value.
I mean, guys on the rise, like guys that are up and coming.
Guys on
like,
the rise. But if like, okay, whatever, guys on the rise. If I don't trust, I literally, just so everybody knows, I live about 30 minutes away from Jay. I'm about to drive over there and shove my foot. Like, literally.
You might enjoy that though, Alexa. I don't know.
You never know.
I'm really this close. But anyways, I'm saying, I think it's important for you to trust that person. Like, I get it, right? If I was your girl, I don't know if this is the same girl you're with at the time, I would have been like,
yes.
why didn't you just tell me in the first place? Like, tell me in the first place. If there's nothing that I should be worried about, then cool, like, have a great time. But I think it's when a female feels like they're being lied to, or they're being like kind of manipulated, and like, oh, if I like say enough, I'm not gonna find out. That's when it gets irritating. Like someone can be like, yeah, I'm gonna go hang out with this person. They're my coworkers. Okay, cool. We have a great time.
Yeah.
Let me know if you need a ride home if you guys drink too much. I don't know.
Yeah,
something
but
like that. Like,
you were voting the question. If you were with, let's say the guy you're with is high value, would you tolerate him having options?
Why are you asking me that question?
I'm just curious. Well, because I've asked several girls this, they all have different answers. So, what would you say?
Other girls' answers?
Most said no, but they've never been with a high value guy. So what would you say? Like, if you were actually with a top G, like making six figures plus per year, he gave you the Benz, the house. Would you tolerate? Yeah, like side pieces.
When I have that Benz, we can talk about it.
I mean, what would you think How about would you think you'd be okay with it? Like right now, what would you think your head would be like right now if you were?
To be honest, if that was the case,
yeah,
I better not even have 1 ounce of knowledge. that's like, I better not even have.
That's fair.
An idea.
Yeah, I do agree. Guys shouldn't like. Yeah, I agree. Guys shouldn't be like, hey, I fucked this chick today. Like, you should be telling her. But like, yeah.
I literally should just know. That sounds horrible. Like, oh wow, you're gonna allow that. I wouldn't. How would I allow it if I didn't?
It's not horrible. It's just that you're with the top G's. Nothing wrong with that.
But I'm just saying, like, if it was something that was happening, I better not even have like a thought in my head.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I do agree. Guys shouldn't be. Yeah.
Like, this dude is probably out blowing out another female's back while he's taking care of his kids.
Wow.
Oh my god. But like, let's say he leaves his phone unlocked by accident. If he leaves his phone unlocked by accident, and you see like a bitch texting him like, "Booty call tonight," would you be like, you would look past it, or?
At that point, why do they have your personal phone number? Why don't you have like a fucking?
Or what? Okay, not your phone, but like, what if it's like a trap account on Instagram, like booty call tonight, and you like see it? Would you look past it, or you'd be like, "What the fuck is this?"
I would look past it, and I'll meet your ass at the booty call. How about that?
Really? You would ruin your. You'd ruin your.
If that ruins what I got going on with my person, and then are we really meant to be together?
That's like, you gotta be realistic. Like any guy of that caliber is gonna.
But like I said, like if you want to do that kind of stuff, you have to be on your shit. You have to make sure that.
Right. Yeah. That's us implying he's a. That's implying that he's a top G's. Yeah. Like he's set. Like you're set. You got the Benz. The jewelry.
I 100% agree. Like I agree with you. Like. Like in a certain capacity. What I mean by that, like I 100% agree with what you're saying so far. I just feel like there's a line to be drawn. You know what I mean? Like for instance, like if there is communication and that is being stated, okay, and then yet you still communicate, but yet you still get lectured or kind of bitched at for it, or still kind of punished in a way. then at the end of the day, you're still in a lose-lose
Yeah,
situation.
because I'll admit
And
this.
if that's the case, then that's one of the reasons why most people won't say anything, so they're not having to have conflict or whatever. But yes, I
Yeah.
understand that can make it look more.
Yeah, so like
I don't think
I'll
it's-
admit this. If I was in a situation, let's say like I'm in that level later on in life, and the girl does see it, I would say my bad, but I wouldn't stop. That wouldn't stop me from blowing her back up. But I'll be sorry for you. I'd be sorry for having you see that. Like sorry. Yeah, I wouldn't stop me from going to the booty call, but I'll be like sorry for seeing that.
I would probably have a problem with it is if I saw that man giving more attention to that.
Oh yeah,
than his own family.
then that's cheating. Yeah, I think guys cheating is when they're spending money, taking them out on extravagant dates. That's cheating. Guys fucking a chick isn't cheating to me. Honestly, to me, I think sex is like taking a piss. It's like to guys at least. It's like it's just booty, but yeah, it's like I can blow a girl's back out and not love her one bit, like not even care about her. But girls have sex. They're like, oh god, this is my dream. But like guys don't.
Oh,
don't
that's
look at
that's how you think women think, Jay.
I mean, yeah.
That's how you think women think.
Yeah, sex is extremely. That's why you guys never.
Once and we fall in love.
What do you guys think? What do you think girls never give it up? They're like, no, you're not good enough. Like they're extremely selective. Guys are like, yeah, I'll clap. Like they don't care. It doesn't matter. But
It doesn't matter, bro.
like guys don't give a shit because it's like a piss. To girls.
You are hilarious, bro.
It's just like playing games. It's like playing games.
Hey, this makes it feel better. Like, so in conclusion, like I don't have any female friends like on my social media. Like I don't even hang out with females. Nothing, like nada. It's just that's it. Because if I did, there'd be problems. like I said,
I'm proud of you.
Okay, yeah, but it still sucks.
Yeah, but
It's hard to have a committed relationship.
I'm proud of you.
what's gonna happen though is if he becomes the top G level, then the girl will have to deal with it, and he's the top G.
The question is, how about let's see for the main character of the show, Jay? Do you hang out with any girls outside of?
Do I hang out with women? I can't disclose that because people that are close might, find me out. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I gotta be. I'm not at that level yet. I'll admit that. I have to work to do to get to the High Valley. Then I won't care. I'll admit it blatantly. So.
Okay.
I'll be like, yeah, I'm clapping all kinds of cheeks, but I can't do that right now.
Oh, that's exactly what you're gonna say. That's exactly how you're gonna say it to the girl.
Oh wait.
Yeah.
Make sure I heard you though, Alexa. Do you apply that same rule then for you though, or no?
Like what?
For guys.
Yeah, like having a guy best friend.
Yeah, like guys are just in or social anything. Like, because if I can't do that, you know what I mean? Like, shouldn't that be the same with you?
Yeah.
When I'm in a serious relationship, I don't have guy best friends. Like I don't have guy best friends that I hang out with because that's.
So you drop it all too as well.
I drop it all.
Why though? Okay.
I just told someone this yesterday. When I started being in a serious relationship, I became very less popular than I was before. And that was because I am serious about the person I'm with now.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to do anything to disrespect
that
him.
illuminates.
I'm not gonna lie. When I was single, I was having the time of my life. But now that I'm not, but now I'm having the time of my life with somebody that I truly want to spend my life with, and that's just fine.
But so basically,
I don't have as much attention. I don't have as many friends, but I'm doing just fine because I found someone who
a guy you actually respect, right? Yeah. The thing is,
respect him very much.
The thing is, girls will only do that if they truly respect their guy. A lot of girls will still have guy best friends. They'll still have pseudo options on the side, even if they're with a guy. Like that implies.
I'm gonna tell you right now, 99% of women will say, "Hey, you gotta do that, by the way," but I don't.
Exactly. That's lack of respect.
Best friend, guy friend.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's lack of respect.
Like that's a sacrifice. I don't know why, but it's a sacrifice for some reason that is only applied to men and not the other.
Oh shit!
I don't understand that at all.
$3 from Breezy. Appreciate you, brother. Let me read what you've said.
But I respect that though. Like,
yeah.
So, like I 100%.
Appreciate. Yeah, appreciate the $3, brother. Thanks for that, Breezy. Let's read what he's had to say. He said, I think he was talking to someone else about Tate. Well, let's see, but I doubt they'll be found guilty of these crimes. 2 women that accuse them of rape are in jail right now, along with them. Correct. I doubt that if there was valid evidence of human trafficking, they wouldn't be held for 30 days. The reason, exactly, flight risk.
Hey, that is brought up a really good topic too. And Alexa, you can answer too. How do you guys feel when it comes to do you think it's a lot worse with women to give false accusations?
Oh yeah.
Like vice versa, because I do believe it is heavily, dramatically, extremely emphasized when it comes to women compared to men.
Oh yeah.
Women will hurt themselves, like
Yeah, like women.
you know, on purpose, and then say they're beaten, or they'll say they were R-word, and that's not the case, and the whole nine.
Like there's bias.
What was what was that guy's name that that was at SCC that got?
Oh, Matariza. Yeah.
But that one, like, I had so many questions about, because the thing about sexual assault is, like, it's really hard.
That's a big one.
When I read that current story, that she took claims that she was drugged and stuff, and if that did happen, like, may God bless her soul, may she heals properly. But my thing was, like, I was telling another person, I was like, how does she remember so much if she was drugged? You know, like, how does she remember every single detail, and how does she just only remember that one person?
Exactly.
There's things about, like, and I totally get, like, you always believe the victim, but sometimes you're kind of just like, do I really believe you though? You know what I mean?
And that's the question. Like, do you believe women victimize themselves a lot more compared to men?
Hell yeah.
I think that women are quick to use that, like, as the first line of defense when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like, I think that when it comes to things like sexual assault, everybody needs to be heard. Everybody needs to be heard.
Yeah, absolutely.
It can't be a she said thing. Like, she said it, I did this.
There has to be proof.
It's very easy to tell when a woman is lying. I will say that right now. It's very easy to tell.
Women are extremely.
They're always taking the word of
Exactly.
all the fucking
Exactly.
time. It could be
Look at Tory.
Violence. It could be for the R word.
Look at Tory Lanez.
This is coming from another woman. Like, this is coming from another woman.
Yeah.
I'm not like a man questioning a woman. When I ask someone, like, even like a lot of my past friendships, I have to ask you a good 5 times, and I can tell if you're lying or not. Your story changes.
You're a reasonable, logical person. That's fine. But like when it comes to life itself,
general,
on God, it's just not the case.
Yeah, women get the exactly.
Men, oftentimes just have more integrity or pride to even do that.
Exactly. Women are always given the benefit of the doubt. They have big egos. They bullshit to try to stain someone's name, and it happens quite often. That's why Free Top G, Free Tory Lanez, it's bullshit. Like, dude, like these hoes are for the streets. Yeah, like these hoes are for the streets, and they should be held accountable for that. Like, you can't just lie on someone's name that they fucking assaulted you. That's bullshit.
I think the biggest thing is that when it comes to those kind of cases, like, there has to be some type of time frame where that can be reported. You can't come out 2 years later and say, yeah, this person did this to me, and the only witness is you and him. Like, to me, like, that's
like, you know how many like lawsuits have also been done too, like where women just like, I don't know what about, oh yeah, I was sexual, whatever, and nothing happened.
Exactly.
And guess what? They win it.
That's why the Johnny Depp case was a monumental one. It was monumental that he won. Like, that bitch is for the streets, and she's clearly lying on his name.
What you said on how you felt on that notion, Alexa, because I do believe there's a lot of favoritism when it comes to women in that type of a subject. I'm not saying obviously it can't be the other way around. That's not the case at all. That's being completely ignorant. But I do feel like possibility and probability wise and all that it's definitely in favor for women. Like, and Mike, this is
heavily
from seeing it from my own heavily from my own experiences. Like, I'm just gonna say this real quick. Like, my cousin's mom, she would literally slam the door on her arm and fucking like bruise her arm and everything. Call the police, and guess what? His dad will get arrested for domestic violence.
Exactly.
Fucking anything. Like,
exactly.
He saw it. Like, he literally saw a witness, and they still arrested his father.
Exactly.
In the whole 9 yards. So like, I don't know, man. I'm just saying.
Exactly.
I think it's just important. I think a lot has to do with how women react to situations. Is one, their influence on social media, and two, how they were raised. Like, I have my own personal traumatic experiences, but now being like 25 and coming out about them way later, I can't go back and start pointing fingers. It is what it is. And one thing I've never done is when it comes to that kind of stuff, when it comes to my experiences with men, I've never felt sorry for myself, because a lot of the times I put myself in those situations purposefully and over again for me to be like, well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, kid. Like, it's your fault. So I think a lot of the times too, when it comes to those situations, like, not saying that every woman, because there is some cases where people are hurt because some people are just brutal. But that's the thing, though. It happens on both sides. This is not, men are not the only people who rape and assault women. Women rape and assault men too, and I think that's the big. That's
true.
Biggest,
I mean,
like, that's the
drugs in the cup.
Yeah,
that's the biggest thing. That's the thing that's irritating me the most about this stuff, is that these people who cry, essay and the R word, they're really taking that attention. People who really have been like brutally raped and sexually assaulted. That's just the reality of it. And they're not getting that attention because they're accusing a football player, or they're accusing somebody who's taking all that attention away from them. So I think that what the biggest thing is that it happens on both ends. Men do it to women, and women do it to men. And it's something that has to be acknowledged. Like, And that's one thing I will say for the men is that they've always been thrown under the rug, and they haven't been getting the attention that they deserve when it comes to equality,
Yeah.
especially on that issue. It's just it's messed up. It's
Yeah.
you know, like I had a sibling who was drugged at a college party by a woman, and so like that's something that typically a man would do, but it was a woman, and so that just goes to show you that like everyone's cruel. It doesn't matter what your gender is.
It will happen though, and I agree with you completely. But it seems like it's a more of a seldom occurrence as opposed to like men actually being the perpetrators of like sexual abuse or, you know, anything like malevolent in that sort. And
Exactly.
So it stigmatizes this like generalization of men being like the assaulters, if you will. So when a woman does like come up with these cases, it seems more than credible because look at the general occurrences of stuff like that. It's always with men
Exactly.
generally being the perpetrator. So
Yeah.
That's why it sucks too, because like when those cases happen, like most men are like, well, no one's kind of believe me anyway, so what's the fuck is the point, you know?
Right. Yeah. Someone said there we go. Someone said most women will have sex with a man and then later on regret it, find multiple things to try and frame them, paint them as something. Exactly. That happens for sure. Girls will be, their ego will hurt. The guy cheated on them, so instead of saying, "Oh, I had sex with him," they go out and say that you fucking raped her or some shit. They should be incarcerated for that. Honestly, for that cap. It's fucked up.
Yeah,
It's very, very fucked up.
Isn't that a crime though? Isn't that already a crime?
It's very hard. It's very hard to convict. It's very hard to convict something like that. I don't really see women. Yeah. I don't see women getting convicted for capping. It's very rare. It happens, but it's very rare. So.
In general, women are the queen of crying wolf. So.
Oh well, hey, one thing I'll say on that too is even the fucking police are like very like it's so weird. I don't know about your guys' experiences, but from my experiences, even the fucking police are like kind of stereotypical or like weird like when it comes to a girl and a man. Like if something goes down, like the most common thing, like obviously is domestic violence, right? And I'm not saying every fucking man is excusable and none of them do it. No, there's plenty of guys that are out there that are a piece of shits and they deserve to be, in prison or whatever.
Yeah.
What's it called? But there's many men that are doing fucking damn thing. Something happens and they're immediately their suspect is the fucking guy.
Exactly.
Like no questions, no nothing. It's like crazy as this is from my recent experience. There's an argument, whatever. Everybody argues. Okay, nothing physically happened, nothing, whatever, blah blah. And the police are apparently called. They come down. And, they knock on the door or whatever, and they're like, hey, police, whatever. My girlfriend's like, oh, don't let him in. Nothing happened. We don't have to. Just right. We don't have to. But I did it so that the situation could just de-escalate and stop and just let it be.
Yeah.
Let them in. There's no evidence of physical or domestic violence. There's nothing. Everything's perfectly fine. Nothing's broken. Nobody's hurt. Whatever. Bro, I literally sat there for like 30 minutes to an hour being interrogated because they swear to God that I was like doing some domestic violence or some crazy shit.
Yeah.
And it literally took for my girlfriend to be like, hey, like he didn't do anything wrong. He gave you guys everything you need, his ID, the whole 9 yards, etc. Like, can you kind of like get the fuck out? Like, this is ridiculous,
Right.
Like, so it's just I don't know.
Yeah. This whole tendency of some women that should be incarcerated. It really I would say threatens the whole idea of the right to due process, the right to a speedy trial, because again, they're automatically deemed credible. There is no evidence to sustain their claims. It's automatically like, oh yeah, he probably did it. Let's do this and let's convict him. Like that's bullshit. Like there has to be.
I personally I just had a discussion about this at work with one of my coworkers. I think women can be way more abusive than men.
Yeah, women are way more cruel than men. Like verbally, yeah.
Wow,
what's crazy too? I 100% believe that as a woman, like women are crazy.
Women are much more cruel. Yeah.
Yeah.
That needs to be acknowledged is women have gotten way too comfortable putting their hands on men. And thinking that like, oh,
it's very, very true because the men won't do anything back, but they'll do it to them. Yeah.
I remember this one time, and I told Jay the story. I think I said I was sitting in the car, and I was with a couple, and he had said something, and I'm telling you, like this girl hit this dude like it was like they were in a boxing match, and he didn't do anything. And then I remember one of the things I kind of said is like, why is it okay for a woman to completely whip on a man
and make you bleed and bruise too?
Yeah. It's a double
he can't defend himself. Like, I don't get that thing. I think women can be 10 times more abusive than men.
Yeah, they're much more cruel.
Men react out of frustration. Men react out of irritation because I do believe there's only some cases of domestic violence where like they were at their wits' end. I 100% believe that.
Yeah, for sure.
And they eventually snap and either defend themselves or they
that one loss of control. Yeah, it's that one loss of control that fucks them over. Because why? You're a dude. You shouldn't be putting your hands on a female. But me, I'm like, fuck that. Like, if you want to fight like a man, if he turns around and hits you back, that's what you get. Like, keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah.
You know?
It's also
And
just
so,
like, yeah, it's just also like it's just more difficult for men to find like a partner these days. It seems like because like the dating market has really like revolutionized, and women just seem to have the favor in their hands. So
Yeah,
a lot of
women.
women utilize that power,
Yeah.
and then like men are more easily be susceptible towards being manipulated because they have to take
Exactly.
more abuse, quote unquote, because they're trying to like find a partner, you know, and
Yeah.
it leads to desperation, and just it's a very ill, toxic
Exactly.
dynamic.
Beauty,
So,
yeah, beauty's power. Beauty's power, and men that are ghosts and even get a little ounce of pussy, they can start to simp and thirst over it. Not to say that there's some blame that should be put on them, but either way, women will exploit that. They'll use them as a bag if they have money, or use them for resources. Like men,
That's how they exploit divorce.
yeah, like women have it far easier. They have Instagram. Literally, they could display their beauty to millions around the world with social media. They're very commodity. Their primary commodity in the dating marketplace is beauty, and they expose that to the world as easy as ever. Guys, it's not the same. They have to earn status, earn their financial, their financial income, their status, their physical. They have to work. And girls at 18, once they're legal, it's free game. Like they're getting options left and right. Like it's not fair at all. But that's the world we live in.
From
And
experience alone, 100% agree with Alexa. Like that's just based. Like mind you, like this was through fucking high school. This is through just life, period. But like as a common tradition, normally man is taught don't put your hands on a woman, no matter.
agreed. Yeah, agreed.
Whatever. Yeah. That's always, and it's not acceptable either because everybody's entitled to for self-defense, and if it comes down to it, do it. I feel like the common confusion is where eventually there are parents or whatever that say, oh no, if a girl does hit you, you hit them back, whatever.
Yeah.
But see, they'll take that to a whole other level, into a whole other T, and do like extra for when it's not necessary.
Right.
And that's not.
Yeah, I agree. I
I
agree. Yeah.
What I will say, like throughout my life, like if it was a guy at home, they're getting asked all day, every day.
Yeah,
that was
sure.
The case. Yeah. But a woman, whether if it was in school, whatever, I was hit so many goddamn times. Oh my god, like for just whether if it was shits and giggles, something retarded, or whatever the case can be. Okay, and like I didn't do anything because like that's just like you can't, right? And if you do, then guess what? I'm in handcuffs, or I'm fucking, or who knows what,
Yeah.
So it's just a bullshit.
Yeah, what I would say is simply put, a note to put in your mind is if you're in a relationship with a chick and she hits you, the worst punishment you can give her is just dipping. Like, I'm gone. Bitch, you hit me, we're done, it's wraps. Go back to the streets. Exactly. I don't know. That's gonna hurt. Trust me, that's gonna hurt way more than knocking her out. It's gonna hurt way more than punching her back. So, if she hits you, if any girl ever hit, yeah.
When you have strong feelings for someone, that's what fucking sucks.
True.
Because they know they need to do that, but they're not doing
yeah,
it. It's a
but
mental fucking
this is what I'll say about that. As a guy, this is as cruel as this sounds, is reality. As a guy, you have to have compared to the woman you're with, you have to have an iron frame. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's gotta seem like she's more interested than you. She's gotta love you. She's gotta love you more than you love her. She's gotta know that she's expendable. And if she hits you, it's wraps. Or if she gets her back blown out by another man, that's wraps. If she's promiscuous, yeah, if she's on Instagram showing her titties, that's wraps. Like, she has to know that, and I guarantee she'll never touch you. She'll never cheat on you, and you don't even have to lift a finger. She'll just know that, okay, this guy's
love you more than you love her.
Exactly. Because if you're the one that's like simping over her, she has the power. And girls don't provide. That's not their genetic predisposition. Their genetic predisposition is to extract. That's not a bad thing. They're not bad for that. They're not gold diggers for that. That's just biology.
Yeah. It's like, nah, equality, baby.
Like, I'm dipping if a bitch touches me.
It's not. No, good for you.
Yeah, you're not gonna see me again. That's what I say.
My thing is when it comes to like the whole love thing, like,
yeah,
you have to love each other the same.
If only it worked that way. If only.
It's a vibe, you can feel if it feels right or not. If you feel like there's some type of way, like.
I'll be real. I'm guilty too. I don't know about you or pimping, Jay or pimping, but I'm guilty to it. I've done many times where I want my girl to love me more than I do to her.
Yeah, like honestly.
There's like that baby aspect of you,
I get that part. I do understand.
I understand.
Yeah, I'll admit a woman should be nurturing to her man after a long day of work. I do admit that. But you should never, you should always have an iron frame with her. The second that you show vulnerability, like you're fucking crying or something, she's going to look at you, whether she wants to admit it or not, she's going to look at you differently. And I've know girls that I've asked them like, all right, so your boyfriend cried in front of you? He's like, yeah, I thought he was a pussy. I was like, really? It's like, yeah.
I talked to somebody who was a crier, and I was so uncomfortable.
Yeah, exactly. So you can't show vulnerability to women. Go to your friends, your dad, your grandpa. Like that's fine.
That's always shown.
Do not listen to your woman. Yeah, do not listen to your woman.
Like in serious cases, somebody passes. Like
I mean, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
I'm telling you, like, I've talked to someone who's like on their knees, like scream crying. I'm like, I need to figure out how to get out of this fucking situation.
Exactly. That's because he was deemed unappealing. You know, that's not a masculine trait.
I gotta go.
Like if a guy's coming to you crying like I got fired, we're fucked. Like the girl's gonna be like, you're a pussy. I'm dipping. Like I'm gonna go to the top G.
Like, oh shit, my dog just died. I have to go.
Yeah, like
I can't do emotional men. I think I remembered I like fake texted myself. Like, there's an emergency. You have to come home.
Exactly.
I gotta go.
That's the difference between men and women. Women extract, men provide. You can't be showing vulnerability or the possibility that you might not be able to be the optimal masculine frame. Like it's bad.
I agree. Yeah. Definitely, bro.
Well, women cap.
Yeah,
women cap. They're like, oh, cry on my shoulder. I'm like, the fuck out of here. I'm not crying on your shoulder. Like that's cap. So women. What's funny is women give the opposite of what they really want. Like I want a nice guy. Like it's cap. You don't want that. Like, why are you lying to me? You know, I don't understand it. Like don't listen to women. They don't tell you what they really want. I'll tell you that for the most part.
The perfect relationship is you have to be the complete opposite of each other. You cannot be similar.
Yeah. One's feminine, one's masculine. Yeah.
It's not going to work.
Yeah.
You can't be just as aggressive. You can't be just as loud. Like the perfect relationships or
but I'll say this though, that's true, but the man should be the more masculine one. If it's opposite and the guy's a bitch and the woman's masculine,
that's what I mean.
Yeah. Because if it's the other way around, the woman's gonna think he's a pussy and it's gonna be raps, so it won't work. But if it's the
or she'll stay to be nice, then just cheat.
Yeah, exactly. Just use him as a bag if he makes money. Like yeah. So simply put, yeah, it's pretty. I feel like it's pretty easy to determine if a woman's into you, but guys, you know, they simp and they thirst and they try to extend the duration where they think they have a chance when in reality the girl's getting her back blown out by the guy she really wants. I see that a lot of the time. I think it's a very desperate attempt. It's pretty black and white. If she's into you,
it's obvious if a girl's into
yeah.
you. It's blatant.
If she's lagging, dip. If she's taking her time to answer, dip. If she's responding dry text like hi bye, dip. Like she's not into you, bro.
No fuck with you, yeah.
And women and what's funny is women will be like, I'm sorry, I was busy. Like that's cap. You're on TikTok till 4 a.m.
Yeah. They'll be giving you the attention and time.
Yeah, they're on TikTok till 4 a.m. You can't say goodnight. Like, sure, man, that's cap. Like I'm dipping. You know?
Yeah.
So
absolutely, I agree, man. You can't take like 20 seconds, bro.
Yeah, a text takes 5 seconds.
That's probably one of the biggest problems though with men though, Jay.
Yeah,
they'll be so fucking butthurt or obsessed or trying so
exactly.
hard. Why fight for something?
It's truly, I would say it's a it's a pandemic, man. It really is, because most men, or honestly, most men are ghosts to women. And women don't see this. Like, oh,
girls do that, don't you?
yeah. Yeah, if you're like almost top G, girls will do that to you. But most men are ghosts though. Like to women, the average 18-year-old's a ghost. Like he's not getting no DMs. If you look at his texts, they're dry. He has no notifications. His shit's dry. Yeah, his shit's dry. And these
they got like 100+ notifications.
Yeah, women like even an average girl that's like a solid 5 has like several DMs. Like that's how the world works, you know. So
or a guy would captivate on it still get something out of it.
Yeah, for guys, they have to climb the mountain. The guys have to climb the mountain. The girls are already at the top of the mountain. Like that's the way the world works. So.
Wait, Pimpin', are you in a relationship?
No, I'm single.
Is it just because you are choosing to be right now? Or maybe it's because you haven't found the one.
Yeah, more so. I'm just trying to like budget my spiritual energy essentially.
Yeah, smart.
You know, like if things aren't like reciprocated in a beneficial manner, why dude, I love my individuality, my independence.
Yeah, especially as a guy, it's important. Especially.
It is. It's something very gratifying and like
you're freelance. You do whatever you want.
Guys age like fine wine, right? So it's good for us to take our time. Girls age like milk, like they spoil by 40, they're like washed up and like, you know, their beauty's gone.
Spoil like milk.
Yeah, like the older you become, the less fertile, the less attractive, etc. You know, you probably have more bodies. You're just less attractive.
Yeah, I don't know. Like
what do you mean, yeah?
You know that's facts. That's facts, though.
The notion where men want to be like, well, actually sleep with like older women compared to younger.
I mean, that's a
Like,
thing, but that's
like
like a out.
thing.
Yeah, I feel like that's not.
But it's more with the younger though.
Yeah, like women by 30, or usually if they haven't found a guy, most likely they're not going to. They're most likely not gonna have kids. Guys in their 30s are hitting their prime. They're getting like more attention. They have more options.
More life experience,
Yeah, more wisdom.
You're not like so codependent on trying to find a partner.
Yeah.
Like there's something so liberating about that.
Yeah, that's why they say, a girl's revenge comes right away. A guy's revenge takes time. Like, it's fact. So you have to just, as a guy, just take your time, man. Don't settle unless the girl's amazing. Like shit. But besides that,
absolutely. If you find the right one, man, like absolutely go for it.
Yeah, take your time.
Don't hold that, man, bro. Don't be stupid.
you have to be willing though to commit though, because there are plenty of like tempting women out there.
Oh yeah.
You have to be willing to like actually like settle down if you want to do that.
Yeah, that's why I say optimally for chances of success, hit your prime, hit where your legacy is at its peak, and then you have a higher probability of being able to mess around behind your girl's back, like, and she'll probably tolerate it. If you're still 18, you're a loser, she's gonna dip. Like, she's like, you're a fucking loser, and you're fucking this other chick, I'm gone. But if you're 30, making 100 racks a year, she might tolerate it. She might, okay, you'd be hard to replace. I can't replace you that easy, so I'm not gonna just go away. So you gotta be smart, man. Even girls.
I can't get over the spoiled milk part though. I can't get over that. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
that's crazy. That's crazy.
yeah, by 40, most women are washed up. It's done. You're not gonna.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unless you're like,
I have 15 years left.
They're too emotional. They're just too emotional. They're done.
Yeah, they're stuck in their ways. You can't mold them anymore. They have a lot of pets because they're single. It's over.
Got it.
Yeah, it's over.
No need to explain further. I got it.
Yeah, guys just have it much harder. That's just the truth.
They sure do.
Someone
They
says.
don't spoil like milk.
Yeah, exactly. You're all very realistic and genuine. Appreciate it, Breezy.
Funny about that. One more thing to that too, bro. Like, I was working with my company for 5 fucking years straight, bro. To where I could literally run that store like the back of my goddamn head. I was like the best stats, districts, you name it, the whole fucking 9 yards, right?
Yeah.
Plus math, I do what I gotta do, I earn what I get, right? Then next thing you know, a pretty girl with the looks, you name it, comes in, immediately gets the fucking position that I was supposed to get.
It's bullshit.
Just because she looks good.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
know, just shit like that, bro.
Affirmative.
And a trainer too.
Yeah, it's affirmative action and beauty. That's why. It's bullshit. But
that's the most annoying fucking one there.
yeah,
Obviously, I was Gucci along the way, but the fact that I had to do it, not like just like what you said.
Exactly.
You have to be patient.
Exactly.
It's fucking time. You gotta earn
Yeah.
it. So here you go.
Like-
You're a fine bitch,
like a bad bitch with tits has the world in the palm of her hand, But a regular 18-year-old dude doesn't have shit. Like, no one gives a fuck about you.
Be salty, bro.
Exactly.
Men are just by nature just they simp over that.
Exactly. It's like very hard. Yeah, it's like the guys get pussy whipped pretty easily. The less options they have, the more they're more prone they are to getting pussy whipped, and girls know that. They're smart.
It's the best of us, man. It
Yeah.
really does, bro.
So as you get older and wiser, you gotta develop like an iron frame. Be able to say no to a bad bitch if she's disrespectful. Like, nah, bitch, I'm not giving you. I'm not taking you to dinner. You're 304. Go back to the streets. I don't care if you have tits. Yeah, that just means a hoe. But yeah.
Wow.
If you put in a calculator, if you put
putting her keys in her car and everything.
if you put 304 in a calculator and you flip it, it says hoe. So yeah. Yeah. That's a good word for them. But yeah, you gotta be careful out there, man.
That's the code right there.
Yeah.
304s inbound.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with 304s, man. Some of them are very.
What advice do you have to help to even men like, in general?
What advice?
Just like that for your woman and get one.
Yeah. What advice do you think?
What advice do I have for men to get a woman?
Yeah. What advice? Yeah. What advice do you think is good for men?
Yeah.
Do I think is good? Why do you have to add that? Why do you have to reword his question? Why do you have to reword his question?
I'm gonna be honest.
Okay. I would say the best advice, because I'm gonna be honest with you, the person I'm with now, I did not think it was gonna work at first.
How come?
I just think that at the time we were completely different at the time. We were completely different when it came to the way we thought, the way we acted. That was a long time ago.
So he molded you.
really.
Well, who? Actually, a better question: who molded who? Was it like he conformed to your ways, or was it the other way around?
One or the other.
I think Jay's trying to slide the DMs. He's like, hey, you ain't enough. Come on, slide over here.
Yeah, like.
No, so when I
Not
first
fucking
met,
with you.
when I first met the person that I'm with now,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, I met this person online. I was like, I'm telling you, I was
That's a
sitting
little
in my,
risky.
I was sitting in my grandparents' room, like checking my phone every 5 minutes, like, is this person messaging me? He finally messaged me, and I was like, oh fuck yeah, I was so happy, you know. And then we first started talking, like it was perfect, like
That's wholesome.
flowers and like butterflies and everything. When I first met him, we had a little ups and downs, of course, based off, you know, certain things that we just don't talk about to this day. But I think at that point, when you get to know like who they are, like what they struggle with, you know, what makes them happy, what makes them sad, like what I got to know that person more than just me thinking this person's attractive.
Especially when you live with them too. Like, so.
Oh, absolutely. Like, it only gets your foot in the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So did.
Save a relationship.
I think after that, like, I think there was a point where we had like a little bit of a hiccup where like I thought like, okay, this is gonna be it. Like I think we were talking for about 2 months at that point, and it was really hard. It was a really hard pill for me to swallow because I really did fuck with him at the time. I was like, wow, I really fucking like this kid.
Right.
But I was okay. Like I'm willing to adjust.
Oh, so you molded to his ways.
I molded to his way.
Yeah, so he's top G then. He's a top G, I could assume.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, that's the vibe.
Literally, like, let's not. Okay, but yeah. So I think at the time, like, when it comes to men, like, one of the things I can say for men is like, don't dumb down your standards because you want to be in a relationship. Like, it's way more. It's
good.
Just as important for you to have your standards as it is for a woman. I understand that there's like some people have this desire to be in a relationship or desire to be loved, but you will find that person eventually because your plan, God has your plan written out for you. It may not be when you want it to meet you. It may not be at that point where you're going to meet that person, but all that stuff comes in with time. You know, I truly believe in like things happening for a reason, and I think that what happened between me and mine back then happened for a reason. It was an eye opener for myself because I was living in a way that he didn't agree with, and I'm like, you know what? He's right. Like I'm not living in the best way that I thought.
Right. All right, and if he was like more, I would say less. I don't know about status, but if he was less appealing, would you have conformed to his desires, or would you be like, "Fuck you, I'm dipping"?
No, I would have been like, "I'm out of here, dude." Like
exactly,
no, so
yeah, exactly. So
things that like
yeah.
I remember I told this person this. I was like, I was in therapy and I was like, dude, I think I found my person.
Yeah.
But this is my issue. I had a super honest conversation with like my therapist at the time, and one of the biggest things was like just the way we connected on certain things. We laughed. We literally were up until like 5 o'clock in the morning talking to each other every single day.
Yeah.
And so when it came to a point for me to decide to either adjust or move on, I adjusted because I really do feel like this is my person.
So
and that's the biggest advice I can give to men.
Right.
Don't lower your standards.
Right.
Don't say, okay, I like this person, but this is something I'm not happy with. You have a conversation saying, hey, I really fuck with you, but this is something that bothers me.
But yeah,
but okay.
To add to that, here's the thing: if you're not at that level yet, or at least an adequate level, the girl's not gonna listen to you. She's gonna tell you to fuck off. Like, I'm assuming that guy. If that guy was like, so you have to become a respectable, masculine-framed man to be able to even like put down standards, you know? Because the bitch can be like, "You're tripping, I'm dipping, like I'm gone." So that's important. You have to improve as a man, I'd say, as much as you can before you try to put down standards to where women will listen. Because I guarantee, if the guy that she was talking to was like a fat fuck and a loser, she would have been like, "Fuck off, fuck you," and would have dipped. But because he was like maybe a top G, she's like, "All right, I'll conform. I'll adjust."
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Like,
yeah.
I think a lot of men in general just have like this huge fear of rejection.
That too, yeah,
like,
exactly.
Symbolizes like their own confidence, if you will. Like, oh, she doesn't want me, so therefore I'm not good enough, right?
Exactly.
But just improving on your career, your spiritual path, if you will, like nothing is more satisfying and just more like wholesome. And then like that like growth emanates from you to your peers, to like potential partners. Like it's just like it's confidence. It just oozes out of you, bro.
Exactly.
You know.
And about 5 more minutes, folks. But to end this tangent, I would say confidence is extremely important because I know there's guys out there that are like multimillionaires and they're simps and they get used as bags and like get finessed.
Literally.
So yeah, like compare someone.
Exploited, bro.
Exactly. So simply put, confidence is extremely important. Fear of rejection you have to become numb to that. It doesn't really matter if a fucking girl doesn't fuck with you. Like, who cares? You know, like, I'm gonna move on to the next. Like,
You don't happen.
like it's funny that some guys are like in the gym lifting like 300 pounds and they're sad over a bitch that rejected them. Like, bro, look at what you're accomplishing. Why do you give a fuck? You know, like, you'd be just fine.
Go get the next one.
Like, you're not scared of these weights, but you're scared of like a 304. Come on, man. Do better. Like, do better.
Don't waste your money on a woman if you're
Hell
doing it
no.
together.
Yeah.
Oh
Like,
my
I
god.
understand,
Yeah,
like,
big, bro.
I
I remember the
understand,
first
like,
one, bro. Oh, Alexa. The
Yeah.
first one, bro, that I was with, the amount of money I was disgusting. Yeah, don't do that.
Like, not if you're not with them, like, I understand, like, the need to impress, but, like, you guys can go to the beach. Like, go to the beach, walk, have a genuine conversation. Like, that's all it takes. You can go to the park. You can go to a fucking $20 movie. You don't have to go to a $200 dinner. And then at that point, be like, yeah, I don't know if I like this person after you just dropped $200 on a dinner.
Yeah, on that, bro.
Yeah.
Fuck it, whatever.
First date, walk on the beach
I'm more
or at the
about,
park.
like,
That's
the
it.
experience and the intimacy rather than the money that's being spent. I could, instead of going out to dinner with you, I could go to your house and cook a dinner with you.
Yeah, if a girl,
have a conversation.
if a girl respects you, and admires you, she doesn't give a fuck if it's a coffee.
That's a real
or-
one right there. That's,
yeah.
That's a real one.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you shouldn't have to go to a fucking, a restaurant in Eiffel fucking Tower or some shit, or
Exactly.
whatever. And something
You got a
like
limo
insane
there,
just
shit.
to meet, like, that's ridiculous.
Like, I would laugh at a girl's face if she's like, "Can we go to this high-priced dinner?" I'm like, "You're hilarious. Goodbye." You know, like, it's back to the
Good
streets.
one.
Yeah, back to the
Yeah.
streets you go. Thought like, I'm not even messing with you.
Look, Jay, she's like, "Who the fuck you think I am? I deserve the."
I'd be like, "Bitch, you don't deserve shit from me. I don't even know you, so I'm gone." But yeah, if it,
Don't waste your money, dude, guys.
yeah,
Don't waste
trust
your
me,
money.
I've never wasted
Yeah,
more
no,
than.
I think we've all done that. We've learned.
And let's be real. Let's be 100%
Yeah.
real. We know damn well girls exploit men tremendously
All the time.
more when it comes to that notion too of money.
All the
You know
time.
what I mean? Like, it's never really the other way around. It's
Yeah.
always the guy has all the money and the girl will
Facts.
exploit that, and then they look like a bitch and they're dumb.
Yeah.
They
Someone
look
asked.
good, man.
Yeah, someone asked Choji with 1,000 red pills versus Jubidara. I'll answer that quickly. Choji would overdose and die from the red pills, and Jubidara would win anyway. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Shows
He
you
barely-
100 red pills.
Yeah.
One red pill would be multi-continental. So
Yeah.
1,000 would be universal.
Exactly.
Unless you presuppose that each red pill is multi-continental, then he would be 1,000 times above that, and probably above large planet level, and would kill Jubidara.
More powerful than pain as well.
And more powerful
Oh,
than
yeah.
pain.
Literally.
Yeah, but going back to what we said, yeah, it's in the last 2-3 years since I've learned, I haven't wasted more than like $10 on a first date. I'm not gonna cap. So be smart, man. The park, the
Yeah.
beach, McDonald's.
It's not
That's
about
all you
that,
need.
bro. It's about establishing
It's way more
respect.
fun doing the simple
know?
shit.
Simple
The
coffee.
simple shit, it's way more fun.
Yeah, I never spend money on that. Man.
I agree completely, yeah, for
What
sure.
about I guess a final notion, because this is technically an important factor in relationships. How do you guys feel like intimacy? I'm not gonna say like weird shit, but like intimacy or the sex period or standards with that. Like, is that how do
If
you
it,
think that really works overall?
I would
you
say-
have people that have either have like a high drive for it, low drive, or in between.
yeah,
And like there's many different perspectives.
I
on
would
that.
say
That's really,
this.
Like a big issue.
If a girl respects and admires you and she's into you, the vast majority of times that you ask for it, she's gonna say yes. If she starts saying, "Oh, I'm tired, honey," like she's not attracted to you, and you should, yeah, you gotta dip and be like, "I'm sorry, go
My
back to the
back
streets."
hurts.
You're like, "My back hurts tonight." I'm like, no, you don't. You're just not attracted to
How do
me.
you feel on that, Alexa? Like, are you agreeing with that, or no? You're like, fuck all that.
I think that are we talking about like you're already in a relationship when that's
Yeah.
happening?
Yes, in a relationship. Yeah.
I think that. I mean, like, why not? Like, I think when it comes to that kind of stuff, like, when the sexual chemistry is not there, you're not gonna make it.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
That's super important.
Okay.
I
Like,
agree, man.
I don't agree with like girls who are like, yeah, like we don't have sex that much, but like I still love him. No, you don't. Like,
It's
no, you
cap.
don't.
Yeah, it's
Like,
cap.
there's no sexual-
Cap.
No way.
There's no sexual chemistry there.
Yeah.
Like when I look at my person, I'm like, holy shit, this dude's so fucking attractive right now. Like I think that's exactly how you have to feel 24/7 about your partner, and then
Agreed.
That's
Yeah.
exactly how it has to be.
That's so true, man. For sure.
Yeah. Like I'm not messing with a girl. It's like, oh, not tonight. I'm like, well, dip.
If
Yeah.
low sex drive ever like manifests in a
She's
relationship,
like, no.
Yeah. I'd be like, bitch, get out of my house. Like we're done. Yeah. So that's not
I
gonna.
mean, I want to be that blind, bro. You know?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
You gotta.
guys are like, if you're asking and they're constantly saying no, there's a problem.
Yeah.
Either
Yeah.
they're not into you no more, or they're getting it from somebody else.
You gotta leave my house. Yeah.
On the low. You
Exactly.
Know,
Like, she's probably getting clapped by somebody else, to be honest. So
by several.
Yeah.
But what if you know, guy or girl, they just have a low sex drive, like they just don't want to.
No, the thing is though, nobody has a low sex drive. They can lie about it all they want. No, nobody has a low sex drive. Nobody has a low need to please, and so they're like, I'm tired. I don't really want to do that right now. They're giving somebody else attention, 100%.
Yeah, I'd be like, bitch, get out. You know.
Or they're giving it like porn or something or whatever.
Yeah.
They're gonna give their energy to something, you know.
Before they came home to you, they met up with someone in the parking lot. How about that?
Yeah, they probably got their back blown. They got their back blown out before they got into bed tonight. So.
Why do you have to give an example?
Yeah.
GJ.
Yeah, probably by a D top G. That yeah, exactly. Like the guy that's blowing her back out is the guy she actually wants.
Okay, we get it. The guy that we get it.
It's like you're in my house, get out. You're getting kicked out. Like, go with him.
I'm glad you're like a mutual understanding.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
As crazy as it sounds, that is a controversial topic.
Yeah, I agree. Like chicks, like I don't have to give it up every time. Like then you're not that attracted to him. Then like go find the guy you are attracted to. You know. So like just cap. But I think that's it, guys. We've been at it for like.
I think as long as it's not like, oh, you're having it like once a month or something super fucking low like that.
There's something wrong.
Yeah, if you like blew her back at like 3 times in one day and she says no, that's fine.
You have
But like,
to know something's wrong, bro.
yeah,
for sure.
if it's okay if she got her back blown out like several times in one day and she's tired, I understand that. But if it's like once a month, yeah.
Now, one
Yeah.
thing I will say that is understandable.
Yeah,
This I will say, like if it's medical related though, and that's why.
Oh, I mean, of course,
like,
yeah.
obviously,
Yeah.
I'm gonna put that out there right now. Like that's not cool.
Yeah, of
Like,
course,
you're
yeah.
someone because medically,
If she got like if she has like a BBL and can't, then of course I'm not gonna like clap her.
I mean,
so.
like, or sick, you know, some stuff.
Yeah, if she's sick or something, yeah, I'm not gonna like clap her shit like if she's sick. So, but all right.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's fucked up. That's mean.
God. Why do you have to be so freaking bold?
If it's only once a month,
that's way too rare. Yeah, fuck that. But all right, folks, we've been at it for like 4 hours. I think we'll wrap it up here. Thanks everybody who called in.
It was a fun one, man.
Yeah, this was fun. We went for many tangents. Appreciate the guys who donated, like Breezy and you guys. Appreciate you guys for the donations, brothers. And for the haters that came in and failed, appreciate that too. Well, there was one hater. Jay wasn't a hater. He was respectful, but the other fucking
Jay was great. I fucking love that guy.
that other loser, you got slammed, and yeah, the other loser, you got your shit slammed and you're subpar. You didn't slam shit, so
Jay, he said he slammed me and you.
He didn't slam shit. He's fucking trash, bro. Like, come back again. I'll slam your shit again. You're fucking trash.
It was fun. I enjoyed it. Good conversation.
Tobirama with fucking Jubito, like, bro.
Like, you were getting so hostile. So like,
I slammed you. I'm like, you didn't slam shit, bro.
And
Get
he
the
just
fuck
got
out of
so
here.
mad. I'm like, alright. I'm like, Ben, I'm like, you're testing with fucking patience. Like, I'm fucking get pissed
He didn't
off.
slam shit. He's fucking ass. Jay, you did all right. You lost that debate, but you did all right. But thanks everyone for coming in, and we'll catch you next time, folks. Appreciate it and stay classy.